Mira and Harper Audio present Forbidden Falls, a novel by Robyn Carr, performed by Therese Plummer. Chapter 1. Recently ordained minister Noah Kincaid was surfing the internet, killing time, when, quite by chance, he happened to find a church being auctioned on eBay, in some little place he'd never heard of, Virgin River. He laughed at the very idea, but was intrigued. He'd been waiting patiently for an assignment to a church of his own and thought it couldn't hurt to take a look at the place himself. If nothing else, it would be a good excuse to get out of town for a day and see something different. He'd heard Northern California was very beautiful. The first thing that struck him was the overwhelming beauty of the mountains, redwoods, and rivers. The town was a little washed out, and the church was a wreck. But there was a peacefulness and simplicity there he couldn't dismiss, or forget. It seemed uncomplicated, fresh. No one really noticed him in the little town. The local men he'd seen either had hair shorn in military fashion or ponytails and beards, just like the fishermen Noah had worked with over the years. He fit right in. He wore scuffed boots, his jeans were almost white with wear, ripped here and there. His denim shirt was thin on the elbows and frayed around the collar and cuffs. His black hair was too long and curled over his collar. He planned to get it cut the second he was assigned a church of his own. But for now, he fit right in, looking like any other laborer after a hard day's work. He was fit and toned like the local Virgin River men. Years of working on a fishing boat and dockside, dragging nets, hauling in tons of fresh catch will do that. The church had been easy to locate, and he hadn't needed a key to get inside. It was boarded up and appeared to have been abandoned for years, but the side door wasn't locked. The place had been stripped bare and filled with years of trash. Probably litter from transients who'd taken shelter there at one time or another. Almost all the windows had been broken before being covered over with plywood. But when he got to the sanctuary, he discovered a stunning stained glass window, boarded from the outside to keep it safe. It had been left untouched. Afterward, he had driven the neighborhoods in town, which hadn't taken long, had a cup of coffee at the only eating establishment, snapped a few digital pictures, and left. When he got back to Seattle, he contacted the woman who was auctioning the church on eBay. Hope McCrae. "That church has been boarded up for years," she said in her gravelly voice. "This town has been without religion a long time." "You sure the town is in need of religion?" Noah asked her. "Not entirely sure," she answered. "But it could damn sure use some faith. That church needs to be opened up or razed to the ground. An empty church is bad mojo." Noah couldn't agree more. Despite being busy at the college where he taught, Noah couldn't get Virgin River or that church out of his mind. He took the idea of buying the church to the presbytery and found that they were already well aware of its existence. He showed them his digital pictures, and they agreed there was great potential. Placing a minister there appealed to them. The population was just the right size to build a congregation, and it was the only church in town. But the renovation, not to mention the accoutrements, would put the costs too high. There was no way they had the budget. They thanked Noah sincerely and promised him he would get his own church real soon. What the presbytery didn't know was that Noah had recently come into some money. To him, a small fortune. He was 35 and, since the age of 18, had been slaving and studying. While attending the university, he'd worked on boats, docks, and in fish markets out of the port of Seattle. A year ago, his mother had passed and, to his surprise, had left him a hefty portion of her inheritance. So he offered to lighten the presbytery's financial burden by taking on the renovation costs of the church as a donation, if they would see fit to assign him as the pastor. The proposal was an appealing one for the Presbyterian Church. Before closing the deal, Noah called his closest friend and the man responsible for talking him into the seminary in the first place. George Davenport thought he'd lost his mind. George was a retired Presbyterian minister who had been teaching for the last 15 years at Seattle Pacific University. "I can think of 1,000 ways for you to throw away that money," George had said. "Go to Las Vegas, put it all on red, or finance your own mission to Mexico. If those people needed a pastor, they'd go looking for one. Funny that church is still standing there. Useless. Like it's waiting for a rebirth. There must be a reason I happened to see it on eBay," Noah said. "I've never looked at eBay before in my life." After much debate, George conceded. "If it's structurally sound and the price is right, it might work out. You'd get a big tax write-off with the donated renovation cost, and a chance to serve a small, poor congregation in a hick mountain town that doesn't get cell phone reception. Sounds perfect for you." "There is no congregation, George," Noah reminded him. "Then you'll have to gather one, son. If anyone can do it, you can. You were born to do it. And before you get all insulted, I'm not talking about your DNA. I'm talking about pure talent. I've seen the way you sell fish. I always thought there was a message there. Go. It's what you want. Open your doors and your heart and give it all you've got. Besides, you're the only ordained minister I know who has 2 nickels to rub together." So Noah inked the deal with the presbytery and hoped his mother wasn't spinning in her grave. Truth be told, she'd always quietly supported him when, years back, he had been determined as hell to run away from the ministry. She had good reason. Noah's father was a powerful, semi-famous televangelist, and a cold, controlling man. Noah had run away while his mother could not. If someone had told Noah 17 years ago, when he fled his father's house at the age of 18, that he would one day be a preacher himself, he'd have laughed in their face. Yet here he was. And he wanted that church. That wreck of a church in that peaceful, uncomplicated mountain town. Several weeks later, Noah was in his 15-year-old RV, which would be his home for a good long time, towing his 20-year-old faded blue Ford truck. En route to Northern California, he called George's office, placing the call from his cell phone before the signal was lost in the mountains and tall trees. "I'm on my way into Virgin River, George." "Well, boy, how does it feel?" George asked with a deep chuckle in his voice. "Like you pulled off the sweetheart deal of the century? Or like you'll be dead broke and out in the street before you know what hit you?" Noah laughed. "Not sure. I'll be tapped out by the time the church is presentable. If I can't drum up a congregation, I could be back in Seattle throwing fish before you know it," he said, referring to an old job of his working the fish market on Seattle's downtown wharf. He'd literally thrown large fish across the market. It had been like theater, and it was where George had discovered him. "I'll get started on the improvements right away and trust the presbytery won't leave me out in the cold if no one shows up to services. I mean, if you can't trust the church." That comment was answered with George's hearty laughter. "They're the last ones I'd trust. Those Presbyterians think too much." "I know I wasn't keen on this idea at first, Noah, but I wish you well," George said. "I'm proud of you for taking a chance." "Thanks, George. I'll keep in touch." "Noah," George said soberly, "good luck, son. I hope you find what you're looking for." It was the 1st of July when Noah rattled into Virgin River and pulled right up to the church. Parked there was a big old Suburban with the wheels jacked up and covered with mud. Standing beside it was a tiny old woman with wiry white hair and big glasses, a cigarette hanging from her lips. She wore great big tennis shoes that didn't look as if they'd ever been white, and although it was summer, she had on a jacket with torn pockets. When he parked and got out of his RV, she tossed the cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. One of Virgin River's stunning beauties, he thought wryly. "Reverend Kincaid, I presume," she said. From the look on her face, Noah assumed she was expecting someone a bit more refined. Maybe someone who dressed in khakis and a crisp white button-down, shiny loafers, neatly trimmed hair, clean-shaven at least. His hair was shaggy, his whiskers itchy, and he had a healthy bit of motor oil on his jeans, a result of a stop 100 miles back when he'd had to work on the RV. "Mrs. McCrae," he answered, putting out his hand. She shook it briefly, then put the keys in his palm. "Welcome. Would you like a tour?" "Do I need keys?" he asked. "The building wasn't locked the last time I was here. I looked it over pretty thoroughly." "You've seen it?" she asked, clearly startled. "Sure did. I took a run down here before placing a bid on behalf of the Presbyterian Church. The door wasn't locked, so I helped myself. All the presbytery really needed from you was the engineer's report on the building's structural competence. I gave them lots of pictures." She pushed her oversized glasses up on her nose. "What are you? A minister or some kind of secret agent?" He grinned at her. "Did you think the presbytery bought it on faith?" "I guess I didn't see any other possibility. Well, if you're all set, let's go into Jack's. It's time for my drink. Doctor's orders. I'll front you one." "Did the doctor order the smokes, too?" he asked with a smile. "You're damn straight, sonny. Don't start on me." "I gotta meet this doctor," Noah muttered, following her. Hope stopped abruptly, looking at him over her shoulder as she adjusted her jacket and said, "He's dead." And with that, she turned and stomped into Jack's bar. Noah had only been in town a couple of days before the need for cleaning supplies sent him in the direction of Fortuna. The narrow, winding mountain roads led him toward the freeway, and he marveled that he had managed to get his RV to Virgin River at all, especially while towing his truck. He wasn't quite halfway to Fortuna before he had his first lesson in how dramatically different mountain life was from the life in the city, the campus, and the Seattle wharf. He spied a motionless animal by the side of the road, and by pure coincidence, there was a wide space on the shoulder just ahead. He pulled over and got out of his truck. When he was within a few feet, he realized it was a dog. Perhaps some family pet. He went closer. Flies were buzzing around the animal, and some of its fur looked shiny with blood. But Noah detected a slight movement. He crouched near the dog, whose eyes were open and tongue hanging out of its parted mouth. The animal was breathing, but clearly near death. The condition of the poor beast tore at his heart. Just then, an old truck pulled up and parked behind Noah's vehicle, and a man got out. Noah took him for a farmer or rancher. He wore jeans, boots, a cowboy hat, and walked with a hitch that suggested a sore back. "Got a problem there, bud?" the man asked. Noah looked at him over his shoulder. "Dog," he said. "Hit by a car, I guess. And a while ago. But it's alive." The rancher crouched and took a closer look. He grunted. He stood. "Okay, then. I'll take care of it." Noah waved away the flies and gave the dog's head and neck a stroke. "Easy now. Help's on the way." He was still stroking the dog's neck when the man's boots came into view beside him, as well as the business end of a rifle aimed at the dog's chest. "Might want to move back, son," the man said. "Hey," Noah shouted, pushing the rifle away. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to put that poor creature out of its misery," the man said in a tone that indicated he found the question ludicrous. "What else you gonna do?" "Take it to a vet," Noah said, standing. "Maybe it can be helped." "Buddy, look at that dog. It's emaciated, pretty much starved. That animal was half dead before Carr hit it. Wouldn't be right to leave it lying here dying." He aimed again. Again, Noah pushed the rifle away. "Where's the nearest vet?" he asked. "I'll take it. If the vet can't help it, he can euthanize the dog without blowing it apart." The rancher scratched his chin and shook his head. "Nathaniel Jensen is off 36, just this side of Fortuna. But he's a large animal vet. He's got dogs, though. If he can't help, he can give you the name of someone who can. Or put it down for you. But, buddy, that dog isn't going to make it to the vet." "How do I get there?" Noah asked. "Turn left off 36 on Waycliff Road. You'll see a sign for Jensen Stables and Vet Clinic and Dr. Jensen. It's only a few minutes down the hill." He shook his head again. "This could all be over in 30 seconds. Noah ignored him and went back to his truck, opening the passenger door. He returned to the animal and lifted it into his arms, which is when he discovered it was a female. The blood was dried and didn't soil him, but flies buzzed around the injury, and he was pretty sure he'd end up with maggots on his clothes. He was about halfway to his truck when the rancher said, "Good luck there, buddy." "Yeah," Noah grumbled. "Thanks." Dr. Nathaniel Jensen proved to be a friendly guy just a little younger than Noah, and he was far more helpful than the old rancher had been. He looked the dog over for about 60 seconds before he said, "This looks like it could be Lucy. Her owner was a local rancher, killed in an accident up north, near Redding, months ago now. He was hauling a gelding, killed him and the horse. They never found his dog, a border collie. She might have been thrown and injured, or maybe she got scared and bolted. Oh, man, if this is Lucy, I bet she was trying to find her way home. Does she have family who will take care of her? That's the thing. Old Silas was a widower. He had one daughter, and she married a serviceman, moved away more than 20 years ago. Silas's ranch and stable sold immediately. The remaining animals, horses and dogs, were sold or placed. I don't think the daughter was even back here for the sale. I could call around, see if anyone knows where she is. But that could take time old Lucy doesn't have. She didn't take on any of her father's other animals. And we don't even know if this is old Lucy?" Noah asked. "I didn't mean it like that. She's not that old. 3 or 4, maybe. Silas had a pack of ranch dogs, herders, but Lucy was a favorite and went everywhere with him. She's a mess. Can you do anything for her? Listen, I can start an IV, treat her for a possible head injury, find the source of bleeding, clean her up, sedate her if she needs it, run some antibiotics, transfuse her if necessary. But you're looking at a big expense that Silas's only daughter might not be willing to pick up. People around here, farmers and ranchers, most of them aren't real sentimental about their dogs. They wouldn't spend more than the animal's worth." "I'm beginning to understand that," Noah said, pulling out his wallet. He extracted a credit card and said, "I don't have a phone yet. I just got here and there's no reception for the cell. I'll call in or stop by. Just do what you can do." "Nothing wrong with just letting her go, Noah," he said gently. "As banged up as she is, That's what most people would do. Even if she pulls through, there's no guarantee she'll be much of a dog. He stroked the dog's head and thought, no guarantee any of us will be much of anything, but we still try. Be sure to give her something good for pain, all right? I don't want her to be in pain while you see what can be done. You sure about this? Nathaniel asked. Noah smiled at him. I'll give you a call tomorrow afternoon. And thanks. The next day, Noah learned that Lucy had a few cracked ribs, a couple of lacerations and scrapes, was malnourished and infested with ticks and maggots, and had a systemic infection. She might recover, Dr. Jensen said, but her condition was poor. If she did get stronger, Dr. Jensen insisted she should be spayed. So, on top of everything else, poor Lucy was going to have a hysterectomy. He gave Nathaniel Jensen the phone number for the bar next door to the church in case something came up. It turned out Doc Jensen knew the owner, Jack. Noah soon discovered that Virgin River's Communications Central was located right next door to the church, at Jack's bar. Jack was a very nice guy who seemed to know everyone and everything. He quizzed Noah briefly about his denomination, education, what plans he had for the church, and that was all it took for the entire town to be informed. Noah had expected some rude jokes and at the very least some good-natured ribbing about being the pastor who bought an old church on eBay, and he hadn't been disappointed. But it also seemed the people in town were relieved to learn he was an ordained minister, since he looked pretty much like an out-of-work lumberjack. All the thin white scars on his hands and forearms from work on the boats and docks undoubtedly set him up as a man who did hard physical labor. Noah explained that the building officially belonged to the church, but that it would be governed by a group of church elders once they were functional and had a congregation. Ownership would hopefully, in time, pass to the congregants as they amassed and grew and gathered the funds to support it. His plans? How about a low-key, friendly place for people to gather, support each other, worship together? Noah had answered. No revivals or animal sacrifices till we're all better acquainted. And then he had grinned. Not only did Jack give him good press, which Noah appreciated, but in short order, Jack began to feel like a friend. Noah checked in daily at Jack's, usually having at least a cup of coffee, and through Jack, he met many of the locals. And Jack's phone was the hotline to the veterinarian. Nate called in, Noah, Jack reported. That dog of yours is still hanging in there, doing better. She worth more than my truck yet? Noah asked. Jack laughed. I saw that old truck, Noah. I suspect she was worth more than that when you scraped her off the road. Funny, Noah said. That truck gets me where I'm going. Most of the time. Jack's partner and cook, known as Preacher, invited Noah to jump on their satellite wireless internet connection so Noah could use his laptop for emails and research on the net, but cautioned him against buying anything else Hope McCrae might be selling. When he wasn't cleaning out the church or getting himself settled in town, every other day Noah visited Lucy at Jensen's stables and vet clinic. Since the weather was warm, Nate was keeping her in an empty stall, and Noah would spend an hour or so just sitting on the ground beside her, talking to her, petting her. By the time she'd been there a week, it was apparent she was going to pull through. After 10 days, she was walking around, if slowly. Don't show me the bill, Noah said to Nate Jensen during one of his visits. I don't want to cry in front of you. There was no parsonage for Noah to call home, but he was comfortable in the RV and he had the truck for getting around the mountains. He did a little door knocking, letting the folks know he was new to town and planned to get that church going. He had hoped some volunteers would materialize to help with the cleanup, but he refrained from asking, and so far, no one had offered. People seemed extremely friendly, but Noah thought they might be holding off a little to see what kind of minister he stacked up to be. There was a good chance he wasn't what they were looking for at all, but only time would tell. He'd collected enough cakes and cookies for a bake sale. The women in town had been dropping by, bearing sweets and welcoming him to the neighborhood. Even though Noah had a scary, powerful sweet tooth, he was getting a little tired of feasting on desserts. He even gave a passing thought to holding a bake sale. Another thing Noah did was visit the nearest hospital, Valley Hospital. He called on the sick and bereaved. Preaching might be his job, but bringing comfort was his calling. Since there was no hospital chaplain, they relied on the local clergy to visit. So Noah just asked a hospital volunteer to point him toward anyone who might need a friendly visit. She looked him up and down doubtfully. He was dressed, as usual, in his jeans, boots, and flannel shirt. He wore the t-shirt without holes. If he hadn't had a Bible in his hand, he had the impression the volunteer would have seriously questioned him. Clearly, the pastor's hereabouts must spruce up a bit before visiting the patients. His first client was an elderly man, a real sourpuss, who eyed the Bible and said, "I ain't in the mood." Noah laughed. "Since I can't fit the Bible in my pocket, why don't you tell me what you'd like to do? Talk, tell jokes, watch some TV?" "Where are you from, boy?" the old man asked. "I'm from Ohio originally. Most recently from—" "No. I mean, what religion you from?" "Oh, Presbyterian." "I ain't been in a church in 50 years or more." "You don't say," Noah replied. "But when I was, it sure as hell wasn't Presbyterian." "I see. I was born Catholic." "No kidding," Noah said. "Well, let's see." He dug around in the pocket of his jeans. He pulled out a rosary. He dangled it. "You have any use for this?" "What the Sam Hill is a Presbyterian fella doing with one of those? You using those now?" "No. We're still sticking to the basics. But I'm a pretty all-purpose preacher. You want it?" "I won't use it," he said defiantly. "You can leave it, but I won't use it." "Sure," Noah said. "So, what's that you got on TV?" "Andy Griffith," he answered. "All right. I love that show. You ever see that one when Barney had the motorcycle with the sidecar?" Noah moved into the room and took the chair beside the old man's bed, draping the rosary across his arthritic hands. "I seen it. You see the one where he locks himself in the cell?" "Didn't he do that every few weeks?" Noah asked with a smirk. "How about when Aunt Bee accidentally got drunk? You see that one?" "Otis, the town drunk. Now there's a character," the old fella said. It took a while, but he learned this man was Salvatore Salatino, Sal for short. They went over their favorite episodes for a while, then Sal needed assistance to the bathroom. Then he wanted to talk about his old truck, which he missed like crazy since being put in a nursing home. Next, he spoke about his grown daughter who'd moved out of the mountains and rarely came back. Then he got on to how much he hated computers. Finally, he asked Noah if he'd be back this way anytime soon because he was returning to the nursing home in a couple of days. "I could stop by there if you'd like me to, Sal," Noah said. "Can if you want," the old fella said. "But don't get the idea you're going to turn me into some goddamn Presbyterian." Noah smiled and said, "Good grief, no. I just haven't had anyone to watch Andy with in a long time." There wasn't much to salvage in the old church. The pews had been removed, the appliances in the church kitchen ripped out, the pulpit, altar, and baptistry gone. Not an accessory in sight. All sold off when the church had closed its doors. There was, however, that incredible stained glass window at the front of the church. It was an amazing, valuable work of art. The first thing Noah had done when beginning the cleanup was borrow a ladder from Jack and tear the plywood off the outside of the church. The daylight revealed a far larger and more beautiful stained glass window than he imagined a poor church could afford, and he was surprised it hadn't been removed and sold or transported to another church. When he stared up at it, it gave him a feeling of purpose, of belonging. It was an image of Jesus, white-robed, arms spread, palms out and accessible. On his shoulder was a dove. At his feet, a lamb, a rabbit, a fawn. In the setting sun, the light caught the eyes of Christ and created a beam of light that shone down into the church. A path of light in which he could see the dust motes dancing. He had no prie-dieu kneeler, but he would stand in front of that beautiful creation, hands deep in his pockets, staring up at the image and repeat the most beautiful prayer he knew. The prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. By his third week in Virgin River, Lucy had been released into Noah's care. Dr. Nathaniel Jensen gave him Lucy's bill, and Noah folded it in half, stuffed it in the pocket of his Levi's, and refused to look at it until he had Lucy home. When he looked at the statement, he grabbed his heart. Really? I should be able to drive you, he said to the dog. Lucy licked his hand. Remind me to keep my eyes on the road when I'm driving through the mountains, he said. Lucy was still a long way from being a frisky pup. She was on a special recovery diet, along with vitamins and antibiotics. She was a black and white border collie, maybe a bit of something else in the mix, and she had the most beautiful large brown eyes that could look very pathetic and sad. Noah purchased a soft dog bed that he carried from the RV to the church office to accommodate her lingering aches and pains. Preacher agreed to fix a special chicken and rice meal for her twice a day, since Noah's cooking facilities were a bit restricted in the RV. Lucy could manage the 3 steps up to the bar porch where she took many of her meals, but she had a terrible struggle getting up the stairs to the church office. Noah usually ended up carrying her. What with the community outreach, caring for Lucy, and the slow progress on the church cleanup, Noah realized he was going to need some help. So, once the phone line was installed, he advertised for a pastor's assistant. He fielded many more calls than he expected, but once he'd answered a few questions about hours, pay, and benefits, most of the callers said they'd get back to him. The duties weren't typical. There would be cleaning and painting, as well as setting up an office, and he guessed the callers found the work too hard. He made appointments for 3 women who hadn't bothered to ask questions. With Lucy settled on her pallet beside the old desk that had been left behind, he prepared to interview the first round of candidates. The first was Selma Hatchett, a portly woman of 60 who walked with a 3-pronged cane. "You the pastor?" she asked. "Yes," he said, rising. "Pleasure to meet you, ma'am." "Please, have a seat," he said, indicating the chair that faced his desk. When they were both seated, they proceeded to visit a bit. The lady had raised a family and a couple of grandkids for her working daughter, done a great deal of volunteer work, and had been quite involved in the Grace Valley Presbyterian Church for the past 20 years. "Mrs. Hatchett, this position will evolve into secretarial work, but right now it's going to be a very physical job. I not only need help organizing an office and library, but scrubbing, painting, spackling, and probably a lot of heavy lifting. It might not be what you're looking for." She stiffened and lifted her chin. "I want to do the Lord's work," she said tightly. "I'll willingly carry any load the Lord entrusts me with." Noah briefly wondered if Mrs. Hatchett thought he had workman's comp for when she threw out her back or took a tumble off a ladder. "Well, that's admirable, but in this case, the Lord's work is going to be dirty, messy, and the only praying will probably be for Ben Gay." He saw her to the door with a promise to be in touch. The next applicant looked physically better suited to the hard work ahead, and she was more than willing to pitch in. no matter how difficult or dirty the work. Rachel Nagel was in her mid-40s, a rancher's wife who'd done her share of lifting and hauling. But she was a little scary. She had that pinched look of disapproval and began questioning him before he could get a word in edgewise. "You're not going to be one of those liberal preachers, are you?" Liberal was just about his middle name. Noah's father was all about fire and brimstone, hell and damnation, and was probably the main reason Noah was not. I've been considered liberal by some, conservative by others." "Tell me, Mrs. Nagel, do you by chance play the piano or organ?" "Never had time for anything frivolous with a ranch to run. But I raised 7 children with a firm hand. I can make sure the doctrine of the church is followed to the letter." "What a wonderful gift," he said. "I'll be in touch." "You oughtn't keep a dog like that in the church," she pointed out. "You're going to end up with problems." "And where do you suggest I keep her?" he asked. "Since you don't have land, you could get an outdoor kennel, or tie it to a tree." Noah knew right then Mrs. Nagel wouldn't work out. His third applicant was Ellie Baldwin. Noah was sitting behind his desk when she walked into his ramshackle office. He paused before managing to get to his feet to greet her. She looked young, early 20s at best, and tall, almost 6 feet, without her shoes and hair. Most of that 6 feet was legs, which were sticking a long way out of a short, flouncy skirt. Her feet slipped into high-heeled sandals. She had very big hair, a ton of coppery curls that were streaked with gold and that fell to her shoulders and down her back. Not only was her yellow sweater tight and revealing, but a little bit of her purple bra was showing at the low décolletage. On purpose. This was a look he'd been seeing for a while, this showing of the bra, a push-up bra no less. He couldn't deny it was a lovely sight, but he didn't usually see this immodest style in a church. She had a crinkled-up piece of newspaper in her hand. "I'm looking for Reverend Kincaid," she said. "I'm Noah Kincaid. How do you do?" "You're the pastor. And you must be Miss Baldwin." Her eyelashes were thick with black liner and mascara. Her cheeks rouged, her lips red and glossy, her nails long and painted blue with sparkles. And a glance down those long legs revealed the polish on her toes matched her fingertips. She smiled at him when she came into the room. Then she turned away abruptly to take the gum out of her mouth, though he couldn't tell where it went. But the image of her smile was immediately tattooed on his mind. It was beautiful, also hopeful. But what was she thinking, coming to a job interview in a small-town church dressed all honky-tonk? And he thought, "Ah, Jesus, why me?" He stuck out his hand, hoping a wad of gum wouldn't be left in it. "How are you?" "Fine, thanks," she said. "Have you filled the job yet?" "I have a couple of promising applicants. But let's talk about the job," he said. He had a twinge of guilt. No way could he, a single minister of 35, hire someone like this. People would never understand. Or worse, they'd assume they did understand. This interview was going to be a waste of time. "Aw, is that your dog?" she asked, smiling down at Lucy. "Meet Lucy," he said. At the sound of her name, she lifted her head. "Is she really old? She looks very tired." "She's recovering from a bad accident. I found her by the side of the road, and presto, I became her new owner," he said. "The job," he went on, "isn't limited to office work. As you can see, there's a lot of renovation and repair going on here. This church won't be ready for a congregation until some very heavy and very dirty work gets done. A couple of months' worth, at least." She nodded. Right, she said. Fine. His eyebrows lifted. If you don't mind me saying so, you look kind of fragile for that kind of work. She laughed and her whole face brightened. Is that so? Well, this fragile girl has cleaned up a lot of dumps and lifted more than her share of heavy stuff. Your Reverence. He cleared his throat. It's Noah. Please, I'm not the Pope. I know that, she scoffed. I was being funny. Ah, and so you were, he admitted. So not only do I need an office set up and some appointment, phone, and calendar management, but also help with moving furniture, painting, cleaning, etc. Got it, she said. He leaned forward. Miss Baldwin, why do you want this job? Isn't it a good job? She asked. There wasn't much to the ad, but it sounded like a decent job in a decent line of work. Sure, and you're drawn to this line of work because I need a change. Something a little more secure, less stressful. And your last or current job was dancer. The hours don't work for me. I have kids. They're with my ex right now, but I'd like a job I can do while they're in school, you know? But do you have secretarial experience? For when we're done plastering and painting and moving furniture? Sure, a lot. I have a list of previous jobs, she said, pulling a pretty tattered, folded piece of paper out of her purse. He glanced at it. He didn't see dancer on there, but without asking, he suspected he knew what kind of dancer. Just the way she was dressed, decidedly not churchy, suggested way too much. But she had also worked for a real estate broker, a property manager, and a lawyer? He asked, surprised. Uh-huh. Nice guy. I did a real good job for him. You can call him. He'll tell you. He said he'd write me a letter of recommendation any time I ask. And you left that job because... She looked away a bit uncomfortably. He liked my work, I promise. But his wife wasn't real crazy about me. But call him, she said, looking back at him. I did a good job there. The girl had worked everywhere. Everything from a loading dock to a convenience store. How could you do all this stuff? Noah asked, perplexed. 2 jobs, she shrugged. Office work during the day for the experience and benefits, then a second job, part-time, at night and on weekends. I worked at a convenience store at night till it got held up. Then I cleaned business offices with a cleaning crew. I have a lot of experience. Loading dock? He asked, glancing up from her resume. For a big retailer. It was kind of temporary, till I could get a job that didn't break all my nails. And she smiled at him. I don't think there's anything you could throw at me that I haven't done. Great, he said. Can I keep this? She looked a little panicked. Could you just copy down stuff? Names and numbers or whatever you want? I had to go to some trouble to make that up, and I only have 1 copy. Of course, Noah said. I should probably get copies, she said. I don't have a computer myself. A friend helped me do that up. No problem, he said. And he made a point of copying some things off the page, though he had no intention of following up. When he looked up at her again, it was difficult not to notice that chest. He couldn't escape the feeling those boobs were going to poke his eyes out. Tell me something. Any chance you play the piano or organ? Organ? No. But my grandma taught me the piano, and hymns were her favorite. I could manage, probably, if I had time for a little practice. It's been a while. Church hymns? She grinned. It's what I grew up on, believe it or not. Really? Noah said, intrigued. Then he found himself just staring at her for a long, mesmerizing moment. He started, collecting himself. "Where do you live, Miss Baldwin?" She leaned forward and her boobs nearly fell out of that tight sweater. He could feel his eyes bulge and his hands itch with temptation. "Ellie is fine," she said. "I mean, if I don't have to call you your reverence, you can call me Ellie. I have a place in Eureka right now, but I'd like to get my kids out of there. I'd like to move them someplace small and friendly where they can grow up safe, you know? Do you mind me asking, how old are your kids?" "Danielle is 8 and Trevor is 4. She smiled proudly. "They're amazing. Beautiful and smart and..." "Well," she said, straightening. "Of course I'd think that. They're also very healthy. I shouldn't be missing work because they're sick or anything." He was speechless. "You don't look old enough to..." He stopped himself. It was none of his business. "I started the family too young, I know that, but I'm sure glad I have them." After a moment of silence, he said, "Yes, absolutely. Well, listen, you have some very good qualifications here. Can I get back to you?" Her face fell. "Yeah," she said. "Sure." And then she stood. "I wish you'd take it kind of serious. I need the job. I've looked everywhere for a job I can do while my kids are in school, and it's hell, you know? Sorry, you probably don't say hell." He felt a smile tug at his lips. He almost said, "Hell if I don't." "Really, I could do just about anything," she said. "I'm a very hard worker." "You're very qualified," he said with a nod. "I'll be in touch." He stuck out his hand. Eyes downcast, Ellie took it limply. "Thanks," she said, looking totally disheartened. Chapter 2. While Ellie made her own way out of his office and the church, Noah stayed behind his desk. He hadn't really expected to immediately find someone he could hire, anyway. In fact, he thought the search would probably be long and difficult. But the last thing he'd expected was to interview someone who could do the job and do it in a push-up bra and short skirt. Whoa, he thought. He was actually having a reaction. He shifted in his chair to get comfortable, trying to ignore his body's response. Nature was a practical joker. Reflecting on the past several weeks and remembering Ellie's dejected posture as she left the interview got Noah thinking. When his wife, Mary, died a few years ago, the grief bit hard, and the adjustment was terrible. Marriage really worked for him, and the loss was devastating. Mary's death left him a 30-year-old widower, just about the last thing he ever envisioned for himself. For a year, he felt like a pebble banging around inside an empty tin can, and then, with George's encouragement, he headed for the seminary. Noah had nurtured a lifelong aversion to the ministry because of his father, whom he considered a mean-spirited hypocrite. Jasper Kincaid was a semi-famous preacher who had his own cable television mission in Columbus, Ohio. Big-time church, big-time money, big-time fame and power. But Jasper had treated his wife and son with indifference, and that was on a good day. They were too often the objects of his anger and recriminations. No way was Noah ever going to follow in those footsteps. "Stop judging how everyone else treats their faith and study your own," George had counseled. "It took a bloody ton of it to get where you are today." Indeed. While still a teenager, Noah had fled his Ohio roots and headed for the Pacific Northwest. He worked as a laborer anywhere he could get work, but fell in love with the fishing industry, with the ocean and the livelihood it offered. While he worked, he also studied. Sometimes as a part-time student, sometimes full-time. His mother, too loyal and kind-hearted to ever defy his father, stayed in touch and even visited. She wanted to give him money to assist with his education, but Noah refused. His mom met Mary only once, and for the first time in his life, Noah saw his mother weep with happiness that Noah should find a young woman so full of love and joy. Only 2 years later, his mother came, alone, to Mary's funeral. Noah and his father had spoken only once in the past 17 years, and that was at his mother's funeral a year ago. He had no desire to reconcile with Jasper. He considered it a matter of survival. Noah had been at his desk about an hour, trying to write up a schedule for himself, but doing nothing but thinking and remembering, when he looked at his watch. 3 o'clock. There wouldn't be a crowd at Jack's at this time of day, and he thought maybe a cup of coffee was in order. He gave Lucy a pat on the head and promised to be back soon. When he walked into the bar, he was surprised to see Ellie Baldwin seated at a table not far from the empty hearth. A cup of coffee sat in front of her. Her hands were folded in her lap, and she gazed out the window. Instead of looking brassy and sexy, she looked a little lost. Noah lifted a hand in her direction, but she was deep in thought and didn't even notice him. So he went up to the bar. "Hey, Noah," Jack said. "What's she doing here?" Noah asked. Jack shrugged. "Disappointed, I think. But what are you going to do?" Jack put a mug in front of Noah and poured coffee without being asked. "Disappointed?" Noah asked. "She said she didn't get the job." "I said I'd get back to her about that," Noah said. "Maybe that's not what she heard, Noah." He took a sip of coffee. "How about 2 slices of pie, right over there?" "Sure thing," Jack said. Noah migrated to Ellie's table. He stood there until she looked up at him. Oh, man. He was in trouble. Her eyes were red-rimmed and wet, her mascara a little smeared. "Grant that I may not so much seek to be understood as to understand." "You mind if I join you?" he asked. She straightened, and her eyes immediately cleared and narrowed. She was one tough customer. "Knock yourself out," she said coolly. He pulled out a chair and set his coffee cup in front of him. "You seem upset, Ellie. Was it something I said?" "It was something you didn't say," she replied. "Oh? What was that?" "You're hired," she said. "I thought I should give all the applicants a fair shot." "Are you kidding me? I sat in my car outside waiting for my turn. I saw the other applicants. All 2 of them. One could barely get up the stairs, not a good bet for moving furniture. The other one had such a mean schnabel she could break glass with her face." "Schnabel?" he asked. "What my grandma used to call a sourpuss. Now that's a church lady, all right, if you're looking for one as mean as a junkyard dog." He laughed before he could reel it in. "Who knew you were checking out the competition?" Jack brought the pie, put it in front of them, and got the heck out of there. Noah lifted a fork. "Pretty accurate, too. But I told you I'd get in touch." "If you do, it'll be to say I didn't get the job." He was quiet a moment, then he said, "Have some pie. Nobody makes pie like Preacher." "Preacher? You made the pie?" "No, the cook. He goes by the nickname Preacher. That could lead to problems." He nodded toward the plate. "Try it." "Thanks," she said. "I'm not hungry." "Give it a chance. You'll be amazed. And between bites, tell me why I don't get the benefit of the doubt." Slowly, reluctantly, she took a bite of blackberry pie. She chewed and swallowed, but clearly the ambrosia of preacher's pie was lost on her. After one bite, she put down the fork and her hands went back into her lap. Noah had to concentrate to focus on her eyes. That cleavage was killing him. "No hard feelings," she said quietly. "I haven't had much luck in the job market lately. I think it's made me a little cranky." "Well, what are you looking for?" he asked, digging into his pie. "Anything proper," she said. "It's like I said, it's for my kids." "And they'll benefit from their mom having a proper job?" She chewed on her bottom lip for a moment. "Look, it's kind of personal. My kids are going through a hard time. I don't think I should talk about it. No way I want people to know all that stuff." Noah considered this for a second, and against his better judgment, he said, "If you feel like talking about it, Ellie, you can trust me with a confidence." "How can I be sure of that?" she asked with a lift of one eyebrow. He sat back and smirked. "I'm a minister. I took Secret Keeping 101. "But you're not my minister," she reminded him. "It's all pretty messy. And, of course, I never hear anything messy in this job," he said sarcastically. "I don't mean to pry. I was just offering you a chance to—" "I lost my kids," she blurted. "My ex-husband filed for custody and got it. It shouldn't have happened, but it did. I was dancing in a club where some of the girls take off their clothes sometimes," she shrugged. "Not sometimes, all the time. They think the more they're willing to take off, the better the tips, and that was usually true." She swallowed and looked away, her eyes threatening to fill again. "My tips were about average." "You were an exotic dancer?" he asked. She looked back at him. There was nothing exotic about it. Truthfully, she looked like someone who'd be more than comfortable taking it off. Noah was hardly shocked. While he was working his way through seminary, he had a casual little ministry down on the docks. His best customers were bums, strippers, homeless people, addicts, and others. "Are they okay with their dad?" Noah asked with as much sensitivity as possible. The question got an instant reaction out of her. Her face became angry and hard, erasing some of the youthful beauty buried under too much makeup. "He's not their dad. He was their stepdad for less than 3 months, and this isn't about giving them a good life. It's about holding them hostage. He wants me. That's what he wants. I dated him for quite a while, and I thought he was a nice, normal guy, but he's not. He's weird, abusive, mean, and controlling. So we cut out. After we left him, I found myself a real nice setup. I rented half a duplex next to a great lady who could keep the kids at night while I worked. I needed the sitter, she needed the extra money, and we had a good arrangement. She was super to the kids. They hardly knew I was gone. I fixed dinner and left at 6. She got their baths, read with them, and put them to bed. Then she'd nod off on the couch till I got home. It was one of the first times I could afford both the rent and the babysitting on just one job. But Arnie wanted us back. He doesn't like it when things don't go his way. Taking my kids away from me was the only thing he could think of. He's one of those people who has to be in charge all the time, in control. Noah's fork was frozen in midair. After all that, all he could say was, "Abusive?" "Mean," she said. "He doesn't hit, but he's real rigid, demanding as hell, and says hurtful things. You don't like what's on your plate? You go to bed hungry after you're called a whole bunch of names. You don't snap to attention, and you're called stupid and idiot. Don't rinse the dishes and wipe the table just perfect. You go to bed without stories or playtime. There's no TV in the house, no talking at the table, no playing outside unless an adult is standing over you. No sleeping together. That's dirty." Her eyes watered. Trevor is only 4. And even when I did manage to get a place where they had their own room, they were always crawling in with me. It's what kids do. Noah couldn't move. She was pushing some buttons he didn't feel like having pushed. He started hearing his father's voice. "What do I ask of you besides respect and decency? You have to learn discipline and restraint for your own good before you're completely lost. No dessert, football, summer camp, TV, friends, etc., etc., etc." Her voice lowered and calmed. Danielle is only 8, and she's expected to make sure everything is perfectly tidy and clean. And if it isn't exactly how he wants it, which she's just too young to do, he calls her names and takes away privileges. Her laugh had a hollowing. They're not things I call privileges. Like dinner? Like reading before bed? A privilege? I call it a necessity. How's Danielle going to grow up smarter than me if she doesn't get to read? Noah cleared his throat. And this is better for them than a mother who dances for a living? She shrugged and looked down for a second. It was the kind of dancing I did, I guess. But she met his eyes when she said, "I don't see the problem. It's not like I took the kids to the club. It's not an illegal place." And the judge awarded custody to their stepfather? Her lips curved in a cynical smile. "The judge isn't such a good tipper either," she said. Noah felt sick. He put down his fork. "How did the judge figure in this, Ellie? Did you know him before?" "He came into the club sometimes. He asked to buy me dinner a few times, and I said no. He's an old man. And besides, we don't date customers. I explained that, but he wasn't happy with the answer. But he fixed me, didn't he?" "Did the judge tell you that if you found a proper job, you could have custody again?" "No," she said, shaking her head. "He said he couldn't, in good conscience, leave the children in the hands of a stripper when there was a better alternative. All he knows about Arnie is that he's a principal for a private school. He doesn't know the real Arnie. The real Arnie can have a mean mouth on him. The judge said this was just temporary. He'd look at the custody again in 90 days. She glanced away. 82 and counting. "Are you seeing your kids?" She nodded, and that's when things fell apart for her. She couldn't keep the tears back. One big one rolled down each cheek. "Every Saturday, just during the day. They can't even spend the night with me. They've never been away from me before. I've never spent a single night away from them since they were born, except to work. Do you know the only reason why I haven't done something like snatch them and run? Because Arnie is obsessed with winning, with having his way. I believe he'd hunt me down and have me locked up. And that would be even worse for the kids than this." Noah's pie sat untouched as well. He didn't feel so hot. "Have you tried to get help, Ellie? Like legal aid?" "Sure," she said. "They were very nice to me. But there's not a lot they can do with the decision at this point. Their advice was to try to find an acceptable job. They said they'd go back to court with me, maybe even sooner than 90 days, and they'd make sure I got my kids back. And make sure Arnie didn't get any visitation. We were only married 3 months, and they're not his kids. Once I have my kids back legally, I'm running for my life. I'll go as far as I have to go. I'll change our names. I'm never letting something like this happen to them again. I made a lot of mistakes. I know I'm not the best mother. The best mother wouldn't dance for strange men. But I love my kids. I take as good care of them as I can, and I love them. And they are, for God's sake, going to be able to read before bed." He smiled at her. I think that's something a good mother would insist on. I try. I do everything I can. What else you gonna do? It's really hard when you have to work 2 jobs. At least at the club, I didn't have to have a second job to make ends meet. And it was a job I could do while they were asleep. Ellie, do you mind if I ask, how old are you? 25. Well, she said she had them too young, he thought. Where's their biological dad? She shook her head and heaved a defeated sigh. Oh, what the hell? You're not giving me that church job anyway. A church job would really kick ass, but... She took a breath. This is all part of that secret-keeping 101, right? You bet. I got pregnant in high school, and then my boyfriend got killed in a motorcycle accident before we could even get married. It took me a long time to pick up the pieces, and then I made my second big mistake. Trevor's daddy went to prison when I was just barely pregnant. Robbery. He had a cigar lighter that looked exactly like a gun. How about that? He decided to play a joke on a store owner and ask for the bank deposit. We don't have any contact at all and never will. And then, as if I couldn't be smart even once in my life, I married Arnie Gunterson. Wow, Noah said. Why'd you marry him? Come on. He didn't act crazy when I was getting to know him. He was real nice. And he offered me something I've never had before. A chance to live in a real house and stay home to take care of my kids. He treated me careful, with respect. He never even tried anything. He was saving himself for marriage. Remind me never to fall for that one again. I didn't know there was anything wrong with him. I mean, I knew he wasn't fun. But the last fun one, Chip, was a laugh a minute all the way to jail. She took a breath. Honest to God, I don't even know why Arnie wants me. I wasn't married to him for 3 days before he started acting all jealous, asking every day if I talked to any men, acting as if he didn't even really like me. But he wanted me there in his house taking orders. And I don't take orders very well. I must have been like a bad dream to him, and he still wouldn't let me go. But you know what? I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to get on my feet, get my kids back, and we're going to be fine. There have been 3 men in my life. 1 of them dead, and 2 of them too lousy to talk about. And that's the total number of men there will ever be until I drop dead. How's that? I don't care what it takes. I'm getting ahead of this. My grandma always used to say the stuff that doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Pastor Kincaid, meet Hercules Baldwin. Right away, Noah's thought was, you might have sworn off men, but I bet they haven't sworn off you. Not with that face and body. Shoo. He was starting to feel a little warm. Let me seek to understand rather than to be understood. Where there is despair, let me offer hope. And dear God, could you please get her to cover up that cleavage for a while? Look, Your Reverence, I just need a job like this for 90 days. That's all. Maybe even less. I just have to convince the judge I'm a good mother, that I have a proper job, and then I'll be out of your hair. You know the judge shouldn't have been able to take them from you without a pretty exhaustive investigation, right? You know he overstepped his authority, right? Did the legal aid people explain all that? Noah asked her. That the judge went his own way on this because he could? She asked. Oh, yeah. I know he was just screwing with me. And it was also explained that challenging him right now could drag things out even longer. It would make his decision more of an issue than the custody. And believe me, I don't cut him any slack here, but he doesn't realize what he's doing to the kids by giving Arnie control any more than I did when I married Arnie. I'm sure he didn't think it would be horrible for them. That's no excuse for ignoring some real important rules, like giving the kids a lawyer of their own. That isn't going to happen twice, I promise. He thought for a second, studying his pie. He looked up. Ellie, I'd like to ask you a question, and I don't think there's a way to do it that won't be offensive. I apologize for that. Could there be any other possible reason the judge chose your ex-husband as the guardian? Like? She asked, as if confused. He shrugged. Problems with the law? Parenting problems? You know. Her eyes narrowed. I don't drink or smoke. I don't do drugs. The only law I ever broke was not getting my license tags renewed on time because I didn't have the money. I have a potty mouth, but not in front of the kids. I hardly ever slip. I don't leave my children alone, and I've lost jobs when the sitters stood me up. I can't give my kids everything I want to, but I take care of them the best I can. You understand, I can't even consider you for the job unless I ask. I can do your stupid job, she said defiantly. And you can bet I'll do a damn good job. No one has ever complained about my work. I work hard. I always do 2 days' work in one, just in case one of the kids gets a fever or something and I have to call in sick to stay with them. I swear to God, if there's one thing I'm not, it's lazy. You know, Ellie, the pay I'm able to afford is low. Very modest, he said. There are some benefits, but they're not the greatest. I figured, she said with a shrug. I don't care about that. How would you make that work? You obviously need money. I'll make changes, she said. Give up the duplex. Find one room somewhere. I don't need a house when I can't have my kids overnight. We've lived in one room before, and we could do it again, she shrugged. Cozy. We just curl up and tickle and laugh and play and... Again, her eyes misted over. I'll manage whatever life throws at me. That's what I'm used to doing. The church job, it's not a piece of cake, he said. I need help with heavy jobs. You saw the place. I have to fix it up before I even get to the preaching part. She flashed him a smile. Sounds like fun. More fun than listening to a lot of Bible beating. At least I'm not going to have to work at getting you to come out of your shy little shell, Noah said, and she laughed. You're in a tight spot. You need just under 3 months to get back to the judge and for me to find someone permanent. We could try it, but it's not going to be easy. On either one of us, he thought. Do I seem like someone who knows what to do with easy? He smiled and shook his head. He knew better. This was a bad idea. But the kid deserved a break, didn't she? He dared a glance down from her eyes. A tremor ran through him. She sure didn't look like a church secretary. But then, he didn't look like a preacher. You're out of work right now? He asked. I quit the day the judge gave Arnie the kids. I have to find something right away. Tomorrow's Thursday. If you want to start then, you can. But like I said, it's dirty work. Do you have, jeans, sweatshirts, some shoes that aren't high heels? Sure, she said, beaming. Cool. I haven't been in a church in years. No kidding. I'd never have guessed. Well, people will have certain expectations. Okay, no swearing. I'll be totally polite. And I'll leave my pasties and G-string at home. Noah went completely red, and she burst out laughing. I don't have pasties and G-strings. That club? It wasn't that bad. Just out of curiosity, what was your part? He asked. Well, she said, rolling her eyes upward, that's the interesting thing. Sometimes a certain costume or look does more for the guys than being totally naked. The two most popular outfits were the cheerleading costume and the candy striper's costume. The men, they really go for pom-poms. Ellie looked at Noah. "Hey, are you all right?"
"Fine, I'm fine,"
Noah said weakly. He'd been in his share of strip clubs, but not for a while. And he hadn't had much female companionship lately either. Until today, he hadn't realized how much he missed that. "Now, try that pie." "Thanks," she said. "Are you just doing this to be nice?"
"Pretty much. Are you conning me?"
"Out of a job that's really hard and pays practically nothing?" she asked. "Why? So I can steal and hawk a crucifix? Please. If I could figure out how to con someone, I'd go after that judge. What a jackass he turned out to be. Oops. Sorry. I'm gonna have to work on my language, huh?"
"Probably," Noah grumbled.
After finishing their pie, Noah and Ellie stood, shook hands, and she left. Noah took the empty plates and cups over to Jack at the bar.
"She seemed a lot happier when she left than when she came in, if you know what I mean,"
Jack said.
"She assumed she wouldn't get the job at the church,"
Noah said.
"Not exactly church secretary material, I guess." "I guess," Jack said. "Nice enough girl, though." "She needs a job," Noah said. "That a fact?" "What she needs is a break. And it turns out she has all the qualifications."
Jack grinned.
"I couldn't help but notice."
Noah sat on a stool.
"Better give me a beer." "You bet. What's your pleasure?" "I'm flexible."
Jack drew him a cold draft.
"You gave her the job, didn't you?"
"I did," Noah admitted.
"Whoa, this is going to be fun."
"For who, exactly?" Noah asked. Jack laughed at him.
"I only talked to her a minute, but she seems okay, don't you think?" "She could be a little rough around the edges for a church job." "You think?" Jack asked with a laugh. "So could you, Noah, but you're an old softy. You sure she's not just using you? At $8 an hour? Come on. I'm gonna have to pray for forgiveness all night for taking advantage of her." "Well, there's a point. But we're gonna have to do something about those, maybe a shawl? A nice, big, concealing shawl? I don't know, Noah. How about a tarp? God help me."
Noah took a drink of the beer.
"Jack, it's been a real trip, getting to know you in the town. But when the locals get a load of the pastor's assistant, I'm gonna be run out on a rail. Easy, Noah. This is Virgin River. We like things a little on the interesting side. You'll manage."
Noah took another drink of his beer.
"Let's hope so,"
he muttered. For her first day of work at the church, Ellie chose to wear something conservative. She dressed in overalls with a white sleeveless tank top underneath that laced up the front. She slipped into sneakers, pulled her plentiful curly copper-colored hair up in a clip, lined her lips and eyes, and off she went to Virgin River. "I'm here," she yelled as she walked into the church.
"I'm in the basement,"
Noah yelled back. She clomped down the steps, jumping off the bottom step. Noah was patching cracks in the unfinished cinder block wall, a plasterer's hawk with a mound of wet cement in one hand, a putty knife in the other. Lucy lay not far away on her bed, lifting her head and wagging her tail as Ellie came down the stairs. Noah smiled at her. Then his smile froze. He looked her slowly up and down. And again. "What?" she demanded hotly, hands on her hips.
"Nothing,"
he said, turning away. "No, what? What's the matter?" He turned back slowly, put his tools down on top of the ladder, and approached her.
"I don't know how to say this. I think it would be in the best interests of both of us if you dress a little more conservatively. She looked down at herself. More conservatively than overalls? She asked. He felt a laugh escape in spite of himself. He shook his head. Ellie, I've never seen anybody look that good in overalls before. And this is a bad thing? She asked, crossing her arms over her chest. It's provocative, he tried to explain. Sexy. People who work around churches usually dress a little more... What's the best way to put this? Frumpy, dumpy, ugly? Without some of their bra showing, for one thing. Well, now, Reverend, just where have you been? Because this happens to be in style. And I'll do any work you give me, but you really shouldn't be telling me what to wear. The last guy I was with tried to do me over. He liked me well enough when he was trying to get my attention, but the second I married him, he wanted to cover me up so no one would notice I had a body. The husband? The very same. It didn't work for him, and it's not going to work for you. You didn't say anything about a dress code. Maybe I'll turn you into the Better Business Bureau or something. I think you mean the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Or maybe you should go straight to the American Civil Liberties Union. He stepped toward her. Ellie, he said, using his tender but firm minister voice. I'm a single man. You're a very beautiful young woman. I would like it if the good people of Virgin River assumed you were given this job solely because of your qualifications, and not because you're eye candy. Tomorrow, could you please wear something less distracting? I'll do my best, she said in a huff. But this is what I have, and there's not much I can do about that, especially on what you're paying me. Just think baggy, he advised. We're going to have a problem there, she said. I don't buy my clothes baggy, or ugly, or dumpy. And you can bet your sweet But I left behind the clothes Arnie thought I should wear. She just shook her head in disgust. I don't know what you're complaining about. You know how many guys would rather have something nice to look at than a girl in a flour sack? Guess you didn't get to Count Your Blessings 101. She cocked her head and lifted her eyebrows. I'm counting, he said. But his eyes bore down on hers seriously. He was not giving an inch. Just an ounce of discretion. Do what you can. She took a deep breath. Let's just get to work. Tomorrow I'll look as awful as possible. How's that? Perfect. Why don't you get started by sweeping up in the kitchen? It's large enough for 12 people to work in there together. It's a big room. The appliances are all gone, but it's going to have to be cleaned up before I can put down new flooring and paint. It's accumulated a good 10 years of dirt. Some of my household things are being delivered in a few weeks. After I get the walls patched, textured, and painted, and put down flooring over the concrete, I can store my shipment and other things down here while we work on the upstairs. Sure, fine. Are there supplies somewhere? Already in the kitchen. I'm on it, Rev, she said with a salute, turning on her heel to march off toward the kitchen, treating him to a little skip and fanny wiggle on her way. Noah grimaced. He looked down at Lucy, who lifted her head and wagged her tail. Maybe in sympathy, so he gave her a pat on the head. That went well, he thought. He'd offended Ellie and judged her all at the same time. He already knew she was forced to pinch pennies and couldn't buy new clothes for a job of cleaning and painting. Besides, the absolute truth was she was a pleasure to look at. And frankly, you could see more skin and curves on primetime TV. So what was he afraid of? That stodgy church ladies were going to get uptight, seeing her around town, knowing she was helping him work on the church? The girl's having a hard enough time going up against a judge who is, himself, a patron at the very strip joint he condemns her for working in. She was taking a low-paying church job just to gain enough credibility to get her kids back. Credibility she shouldn't need. Any woman her age willing to work more than one job to afford the most rudimentary stuff of life, having never been separated from her children before except to work, should be plenty convincing. For a second, he wondered if he'd been sucked in by her lost soul. Pah! He scoffed aloud. Ellie didn't seem at all lost. She was a fighter, and that impressed him. He barely knew her, and he already admired her. Plus, it was good that she was sassy. She shouldn't let anyone tell her what to wear. He was right about one thing, however. She was distracting, even when she wasn't in the same room. It wasn't just the visible edges of her bra. Her thick, curly hair, pulled up and cascading down, her creamy skin, sultry, deep brown eyes, full lips, teasing smile, long legs, narrow waist, perfect hips, and nice round booty. All that added up to an appearance that couldn't help but bring sex to mind. And it reminded Noah that he'd been on a serious sex diet for the past few years. Not exactly a starvation diet, but still. He climbed back up on his ladder and continued to patch the walls while Ellie worked in the kitchen. And while he worked, he thought a lot about what had brought him here to this run-down church in Virgin River. He thought back to something his mom used to ask him from time to time. "What are your goals, Noah?" she had asked. "I will never be a minister, Mom. Never." After a long period of silence, she said, "I'm relieved. I think your father and I have thoroughly ruined you for that." As he continued to repair and patch the walls, Noah smiled at the irony. He was embarking on a career he never thought he would have. It was a shame that his mom and Mary weren't here to see this. They had always supported him, and he knew the irony of his current situation wouldn't have been lost on them either. Even though it had been a few years since her death, Noah still missed Mary sometimes. Their couple of years together had been magic. She had been such a free spirit. She made him laugh, brought him wisdom and optimism. She was edgy and fun. She took chances and encouraged him to do the same. Mary was a committed soul who cared deeply and loyally about her causes, as he called them, and all the people in her life. After she was gone, he made a point of remaining in touch with her family. Her parents and siblings were a great support to him, even as they contended with their own grief. The whole idea of considering going back to the seminary came from George, who described it as a combination of dredging the soul for the innermost spirituality, personal faith, teaching, counseling, community, and theater. Only George could come up with a combination like that. "You've had those leanings anyway," George had said. "Just check it out." "But I will never preach," Noah said. "Not that many ordained ministers do," George said with a shrug. "They're therapists, minister to sick and needy folk, teach. There are more options than I can list. But along the way, you might find out a thing or two about yourself. No harm there." In short, Noah was convinced. During his studies, he found out he was meant to try to hold a group of believers together in faith, to lend a hand, to communicate, to educate, to bring hope, to be a friend. There was only one thing that was required of him that he could not do, and that was to forgive his father. Just last year, his mother passed. She had slipped away in the night, having had a stroke at the age of 70. Noah attended the funeral, even though he hated the idea of seeing his father. But it was the only time in Noah's life he could remember having the last word with his dad. Jasper said to him, within the hearing of many others, "Do you see what leaving the family and the faith did? It killed your mother. Without missing a beat, Noah replied, "You should be aware that Mother and I have been in touch ever since I left home. She visited twice, even though I wouldn't come back. She was always there for me, and we loved one another profoundly. The truth is, I think staying with you was what killed her." The shock on his father's face was priceless, and the insult bit Jasper deep. It had obviously never occurred to Jasper that his wife would keep secrets from him. Maybe it was just that he paid so little attention to her. He was unaware that she kept a close relationship with her son. The reading of the will hammered Jasper with a few more home truths. Inez Kincaid had brought a trust fund to her marriage to a poor preacher who was 10 years her junior. Her personal wealth had helped Jasper build a big following, televise his services, evangelize, and collect members. She willed half of the fund to Noah. Jasper had expected to receive all of it. And now, Noah was going to run through a great deal of his inheritance fixing up this old church. He looked in the direction of the kitchen. Another free spirit, he admitted to himself, in a completely different form. There was a crash, a splash, and Ellie said, "Fuck!" Lucy came to her feet, and Noah looked up. "Very funny," he said to God. "That kind of thing isn't going to go over well." Then he walked to the kitchen, Lucy beside him. He stood in the doorway and watched as Ellie used the rag mop to try to capture the flood that resulted from a tipped bucket. But that wasn't where his focus was. He frowned and looked at his watch. The morning had passed without him even realizing it. He'd been completely lost in thought. And while he'd been thinking of his past and patching wall cracks, Ellie had been working like a demon. The huge restaurant-sized kitchen almost glowed. The floor had been swept, mopped, and was being mopped again. She'd done some things that had made an enormous difference. The high windows were cleaned and spotless. The frames scrubbed of dust, spiderwebs, and dirt. The countertops were scoured and disinfected. The cupboards were washed out with their doors standing open. The few remaining kitchenware items that had been abandoned were washed and drying in a dish drain she'd found. All 4 deep sinks were scrubbed clean, the faucets shining. The room didn't look like new, but it was clean and fresh and ready for painting and flooring. She squeezed her mop, straightened, and wiped a hand across her forehead, pushing up a curl that just bounced back to hang over one eye. She blew out of her lower lip to cool her face, making that curl flutter in her breath. "Let me guess," she said. "You heard me say fuck. Sorry, I'll try not to say it, but I bet if you'd dumped a big pail of nasty mop water on your clean floor, you would have said fuck too." He laughed and just shook his head. "Maybe. It looks good in here, Ellie. Who knew you could do something like this with long, blue, sparkly fingernails?" "I figured you meant for me to clean it, so I cleaned it. It's fantastic. I bet you're hungry. It's after 1. She got a very strange look on her face, as though a thought just came to mind, or she'd forgotten something. Then she just continued mopping. "Nah, I don't think I could eat. I really pigged out on pizza last night, and I'm still stuffed." "I'm going next door for a sandwich. Come with me." "Nah, go on. I'll just finish up here. If I do a good job, maybe you'll let me out of here early or something. I have to get looking for a new place to live." "You can leave whenever you've had enough. You've done an incredible job. I've been chipping away at the dirt in this place for weeks, and it looks like you conquered it in no time at all." She straightened again. She pushed that curl back. Her neck and chest were damp with perspiration, which made her look even sexier. She smiled almost shyly. "I cleaned office buildings and sometimes houses for cash, under the table. One of my many second jobs. I don't think it was listed on that sheet of jobs." "Resume," he corrected, then damned himself for being so uppity. Why couldn't he just accept her the way she was? Resume, she agreed. I got some great tips from the girls who had more experience than me. Clean is good. Fast and clean makes more money. He laughed with genuine pleasure. You've been in the trenches, he said with appreciation. Admiration. Come on, let me buy you a sandwich. If you're not real hungry, Preacher will make you have. But it's your first day working for me. My treat. Come on. Chapter 3. For someone who had stuffed herself on pizza the night before, Ellie seemed to have no trouble packing away a very large chicken salad sandwich and some of Preacher's potato salad. Noah doubted the pizza story. He picked up their plates and carried them to the bar, and when he returned, he said, "Jack's bringing chocolate cake." Her hands were on her flat belly. "Oh, man, I couldn't." "Just a bite or two," he said. "So, you said you were raised on hymns. Tell me about that. I mean, if you want to." "Sure, I'll tell you. I grew up with my grandma." "What a peach. You'd have liked her." "My mother isn't very stable. When I was born, she was clueless. So my grandma took over and my mother left and I stayed. When I was 7, Gram started teaching me to play the piano. It was a real old piano and about the only thing worth a dime in the house, but we had a neighbor guy who kept it tuned. Grandma hummed gospel tunes all day long, and she loved it if I could figure out one of those old-time hymns. The Old Rugged Cross, Amazing Grace, Great is Thy Faithfulness. Of course, I would have rather played Elton John, John Lennon, or Billy Joel, but for her, I tried. "Where was your mother?" he asked just as the cake arrived. "Jumping from man to man," she said, lifting her fork. "Were there more children?" "No," she laughed. She figured out that much. When I got pregnant in high school, my grandma must have been scared to death that I was just following in her footsteps. I wasn't, really, but it must have looked like I was. "Well," he said patiently, "what were you doing?" She sighed. She shook her head. "Trying," she finally said. "Trying my hardest. I got pregnant at 16. I was 3 months pregnant with Danielle and trying to throw together a fast, cheap wedding to my 19-year-old boyfriend when he was killed. It wasn't his fault either. His family sued the driver of the car that killed him, and they won. They were supposed to set something aside for Danielle, but I guess it slipped their minds." That last was delivered with a dubious look on her face. By the time she was 3, I'd gotten my GED and had finally stopped feeling sorry for myself long enough to meet someone I liked. A guy who made nighttime bread deliveries to the convenience store when I worked there. Like some kind of curse, I was 3 months pregnant when he pulled that stupid robbery stunt. Noah chewed on the cake and this history for a second. He had a million questions, but the one that popped out was, "You didn't have any intuition about him? That he was capable of a felony?" "Ha! He wasn't. He was an idiot. He was out with his friends drinking. 22, drunk, and he thought he was funny, putting his lighter that looked exactly like a revolver into the hardware store owner's chest and saying, 'Hand over the money.' The store owner was going to drop off his deposit for the night when my dipshit boyfriend decided to be cute. Didn't quite work out for him, though. I guess the judge had no sense of humor. He was convicted. Did time. Did? He's either out by now or due to get out." "Can he help you with his son? With the kids?" Noah asked. "Oh, please. No, he can't. And besides, I'm not going back that way. In fact, I'm not going back, period." He smiled at her. "Have you always been this stubborn? This strong-willed?" "Uh-huh. For all the good it's done me." "So, where did the husband come in?" If that's not too personal.
Nothing personal about it, Rev. I was a working mom with 2 little kids and 2 jobs. He was new in the area and came into the real estate office, looking for something to rent or buy. I was the office manager. Our agents didn't find him anything, but he kept coming back. Was real nice, real friendly. I thought he was a stand-up guy. Trevor was only 2. My grandma had died a year before, and I was having a real hard time holding everything together. I didn't rush into anything. I made him act nice for 6 months. I didn't have much time to date, but I never had a single date alone with him. If he asked me out for dinner, I told him the kids went where I went, and that wasn't a problem for him. He did a lot of talking about wanting to be a family man and just hadn't found the right woman yet. I took that as a good sign. For a moment, she looked away and couldn't connect eyes with Noah. I knew I didn't love him, but I was so tired, she said softly. So scared I wouldn't be able to take care of my kids with my grandma gone. My kids saw more of the babysitter than they saw of me. She looked back at Noah and said, I married him and quit my job because he wanted to take care of us. It didn't take 2 days before I knew I'd made a big mistake. He insisted I dress real dowdy and awful. He had rules. He needed to be right about everything. Ridiculous demands. He started trying to get me to give up my independence on the first day. He wanted me to sell my car, and he took his computer to work out of my reach. He doled out money for food. Ugh, it was terrible. And I wouldn't play along, which made him so frustrated and angry. I mean, I knew in 2 days it was a bad deal, but I gave it almost 3 months. Then I packed up our stuff while he was at work, picked up Danielle from her private school, and we were history. I went back to an old boss, the lawyer, to draft a divorce petition. That gave poor old Arnie the impression I had a rich, classy lawyer. I didn't ask for anything, so he couldn't contest it. I just wanted out.
He didn't fight it then, Noah said.
Not legally, but he threatened me. He said if I went through with it, he'd be my worst nightmare. We'd been divorced for about 9 months when he made a case for custody. That's where I wasn't too smart. I couldn't see how he had a leg to stand on. He wasn't their father. We'd lived with him less than 3 months, and I didn't think I needed any help keeping my own kids. And, like I said before, I'd never done better for myself work-wise. I had a good job, made good money, was taking good care of my kids. That club is totally legal. Maybe it's not tasteful, but it's legal. Most of the women dancing in there are single moms. That judge, he had it out for me. Maybe I should have let him buy me dinner. Noah's eyes narrowed and he glowered.
He didn't want dinner.
Yeah, that's why I said no, she said.
You were blindsided, he said.
Yeah. There's so much I don't know. I should have called my old boss again. I did call him afterward. What a nice guy. He said there wasn't much he could do for me, but gave me the name of a friend of his who worked for a legal defense office that did charity work. He called them for me. And that brings us to today. Hey, she said. This is still part of the silence pact, right? Absolutely, Ellie. I don't gossip. Because I'm not ashamed of anything, but I'm not stupid. All the stuff I've screwed up, I'm bound to be judged pretty hard by people who don't know me. But it's not even that. It's the kids. I don't want them judged because Don't worry, he said. Our conversations are private. He concentrated for a minute on the chocolate cake, which didn't get as much appreciation as it deserved. Noah had a lot of experience counseling people who were down on their luck, many of them actually in need of food and shelter. He'd seen worse than what Ellie was going through, but just the same, he was mighty impressed by her toughness, her fearlessness.
She wasn't dependent on him for anything. All she needed was a job chit to take back to that crooked judge in 81 days, collect her kids, and get on with her life. Meantime, he'd help her any way he could. He was glad he'd taken a chance on her. "I'm not embarrassed I had that job, you know," she said, lifting a bite of cake to her mouth. He lifted his eyes to hers. "The owner of the club? He's a great guy who liked to take good care of his girls. And the funny thing was, the ones who didn't mind getting right down to cracks and nipples weren't always the most popular ones." One end of Noah's mouth lifted in a half smile. Ellie laughed. "I guess I'm a little too straightforward for you, huh?" she asked. "Thing is, all I had to do was wiggle around with those pom-poms or the white nurse's hose held up with a garter belt, and I did just fine. I think Madonna wore less on stage half the time than I did in that club. The people were usually nice. The customers didn't give us any trouble. Course, we had a plus-size bouncer, just in case. It was just work. It paid the bills. It's not something I wanted to do forever. I was always on the lookout for something better." "You shouldn't have lost your kids over that job," he said. "Worst case, they should have been left with you with visits from child welfare. They would have seen in no time that the job wasn't damaging to the children. That was crap, what happened to you." She just looked at him for a long moment. Then very quietly, she said, "Thanks. I guess coming from you, that's saying something." "Coming from me?" he said, lifting one dark brow. "You being a minister and everything. I know you don't approve of that kind of place, or of the women in it." He gave a shrug. "Ellie, I don't have an opinion about your last job. There's plenty about it to admire," he said. Like a mother who would do just about anything to take care of her kids." "Well, be real clear about that, Rev. If I hadn't lucked into that job, I would have done just about anything. When it comes to the kids, I'm all out of false pride." Soon, he thought, I'm going to see her kids. And I bet I see something remarkable. "Do you ever want kids?" she asked. "I did," he said quietly. "A bunch of them, if possible. And so did Mary. She wanted them right away. I think this little town church is going to be my kid for a while. Sometimes I think the deal I got with Arnie was just what I deserved. I married him because I thought he was safe for me and the kids. He seemed all right. He made a decent living. He was okay that I had children, while a lot of guys run for their lives when they find out you come with kids. I wasn't attracted to him. I wasn't in love with him. So maybe that's what I deserved, huh?" Noah didn't have to consider it. "Never think that," he said. "No one deserves cruelty of any kind. Not on their worst day." Just then the door opened and Mel came into the bar. She went first to Jack, lifting herself up to lean over the bar and give him a kiss. Then she turned and looked at Noah and Ellie. "Mel," Noah called. "Got a minute?" She walked over to their table. "Mel Sheridan, this is Ellie Baldwin. She's helping out in the church for a while." "Nice to meet you," Mel said, putting out her hand. "Jack said there was someone new in town. How's it going over there?" "It's my first day, so it's looking pretty ugly," Ellie said honestly. "Well, it's not my first day, but Ellie got more done this morning than I've managed in the last week. She's a whirlwind." "Good for you." Very cute top, by the way. Ellie looked down, then lifted an eyebrow toward Noah before she said, "Thanks. Target, under $20. "Really? I need to get over there one of these days. They usually have good buys." "So, Ellie, where do you live?" "I'm in Eureka now, but I have to find something closer. I can't afford the gas. Would you happen to know of anything nearby? Mel pulled up a chair. I can sure ask around. What are you looking for? My kids are with my ex-husband right now, so all I need is a bed and a roof. Really, one room would do it for me. Something cheap, but not scary. His Holiness here doesn't exactly pay a lot. Mel laughed. I know one thing that qualifies as cheap and real nice, but I think it might flunk the scary test. Right at the end of the block, nicest house down there, Joe Ellen and Nick Fitch have a great one-room efficiency over the garage. I don't think they've rented it out in a long time. Joe Ellen's a doll, a very nice lady, but she's married to a groper. Is that so? How serious a groper? Ellie asked. The first time I met him, he treated me to a major butt grope while I had my back turned. Hearing this exchange, Jack put a cup of coffee in front of his wife and used the pot to refill Ellie's and Noah's cups. Mel drop-kicked him. Jack inserted. It was a beautiful sight. I think that's when I really fell in love with her. Ellie grinned widely. What did you do to him? I got lucky, that's all. I took a little self-defense course in college. I didn't think I even remembered any of it. But he snuck up on me and I just reacted. I threw him an elbow in the gut and then under the chin. One little swipe behind his heels and he was flat on his ass. Sorry, Noah. I meant to say butt. Butt's okay, right? Noah looked up at Jack. The women in this place are rougher on the language than the men. Tell me about it, Jack said. We now have a swear jar at home. David's college education will be paid for, and we'll have a trip to Bermuda by the end of the year. I might have to put a swear jar in the church, Noah said. I could teach you that move, Mel said to Ellie, taking a sip from her cup. Thanks. I have some moves of my own, too. So, this guy, is he dangerous or just frisky? Ellie asked. I don't think he's dangerous, but I couldn't guarantee it, Mel answered. I'd hate myself forever if you came to any harm from him. But as the gossip goes, he's been slapped down by several women in this town. Too bad Joe Ellen hasn't hit him over the head with a big club. I can't believe she puts up with that behavior. Really, she's such a nice person. Nick might have ideas all the time, but I think he's only frisky when he drinks, Jack said. His problems usually come up during a party. Most of the time, when the town gets together, they do it here. They have food and drinks, and Nick loses his head. It's out of the question, Ellie, Noah said. You can't even consider it. It could work, Ellie said. Mel, would you be willing to introduce me to them? Be there when I ask about the room? I'd have to have a look at him, too. See if I think I could take him. This isn't happening, Noah muttered. Sure, Mel said. I'm positive he's still scared of me. I know he's been slapped, but I hold the sole distinction of taking him down. And she put a boot on his chest to hold him down while she threatened his life, Jack said. I'm telling you, I almost exploded with lust. I had to marry her. Ellie sipped her coffee. Well, I'm bigger than you are, she said to Mel. And I have mace. We could try starting with a firm warning, Mel suggested. You can't be serious, Noah said. You'd rent from a guy who's a known molester? Okay, let's be totally straight here. Is this just an idiot who gets stupid and cops a feel, or has he left a trail of wounded victims in his path? Ellie asked. So far as I know, he's a laughingstock, Mel said. But there's no guarantee that wouldn't escalate. Luke Reardon has some cabins on the river, vacation rentals. Also one-room efficiencies with kitchenettes, but I'm sure they're more expensive. And from what I hear, he's done a brisk summer business, full or almost full all the time with early reservations for hunting season. I'm on a tight budget, Ellie said. No reason to be afraid of Nick, Jack said. I could take you down there and introduce you, threaten to sick my wife on him if he steps out of line. I bet one knee in the nuts straightens him right out, Ellie said. There was a strange sound from Noah, something of a growl. I don't like this idea at all. If this guy got fresh with you, I'd have to deal with him. That wouldn't be good. Horse feathers, Ellie said. I can take care of myself. This wouldn't be the best time to bring up the fact that she was having a tough time doing exactly that, taking care of herself. And in almost exactly 24 hours, Noah was already feeling the urge to deck the imbecile who would dare put a hand on her. It had been years since he'd been in a fight. It wasn't nice for ministers to fight. He was supposed to counsel and pray his way out of tight spots. One corner of his mouth lifted. Actually, he was competent in a fight. Didn't bother him in the least to engage, as long as it was fair. Noah looked over at Ellie. She hadn't completed her first day of work, and already she was complicating his nice, uncomplicated ministry. Right at the end of the main street in Virgin River was a beautiful 2-story home, freshly painted a pale yellow with white trim, just like 3 other houses on the block. But this one was large and pampered. It looked almost new. The porch was wide, the lawn was lush and green, summer flowers grew thick and healthy along the walk, and tall trees shaded the house from the summer sun. It had white shutters and rocking chairs on the porch. The driveway went around the side of the house to a detached 2-car garage. There was a staircase on the outside leading to the room upstairs. Mel had called Joe Ellen, learned the room was available to the right person, and had set up an appointment. Noah would not be left behind, and so it was that the 3 of them stood on the porch of the lovely house and rang the bell. Joellen Fitch came to the door with a smile on her face. But the second she saw Ellie, she gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Then she shot a pleading look at Mel, which Mel completely ignored. Even dressed in overalls, no makeup, and her hair pulled up, Ellie was a striking young woman. She had a beautiful face and a drop-dead gorgeous body that she made no attempt to downplay. "Hey, Joe," Mel said. "This is Ellie Baldwin, who's looking for a room. And this is Reverend Noah Kincaid. You might have heard about him. He's the new minister, fixing up the old church. Ellie works for him and needs a place to live. So what do you think? Want to show her the room?" "Oh, Mel," she said miserably. "You can make up your mind about me later, Mrs. Fitch," Ellie said, taking charge. "First things first. Let's see if I like the room. How about that?" "Sure," she said, a bit nervously. She opened her front door, keys to the room in hand, and began to lead them toward the garage. Then she stopped suddenly and turned. "Oh, I apologize. How do you do? Reverend Kincaid? Miss Baldwin, this way." When they entered the room, Ellie went into a kind of daze. It was perfectly lovely. A double bed with 2 bedside tables against one wall, a small bathroom with a tub and shower, and on one wall, a mini refrigerator, 2-burner stove, microwave, sink, and a few cupboards. At the foot of the bed was a chest. A comfortable chair and ottoman sat in the corner. There was no closet, but rather a large armoire for clothes. It was finer than anything Ellie had ever lived in her life. "We don't have a TV in here or anything," Joellen said. The bed had a yellow floral comforter and lots of fat decorative pillows. There was a picture of a meadow and barn over the bed, a full-length mirror on the bathroom door, a reading lamp behind the overstuffed chair. Ellie sighed. She fell in love with the room at once. "Does that phone work?" she asked. "It does," Joe said. "It's a private line." There was the sound of a car in the driveway, followed by the slamming of the car door. "Are there some plates and glasses?" Ellie asked. "A couple of pans?" Yes, some. Not much. And towels. This is kind of a one-person room. What a coincidence, Ellie laughed. I'm exactly one person. Nothing extra comes with the room, Joe said. No housekeeping. You're on your own. There's no washer or dryer. I mean, it's not a bed and breakfast. You'd have to take care of all your own needs. Meals, laundry, that sort of thing. There were feet on the stairs. I understand. There's probably a coin laundry somewhere nearby. The door opened and Nick walked into the room. Well, I thought there was company here, he smiled. Ellie smiled back. He was probably her height, wasn't all that bad looking, and he was fit. His salt and pepper hair was still thick, his brows heavy and graying. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, light blue, with a bad tie that he'd loosened. Nice dress jeans and boots. His eyes glittered approvingly, and he smiled at Ellie. Joellen cleared her throat and made introductions. Everyone shook hands. How much is the room, Mrs. Fitch? Ellie asked. Joellen opened her mouth to speak when Nick interrupted her. Honey, is $100 a month too much? Nick asked his wife. We usually... How does that sound, Ellie? Nick asked her. Very reasonable, she said. If you find me acceptable. There won't be a problem if you work for the preacher here, Nick said. How soon can I move in? It's ready when you are, he said. And he slipped an arm around his wife's waist and gave her a squeeze. Right, honey? Thank you, Ellie said. I didn't bring any money or checks with me today. Can I settle up with you tomorrow? That would be fine, Joe said, clearly not happy. Oh, thank you. I think this will be perfect for me. If you're sure. Oh, I'm sure, she said. But when she looked between Mel and Noah, she saw doubtful expressions. Their expressions could have to do with that lascivious gleam in Nick's eye. I'll see you sometime tomorrow, Mrs. Fitch. Sure, Joe said, standing aside so everyone could go single file down the stairs. Noah followed Mel. Nick held the door open for his wife, then for Ellie. Oh, Mr. Fitch, can I talk to you a second? Ellie asked. Of course, sweetheart, he said. She spoke to him at the top of the staircase while the others descended. They all stopped at the bottom while Nick listened to Ellie and actually seemed to back away from her. But she was smiling the entire time, smiling with a glow. Then she grabbed his hand in both of hers to shake it vigorously and hurried down the stairs to join the others. Everyone said their goodbyes. Nick and Joellen went into their house while Noah, Ellie, and Mel began walking back toward the bar and the church. You sure about this, Ellie? Mel asked. Absolutely. It's going to be great. I love the room. The price is terrific. I'm going to save a ton in gas. I can walk to work, and I'll be close enough to sneak away from the Reverend here and catch a nap. You got a glimpse of Nick, Mel said. I did. He agreed I'll be totally safe in that room. Mel lifted a brow. I didn't see his lips move, actually. Trust me, Ellie said, and then she walked on. It's going to work out perfectly. When they got to the bar, Mel said goodbye. Thank you so much, Mel, Ellie said, waving. Noah walked Ellie to her little PT Cruiser that sat in front of the church. What went on while you two were out of earshot? He asked Ellie. Oh, your righteousness, you probably don't want to know. What if it makes you an accessory to the crime or something? He sighed heavily, impatiently. Just lay it on me, Ellie. You sure? I'm sure. Come on. You smiled the whole time. Yeah, that part wasn't so easy. I wanted to smack him just from the look in his eye. I said, "I know about you, so don't try anything. My boyfriend is a 6'5" bouncer in a mean bar, and my father is a judge. And if you even exhale within 20 feet of my boobs, I'm going to have your nuts on a platter. And then I'm going to call my boyfriend and my father." Noah was speechless for just a second, but then he burst out laughing. "You didn't." "Of course I did. I think that's called a preemptive strike. Isn't that what it's called?" "You're out of your mind," he said, laughing in appreciation. "I got that room for $100 a month, and it's a great room." He shook his head. "You think that threat will hold?" She peered at him, lifting a corner of her mouth and an eyebrow at the same time. "That bouncer? He's a friend. I babysat for him and his wife a couple of times. He'd come out here and scare the bejesus out of that imbecile if I asked him to. But before we even get to that, Mr. Nick has a date with my knee. And I know how to do that." Noah just chuckled and shook his head. "I just want that room. It's the best room I've ever seen. My grandma and I slept on a pull-out sofa together my whole life. The only thing that could make that room prettier would be if my kids came with it." Noah sobered. 2 sentences hit him in the gut. She slept on a pull-out sofa bed her entire life? With her grandmother? They must have lived in one room. And her kids. It must have been so traumatic to leave her children with a guy she knew didn't love them. When they got better acquainted, he meant to ask more about that. "So," he said, "when will you move in?" "Oh, right away. I'll bring money and my stuff tomorrow. It'll just take one trip. Can I have a little time in the morning to unload the car? I'd like to do it when Mr. Hands is at work. I plan to avoid him." "What about the duplex?" he asked. "That nice lady next door owns it. She'll let me go without a problem. She understands my situation. She's on my side." "You can move in one trip?" he asked, looking at her car. She turned to look at him. "Noah, the kids have their clothes and toys with them. I have very little to move. Believe me, I live a one-trip existence." "My car is full of stuff," Ellie said to Noah when she arrived at the church the next morning. Then she crouched in front of Lucy, grabbed her head in her hands, and kissed her snout, receiving a lick in return. "Morning, girlfriend. You're looking better every day." Then to Noah, "If it's okay with you, I'd like to take an hour to tote it up the stairs to my new residence. I just want to wait until Mr. Fitch has gone to work." "Ellie," he asked, "did you leave anything behind? Or in storage somewhere?" "Nah, that's it. I travel light. So what's on the schedule for today?" He tried not to let it show that he felt something cinch in his chest at the very idea she could fit all her worldly goods in the little PT Cruiser she drove. Up until he married, while working and going to school, he'd had next to nothing. But that was different. He liked having a light load. It was all part of the changes he wanted to make in his life. But Ellie had a family. What about her grandmother's house, her grandmother's furniture, the pull-out sofa and piano? But asking about that would have to wait. He said, "Well, I'd like you to get started painting the bathrooms today, if you think you can do it." "Of course I can do it. I should probably change clothes. Around 9, I'll go move my stuff, but I'll wait till later to put it away. I'll grab something old and ratty to put on and get started. You have the paint?" "Some yellow, some white, some blue. Can you work with that?" She made a face. "How were you planning to use them? One blue bathroom, one yellow, white trim? Because that's very boring." He looked at her long fingernails. Today was hot pink with sparkles. He looked down. She was wearing tennis shoes, but somehow he knew her toes matched her nails. Against his better judgment, he said, "Use it any way you like." "Good deal. Do you have any masking tape? Any caulking? Yes. Why? Straight lines and edges. Just out of curiosity, how'd you settle on those colors? They were on sale, he said. She shifted her weight to one foot. Have you ever actually had a church before? Not exactly. Listen, I'll make something work with those colors, even though they're pretty dorky colors. He had a fleeting thought that this was not the woman to be lecturing him about good taste in anything. Aren't you the least bit afraid I might take that personally? Maybe I'm sensitive about the colors I picked. No, she said, tilting her head and peering at him. You're not gay. He smiled at her. You sure about that? And she smiled, her hands on her hips. Obviously, or you'd have chosen more interesting colors. He sighed heavily. He watched her walk toward the upstairs bathroom in her shrink-wrap jeans. He squinted. He followed, Lucy ever at his side. She had a tattoo peeking out the back of her low-rise jeans right in the small of her back. I have an old painting shirt you can throw over your clothes, if you'd like. Would that help? Sure, thanks. After I get my stuff out of the car, I'll put on my old sweats. You have all the supplies for me to get started? Stacked outside the bathroom in the hall. Super. I'll start up here, and when I'm done, I can move it downstairs. Let me check it out. Make sure you have everything I'll need. She knelt on one knee, checking out the supplies, showing more of that tattoo. But he still wasn't able to make out what it was. She looked over her shoulder. Noah, can you round up the masking tape and caulk? And get me a screwdriver and hammer, please. Screwdriver? Hammer? I'm going to take the door and the mirror off. Open paint cans. By yourself? He asked. Want me to help with that? No, just get me what I need. Sure, he said. But he stood there, his eyes riveted on that tattoo. She looked over her shoulder again. It's called a tramp stamp, she said. I got it when I was 15, to be cool. I know what it's called. I just can't make out what it is. It's vines in the shape of my name, and I'm not showing you any more of it. Let's get this show on the road, huh? Right, he said, going off to his toolbox. And he thought, I'm taking orders from her. Why am I not the least bit surprised? After he delivered what she asked for, she completely ignored him. So he took Lucy to his office. He heard Ellie humming, moving around the drop cloth, pounding at the hinges to remove the door. She didn't ask questions, nor did she need any help with the heavy door or with the mirror over the sink. He could hear her peeling off strips of masking tape for the borders. Completely self-sufficient and low maintenance. That's what a good pastor's assistant was, whether painting or managing the office. Now, that did surprise him. Before sitting down to make a renovation list, Noah decided to tour the old building once more. The church was large but simple. Upstairs was a sanctuary that could hold about 300 people. There were large double doors at the east end of the church that opened onto a foyer. From here, 4 wide stairs led up to the sanctuary level and a wider foyer, wide enough for a staging area, as for the gathering of a bridal party. Large interior double doors opened to the aisle, which led toward the stained glass window. Then 2 more steps led up to a deep stage that had room for the altar, the pulpit, a couple of choir pews. Up here, Noah would find room for the piano that had been Mary's. There were doors to the right and left at the front of the church. To the left was the pastor's office, a room large enough for his desk, shelves, and filing cabinets, plus a big round table for meetings. Outside that office, the stairs led down to the basement and a side exit door. On the other side of the sanctuary was another room of equal size that could serve as a secretary's office and library. Right next to that room was the upstairs bathroom. Just a sink and toilet, of course, but it had taken the strain off his RV bath facilities. They seemed to be in perfect working order, even though they hadn't been used in years. And that was it. No classrooms. But the basement could be divided with movable panels. Noah went to his office and set about making a list of things to talk about with the local builder. Paul Haggerty was a friend of Jack's and was going to work on the remodel. That big basement room with a kitchen would make a great community hall once finished. Right now, the walls were plain cinder block and needed texturing. The ceiling was stained from mystery leaks that should be checked out before new ceiling panels were hung. The floor was hard, cold concrete and could use a subfloor covered in tile. The sanctuary was in pretty good shape, if a little beat up. If he rented a sander, he could finish the hardwood floors himself. But the ceiling was much too high and would require scaffolding. He had ordered pews, an altar, a pulpit, a baptistry, and a new desk for his office. The pews were an extravagance. They could make do with folding chairs, but the pews would be beautiful. He wanted them, and there was enough money. Once done, the sanctuary would be breathtaking. And while Noah would enjoy doing all the work himself, it was his mission to get the church open for business as soon as possible. Paul could undoubtedly help with that. Maybe while Paul was handling the walls and ceiling of the sanctuary, he could be painting the offices. He and Ellie, he thought. He heard her faint humming. She seemed completely capable. If the bathroom didn't end up painted in stripes or polka dots, he might ask for her input on colors for the offices. She popped her head into his office. "I'm gonna run home, unload the car, change into painting clothes, and come back. If you don't mind, I'd like to take you up on that offer of your old shirt." "You bet. I'll have it here when you get back." Less than an hour later, she was back wearing sweats and a tank top. It seemed everything Ellie owned fit snugly, without a pleat, gather, or wrinkle to spare or rattle around in. Fitted to that extraordinary body with those incredibly long legs, Ellie managed to make old sweats look sexy. She'd had 2 children. How'd she manage her flat stomach and high, full breasts? Surgery? Somehow, he couldn't imagine her spending money on plastic surgery if she didn't even own a couch. He handed her one of his blue work shirts, already decorated with a little old paint. He was very happy to see her put it over her sweats and tank. Then he observed with some consternation that she looked every bit as pretty and sexy in that oversized shirt. Thank goodness she got right back to work, humming. Sometimes actually singing, too softly for him to make out words, but it was very pleasant. Every once in a while, Lucy meandered from his office to the bathroom, and Noah would hear Ellie say, "Hey there, girlfriend. How's it going? Bored?" Around 11 in the morning, he checked on Ellie. In just a couple of hours, she had taped off all the edges and was almost done trimming the baseboards in white. When she heard him in the doorway, she looked up from her place on the floor, and a coppery curl fell over her forehead. He couldn't help but smile at her. She looked cute as the dickens with her hair piled on top of her head and drowning in his shirt. Besides, there wasn't a bubble or streak on those baseboards. It was perfect. "Are you extra happy today?" he asked. "I might be," she said, smiling. "I talked to my kids last night and gave them my new phone number. I'll talk to them tonight, and then tomorrow I'll pick them up at 8 in the morning for the day. I'm thinking of showing them my new apartment." "That's right. Tomorrow's Saturday. Your day off. 79 days to go." "You're doing a very nice job there, Ellie." "Thanks. I know how to paint. I have a knack." "Lucky me. I'm going to put that talent to good use. Listen, I have some errands to do. I might not be back before you're through today. I'm going to leave Lucy in the RV. I want you to help yourself to the lunch fixings in the refrigerator in the RV. There's sandwich stuff and fruit, bottled water, and soda." She wiggled around to her knees. "You don't have to do that, Rev. Really. I know I don't have to, but it seems only fair. I could either raise your pay to $8.25 an hour or offer you lunch." I went with the lunch idea. You're actually a very nice guy, aren't you? Ellie, I'm a man of God. Don't you expect nice? And he grinned. Does God know you're throwing his name around to impress people? She asked. He laughed. The RV is unlocked. Take a nice long break. Would you mind letting Lucy out to do her business? And try not to get paint on my dog or my lazy boy. You have a lazy boy? Oh, brother. You're certainly not gay. How did they sound when you talked to them? He asked. He hadn't planned to ask, but it popped out. The kids. How did they sound? Well, fair. Not happy. They were a little emotional. They want me to come and get them right now, and they're having a real hard time understanding why I can't. But they didn't sound scared or hurt or anything. And I was as nice to Arnie as I could manage. I told him I was working things out so the judge would be happy with my job, and that I had a new place that was small but perfect. He was a jerk, but he promised to take good care of the kids. They're in better hands than they were, Ellie, she mimicked. School starts soon, and he goes to his office every day, getting ready for classes to start, and takes them with him. The school secretary keeps an eye on them. They miss me, but they're safe, I think. This must be very tough for you. Yes, it is. But I'll have them tomorrow. I'll be able to see how they're really doing. And then she smiled at him. Chapter 4. The only plan Noah had for Saturday morning was to take life slow and easy. While Ellie was with her kids, the church would be quiet. He began the day with a leisurely cup of coffee, checked his email, listened to his stomach growl. Is that you or me? He asked Lucy. He heard it again. Okay, me. We should think about breakfast. He looked at Lucy. I'm talking to a dog. Lucy looked at him with questioning eyes. Let's go to Jack's, he said, and Lucy followed obligingly. While Lucy had her breakfast on the porch, Noah had his at the bar. He sat beside a local rancher and commiserated on the price of fuel, visited with Preacher for a while and discussed next week's menu ideas. Listened to Jack brag about the great progress his young protege, Rick, was making as he adjusted to his prosthetic leg. Then he took his coffee out to the porch to soak in a little of that sunshine. One of the best things about having a dog, Noah had realized, was that she usually drew a crowd, and that meant he got to know a lot of people. Noah had noticed the majority of dogs around these parts were herders, working dogs. One of his favorite visitors was young Christopher, Preacher's son. Chris had a pup named Comet, a border collie by the looks of him, and at a few months of age was already almost as large as Lucy. Since dogs weren't allowed in the bar, Chris and Comet visited with Noah and Lucy on the porch. Around noon, Noah finally ambled back over to the church, intending to take his good old time with the newspaper. He got set up in the church office, glanced at the lists on his desk before spreading out the weekend edition. He could, of course, help out with the painting of the bathrooms, but he didn't want Ellie to think her work was less than adequate. So he gave up on that idea and got back to the sports pages. He heard a sound and cocked his head to listen. There was movement in the church, so he went off to investigate, but Lucy beat him to it. She was already looking in the doorway of the upstairs bathroom, tail wagging. There was Ellie, wearing his long, oversized blue work shirt, painting the top half of the bathroom walls yellow. She must have heard Noah approach, but she didn't say a word. She didn't even turn to look at him. And she wasn't humming. She was working that paint roller with a vengeance. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Painting," she said. "What about the kids?" She stopped and looked at him, and her expression was at once furious and completely broken. "He wouldn't let me have them." "What? Why?" She lowered the roller to the pan on the floor. He wouldn't let them speak to me on the phone last night and wouldn't let them come with me this morning. He said they had misbehaved and were grounded. They were disrespectful to him by complaining to me that they wanted to leave. My God, they're babies. They want their mother. When I told him we had a court order, he told me to take it to the judge. Ellie, did you call the judge? She rolled her eyes before leveling them at him. A, the judge is not on my side, and B, he's not around on Saturdays. How about the police? The police? Now come on, Rev. Do the police get into stuff like this? I don't know. I've been in situations in the past where they have, though not in this state. He has to turn over the kids on your scheduled days. He's been ordered by the court. He's in contempt. He could go to jail, or at least be fined or something. Oh, your lips to God's ears. Listen, she said. I'm pissed as hell about this. Plus, my kids are all torn up. I left them crying and begging and clawing for me with Arnie holding them back and threatening them. But I'm afraid of him, you know? Afraid he'll take it out on them or something. Noah thought for a second. Then he said, Wait a minute. Did he suggest you resolve this problem by moving back in with him? Not exactly, but he did say we could have been a family if I hadn't been so impossible. That's not true, by the way. I tried. For 2 months and 26 days. He's the stubbornest, most unreasonable man I've ever... He grabbed her hand. Come on, he said, pulling her out of the bathroom. What the hell? What are you doing? He stopped right at his office door and slowly unbuttoned the paint-splattered work shirt that she wore. We're gonna go get your kids. It's your day. He hung the shirt on his office doorknob. He looked at her low-cut, sleeveless t-shirt, her tight jeans. He sighed. Well, this was Ellie. No doubt this had always been Ellie. And he was in a position he'd never been in before in his life. He liked her just fine the way she was. The fact that he worried about the judgment of others made him furious with himself. I have to rinse my roller, my pan. No time. Let's go, he said. Noah, she said, pulling back. If the paint dries on the roller, I'll get you a new roller tomorrow, he said. He crouched and looked deeply into Lucy's eyes. You stay here. Take a nap. No painting. Then he pulled Ellie out of the side door of the church. If you're right, and it sounds like you are, he wants you back. Ellie, do you think he cares about your kids? Do you think he wants them on any level? The kids annoy him. He doesn't do things with them, like play or read or anything. He wants them quiet, neat, invisible. All kids annoy him. Really, he's the last person who should be the principal of an elementary school. Private school, you said. Yeah, private. More money there, he said. Noah's brain was working. Maybe a small private school wasn't so picky about things like credentials and past work problems. Noah wondered what Arnie's employment history would reveal. He's punishing you, Ellie. Don't buckle. Let's go get your kids. What are you gonna do? She wanted to know. I'm gonna do to him what you did to Nick Fitch, but I'm going to do it in a pure ministerial, manipulative, and threatening kind of way. He grinned. We'll have to take your car so we have room for the kids. I'll drive. Now, where are we going? Noah pulled into a neighborhood in Redway just north of Garberville. The houses were a lot alike in shape and size, but were painted a variety of colors. Most had 2 stories with dormer windows, porches, detached garages, and front walks. Some boasted pampered lawns and summer flowers. Some weren't quite so well loved. They were all what Noah would consider small, maybe 3 bedrooms, as well as attics and basements. They were all nestled into tall trees. Noah drove very slowly because kids were playing in the street. There were a few riding their bikes around in circles, while a group in the center appeared to be playing kickball. A couple of parents were busy with the usual Saturday chores, cutting the lawn, digging in the garden, washing the car. "It's that house," she said, pointing. "There's a black SUV in the driveway."
"Are your kids out here?"
he asked. As he drove slowly down the street, the legion of kids separated to let his car pass. "No. Arnie doesn't let them play outside unsupervised, and he doesn't have time to supervise, so they never had a chance to make friends."
"Do you have any idea what I should expect?"
Noah asked. She took a breath. "He's a chameleon, Noah. He fooled me for quite a while. The school secretary worships him. She thinks he's a kind, devout man who's strict and doesn't put up with bad behavior. But he's beyond strict. He can be nice when it suits him. His favorite saying is, 'Speak softly and carry a big stick.' His other favorite is, 'Children should be seen and not heard.' By now, the neighbors hate him because he's antisocial and wouldn't allow the kids to interact with their kids. He'll probably be very nice to you, but don't fall for it."
"Like that's new to me,"
Noah thought. A lot of people treated him with deference and extreme politeness when they'd prefer not to talk to him at all. They were talking to the minister, not the man. Not only that, but his father had been that kind of man. A charmer at church and a demon at home. That experience gave him an edge. He knew exactly what he would be dealing with.
"If there's no TV in the house, what's he doing in there?"
"He's on his laptop all the time. All the time. He carries it around with him. When I got too close and might see what he was doing, he'd close it. My babysitter from the duplex, she said he might be playing games. You know, real complicated games that have other people online from all over the place. Or maybe he's looking at dirty pictures. Lord, I have no idea. But that's what keeps him busy all the time."
"Interesting,"
Noah said.
"I'm on my laptop a lot, too, but you can read over my shoulder anytime and just get bored to death."
He pulled alongside the curb at the front walk.
"Do me a favor and stay in the car. For right now, at least."
"Why?" she asked, already out of her seatbelt.
"Because I'm going to give him a chance to preserve his manhood, which will be hard for him to do in front of you. Let me try reasoning with him."
"Oh, you better watch out."
"I'm not a naive goody-goody, Ellie. Ministers deal with more dysfunctional people than strippers do. Believe me."
"I bet you're right," she agreed.
"Stay in the car and don't ruin my show."
And with that, he got out and strode purposefully up the walk. It shouldn't have surprised him that his knock was not answered. He rang the bell. He knocked again. He rang and knocked and hoped it was becoming increasingly obvious that he wasn't going to stop. Finally, the door opened, and the man standing there looked completely composed and not in the least ruffled. Ellie hadn't mentioned he was a big, ugly guy. Oh, man, how Arnie must have lusted after Ellie. This wasn't a guy who had a long line of women waiting to hook up with him. Arnie smiled without showing any teeth, and there was a slight tick in his jaw.
"Arnie Gunterson?"
Noah asked, putting out his hand.
"Arnold Gunterson," he said. "Normally, when people don't answer the door, they're either not at home or not interested in company. I'm Reverend Noah Kincaid, and I knew you were home because your car's in the driveway," he said, his hand still out.
Arnie burst out laughing, but there was not an ounce of humor in his eyes.
"Reverend?"
he asked, looking Noah up and down. So what if he was wearing worn jeans and a plaid flannel shirt over a waffled gray long-sleeve t-shirt?
"Reverend of what? The Church of Hope and BS?"
Noah tried to ignore him, though it did briefly cross his mind to get that haircut and some of what he always called town clothes.
"Forgive me for being so determined, but it is imperative I speak with you before calling the police department," Noah said. "Why would you go to the police? Is it against the law not to answer the door?"
Noah finally pulled back his hand. Arnie was 6 feet or so and broad-shouldered, but he was thick around the middle. He looked about 40 years old and had an awful big head. His light brown hair was going thin, but it was neatly combed back from a long, wide forehead. His face was slightly flushed, suggesting he had high blood pressure or had been holding in some anger. Noah glanced at the hands that hung at Arnie's sides. They were loose and relaxed. "Not at all, Mr. Gunterson. It's against the law to defy a court-ordered visitation agreement. Miss Baldwin is in my car. She's my employee. She works for the Virgin River Presbyterian Church now. And while she was willing to let the matter go, I thought it was important for her to see her children, and I insisted on stepping in." "You shouldn't have. The situation is under control." Noah laughed indulgently. "Unfortunately, that's not true," he said. "She needs to see the kids, and, from what she told me about her attempt to pick them up this morning, they need to see her. I'm sure we can work it out, if we talked about it." Arnie's eyebrows came together in a frown. "Is that what you thought? Well, the kids are having time out. We had talked about how they would behave if they wanted a special day with their mother. No crying, yelling, complaining, or throwing fits. No begging. They haven't been with me very long, so acting appropriately is new to them. Their mother never bothered to discipline them, or take care of them at all, for that matter. I'm sure they'll be on their good behavior by next weekend, but I thank you for your concern." He backed into the house and attempted to close the door in Noah's face. But Noah's hand came out fast, hitting the door and preventing it from closing. "But see, that's not in the court orders. Concessions, loopholes, and timeouts. I have a copy if you've lost yours." He lied. "You have custody for 90 days until the judge revisits the issue, and your ex-wife has a visit every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's a legal document, Mr. Gunterson. At the very least, I'll get us an escort from the police or sheriff's department. But if we have to haggle over this more than 5 more minutes, I'll get help from the police. And I'll be in court Monday morning with Miss Baldwin and an attorney. Because you can't do this to her or the children. It's cruel. We have to work it out. Or fight it out." Arnie smiled meanly. "Well now, I guess she's got you under her spell." Noah returned the smile and met his eyes. Noah was determined to set a good example by his behavior, but nothing would have felt better than dragging this son of a bitch out of the house and beating the crap out of him. I could wipe the floor with him. He's totally out of shape, Noah thought. He's just a big, fat bully. Yet all Noah said was, "Entirely." Arnie chuckled. "You're going to pay for that. See, Ellie has a very strong tendency to stretch the truth. She's not usually honest with the facts. Believing what she says usually carries a big price. You just have no idea." If there was one thing Noah had figured out in only a couple of days, Ellie was painfully honest. She could have come up with much more flattering tales about her predicament than she had. "I'll probably pay a visit to the judge anyway, just to assure him that Miss Baldwin has herself a good job with the local church, has a nice little apartment right on the same street for very affordable rent, and has already collected some well-respected friends around town. I might let that go another week or two, depending. You could sweeten the pot by letting the kids pack an overnight bag." Noah glowered at Arnie meaningfully, since they missed most of the day with their mom and all. "Mr. Gunterson, knowing how decent and fair-minded you are, wouldn't that be a generous gesture on your part? The judge would have a hard time believing you're just a cruel, vindictive bastard if you did something nice like that." And then Noah smiled, meanly. Arnie was speechless for a moment. "You really don't know who you're dealing with, do you?" Noah let out his breath slowly. Unfortunately, he did. He grew up with one of them. "I just thought we'd both be happiest if we negotiated. Met each other halfway. Because if we go head-to-head physically or legally, I'm going to win. Trust me. Now, give the kids a break here. If I do that, it'll take me all week to get them back into shape. Noah pushed the door open a little more, pushing it against Arnie. Watch that, Arnold, he threatened. You're already on thin ice here. You're not going to get away with anything. You treat those kids harshly, and it's going to come back on you so hard you'll never forget it. Like it's my fault they haven't been raised right? I said, go real easy on them. And I mean it. Are you threatening me? He asked coolly, totally unafraid. You're damn straight. Now get the kids. I'm getting tired of trying so hard with you. Arnie seemed to think about this. Then he said, You sure you're a preacher? Complete with 2 master's degrees, a ton of money, and a load of local influence. He faced him down squarely. Noah was just a hair taller than Arnie, but his arms and shoulders were strong, his neck thick, his chest hard, and while Arnie had that generous spare tire, Noah had a 6-pack. He looked Arnie in the eyes easily. And there was only 1, maybe 2 lies in what he had said, and he considered them small ones. His money didn't amount to a lot after spending on the church, and he thought maybe his influence went as far as the local bartender. Period. But what the heck? These were innocent children, and no matter what Ellie had done for a living, this bastard was bad. Yet there was nothing about Ellie that was bad. Just nothing.
Just a quick reminder, this is a free audiobook, no ads, no paywall. Now take a short break and enjoy the music. See you on the other side.
Noah's little secret was he had a bit of a temper. It didn't take all that much to push his buttons, especially over matters of injustice. He'd been trying real hard to be one of those turn-the-other-cheek kind of guys, but it wasn't going that well. Injustice like this ranked right up there as something that made him fighting mad. And he was damn sure going to research Arnold a little further. Stay out here, Arnie said. I'll get the kids ready. And don't ever pull this again, or you'll be sorry. Noah wanted to slap back many retorts and threats, but he said nothing. He stood, and stood, and stood. He cast a glance over his shoulder at Ellie, waiting impatiently in the car, confusion and anxiety all over her face. It was a good 10 minutes before the door opened again. Arnie appeared alone in the doorway. He looked behind him and said, "Stay. I said stay." As if the kids were dogs in training. Then to Noah, he said, "She can keep them overnight, if she'll get them back by 4 tomorrow afternoon. We can do that. I'll make sure of it. And I'll come along to bring them home, just so we're sure we're all on the same page here." From the look on Arnie's face, it was pretty clear that he understood the subtext of Noah's comments. "So, you're sleeping with her?" Arnie asked. Noah was momentarily stunned. Did you seriously ask me that? He said, shocked. He shook his head and laughed unhappily. You know she's my employee. People can respect and help each other without there being a sexual agenda. Did you know that? Not with Ellie, he said. She's a tramp. Noah ground his teeth, his eyes narrowed and his fists clenched. He was seconds away from the happiest moment of his life when he broke this guy's nose. But there was a miracle. He didn't move at all and simply said, "Let the kids go to their mother now." Arnie stepped back, gave his head a nod, and let the kids past. "Mind your manners," he called after them, and his voice was controlled, civil, as though he meant well. It made Noah's head spin. It was just as Ellie had said. This guy had two sides, both of them creepy. The children each carried small backpacks for overnight, and they tried to walk slowly until they were halfway to the car, until Ellie's door came open, and then they lost control and broke into a run. Ellie fell to her knees, and they flung themselves into her arms. There was so much kissing and hugging and crying, it made Noah nervous. He saw that Arnie watched for a moment, then closed the door. He heard the deadbolt slide. "Come on, let's get out of here," Noah said, trying to shepherd them into the car. "Kids in the back, seatbelts. Come on, let's go." "In the car, kids," Ellie said. "This is Reverend Kincaid, my new boss. This is Danielle and Trevor." "Noah," he said. "Just call me Noah. Come on, let's get out of here, huh?" When he was behind the wheel, his brain went into overdrive. Would Arnie call the police and insist the kids had been kidnapped by a small-town preacher? Would they suffer even more when they were returned because Arnie felt he had lost ground? What could happen to these kids a few weeks down the road? Was there any way to assure their safety? How would Ellie survive if something happened to them and she felt it was her fault? Noah listened as Ellie and the kids discussed the situation. "He said we were good enough today so we could spend the night, but we have to be back by 4. "Did he?" Ellie asked Noah. "Did he say they could stay over?" "He said we have to mind our manners and behave if we ever want another visit." "Mommy, I have been doing my manners," Danielle said. "I've been doing my please and thank yous. I've been keeping Trevor from crying at night." Noah thought furiously. That son of a bitch let them think they had earned their visit by being good. "Oh, baby," Ellie said, tears in her voice. "Trevor, have you been scared?" He nodded piteously and reached for his mother, the seatbelt holding him in place. "It's okay, Trev. You're very brave," she told him, holding his hand. "Did you bring your books?" He shook his head. Danielle said, "We didn't get to bring them. We only have 2 now. Arnie said they keep us from paying attention." "No, they don't," Ellie said. "That's not right. How upside down is that? A school principal who doesn't want kids to read?" "Okay, here's what we'll do. When we get back to my new place and drop Noah off at his church, we'll go to the bookstore at the mall in Eureka. We'll buy books for you to keep at my house. And there's a library in town. They have books for children. Every week I'll get new ones for you to look at when you have Saturdays with me." "I'm going with you," Noah said. "Huh?" Ellie asked. "I'm gonna take you and the kids to lunch, or early dinner, or whatever it is, and then to the bookstore for books." "You don't have to do that, Noah," she said. "We'll manage." But no one could manage against that big, mean cretin. "And then we're gonna get some legal help. Right away." It took a long time for the tension from the escape to wear away, but it did. Noah asked the kids where they most wanted to go for lunch, and they picked McDonald's. Ellie said, "That's a big treat. We couldn't do that a lot." "Well, today it's my treat," Noah said.
Well, I wish you wouldn't do so much. I'll buy. Let me buy. I don't want to owe you so much.
Get over it, he said shortly. I want to do this.
She leaned closer to him. And I don't want to be a charity case, Rev.
You're not. You're a friend. Let it go at that.
How'd I rank friends so quick? She asked him.
You're kidding, right? You cleaned the kitchen, painted the bathroom. Nice job, too. Just looking at how you paint your nails, I was afraid. I was very afraid.
And she laughed.
That's good. We'll get along fine if you stay a little on edge like that.
Children are almost too resilient sometimes, Noah thought. They were so excited to be having McDonald's. They perked right up and forgot all the stuff that had them anxious and scared in the car. He delivered their orders while Ellie found a booth. Of course, she sat on one side with the kids, an arm around each one, and they talked about a trip to the bookstore. She promised to read to them a little bit and buy them 2 books each. Noah wanted to buy them 10 books each. And clothes. They were growing out of theirs. For a guy who couldn't seem to work up any excitement about his own wardrobe, he was surprised to be angry about the state of theirs. Couldn't Arnie, who claimed to be the better parent, do something about that? Apparently, Arnie had no talent beyond disciplining and punishing. Noah wanted to make a big run through Target and make sure the kids had clothes and shoes that weren't too small, too worn, and too scuffed. He knew Ellie's funds were limited, but what about the big shot who was going to do better by them? But he kept his mouth shut. It wasn't his place, and he'd been pushy enough. At the bookstore, he told her to take all the time she wanted, hours if she felt like it.
I want to graze myself, he said. I can be happy in a bookstore forever. Just relax and enjoy yourself.
Noah picked up book after book, reading the jackets, skimming first pages. But unlike his usual bookstore crawls, he couldn't keep his mind on all the choices. Every so often, he'd wander over to the children's section. He saw them cuddled close to their mother while she read. The next time he checked, he saw Danielle close to her mom while Trevor pillaged the stacks for the next book. Then he peeked and saw Trevor on her lap while Danielle sat nearby, reading her own book. The last time he looked, Trevor was asleep on Ellie's lap while she read to her daughter. If the judge saw this, would it matter? He asked himself. Noah wasn't only watching Ellie and her children or browsing for books, he was also people-watching. He wandered through the mall a couple of times. He'd been out of the mainstream of life for quite a while. He was either working in the fishing trade, attending the seminary, or teaching at a conservative university. The students and staff were pretty buttoned down, more right-wing than left. They certainly hadn't looked Amish. There were plenty of tight and ragged jeans, short skirts, but they didn't push the limits much. He'd been in a monastery of sorts where the culture was cautious. He'd probably stood out the most, refusing to wear the standard V-neck sweater or herringbone jacket to teach in. As a professor, he looked like he looked right now, very casual. He had acquired a suit for his wedding, and he wore it again for Mary's funeral. He didn't like the idea of suiting up for future church services. But here, in the bookstore and mall, there were hip young women, mothers and otherwise. He saw bare midriffs, pierced belly buttons, tattoos poking out of low-slung jeans, and a rose on the top of the rise of a breast. He hadn't seen much body art at his teaching job, but it was popular around the docks, and he'd even acquired his own tattoos while working as a fisherman. Ellie's clothing might be a little racy for a church lady, but by contemporary standards, she fit right in. Well, except that it was hard to find anyone as beautiful or as sexy. And why wouldn't a woman with those assets, height, figure, thick hair, ivory skin, want to look pretty, sexy? Her means might be slim, but in her own way she was making the most of what she had. He smiled and admitted to himself that he found Ellie a lot of fun.
edgy and authentic and full of delightful mischief. Seeing her with her kids gladdened Noah's heart. When they were finally back in the car, each child hanging on to 2 books, he said, "Well, anyone hungry?" "I'm stuffed," Ellie said. "Kids, hungry?" They shook their heads. "We'll just head home, Noah," she said. "Thanks for asking. That's very nice." It was only 5 p.m. They'd had their McDonald's at 2. They'd get hungry. Ellie hadn't been planning on an overnight visit. "I bet you could use a run by the grocery store before going home, to stock up for your sleepover," he said. "Do you mind? I'm sure you have to get back to Lucy, and I can just head out after I take you back to town." "Don't be silly. Lucy's fine. She probably has that second bathroom painted by now. We'll stop at the store on our way home. You'll need something for tonight after the hamburgers wear off. And breakfast. As for tomorrow, don't take them back to Redway without me. I want them to know there's some scrutiny, that you have backup. Let me take you there." "But Noah, it's Sunday. You probably have things to do. Don't you have religious things to do?" "Yeah," he thought. "I have to stand in that empty church and remember what community really means. What shoring up your friends and neighbors is all about. What the real blessings are. They're small of stature. They're young. They're innocent. And they have to be protected. I'm free all day, but I won't interfere with your family time. I'll be ready to take you in time for your deadline." "Mama?" Danielle asked from the back seat. She pronounced it Mama. "Can we stay with you now?" "Just for tonight, Angel. Arnie thinks he can do a better job, and so does the judge, and we have to give him some time." "But, Mama, he doesn't do his manners," she said. "He doesn't like us very much." "Sweetheart, all we can do is go along for now. The judge said 90 days, and we're getting through it. Then it will work out. Try not to let your feelings be hurt when he doesn't mind his manners. Just do your best. And please, baby, please know that I will never, ever be disappointed in you. I'm proud of you every second. We'll all do our very best, and soon it'll be over." She smiled at her daughter over her shoulder. "My grandma used to call it, go along to get along. That's what we have to do. Go along for now. Pretty soon, we'll be together, forever." Danielle sniffed a little. "Oh, Mama," she said. "It's hard not to let my feelings hurt." "I know, Danny. But when we don't have a choice, we have to be tough. I know how strong you are. You can get through this. And then, when it's over, I'll hold you and cuddle you every night." "Oh, Mama," she said softly. "I love you, Danielle. I'm proud of you for trying so hard." But when Ellie said that last, her voice caught. She shook herself. "Well, having to be strong is no big deal to us, huh? Because we're very strong. We love each other, and it makes us very strong, right?" "Mama," was all the little girl said. "I know it's very hard," Ellie said. "I know, honey. It's very hard for me, too. I miss you so much, it makes me want to cry. But I'm trying to be as brave as you. I'm so proud of you." Noah thought he might have to pull over to the side of the road, put his head down, and have a bone-deep cry himself. When he pulled into the grocery store lot, he forced himself to let her be the parent, to be independent and do her own shopping. He offered to keep the kids while she went into the store, but of course, she couldn't be separated from them for a second. They returned a few minutes later with only 2 shopping bags, but she must have indulged the kids because they were happy again. They chattered about little pizzas, popcorn, cereal, juice, and milk. He dropped them off right at the back stairs to a rented room and watched them clamber up. Just as he was about to walk back down the street, Joellen Fitch came out on her porch. She watched Ellie and her children go up the stairs. To Noah, she said, "She didn't mention kids. I'm not really set up for kids here." When Noah looked at her, his expression was grim. "Give me a break. It's overnight, that's all."
"Where do they live?" Joe asked.
"They're with her ex-husband right now. She only sees them on weekends. Try to be nice about it. They mean everything to her."
"Of course I'll be nice about it," she said, sounding affronted. "It's just that
It's very hard for her, so let's all be generous," he said.
"Of course," Joellen said. "I didn't mean—" Noah took a breath.
"I'm sorry, Mrs. Fitch. It's been a rough day for them."
"For me," he thought.
"I know you'll be very kind to them. Thank you."
He thought he should probably go someplace quiet and just pray until he fainted or lost bladder control. But instead, he collected Lucy and went to Jack's. He leashed Lucy while she ate, and he went into the bar, his throat dry and aching. He asked for ice water.
"Anything to eat or drink with that?"
Jack asked him.
"Not yet, thanks,"
Noah said. And then he sat, pondering the water in his glass, thinking. He'd been close to more than one difficult domestic situation in his career, especially as a counselor. Some of them had been more dramatic than Ellie's, frankly. But this time, it felt personal. Just listening to Danielle in the back seat of his car, her voice barely controlled. "Mama." It tore his heart out.
"You getting hungry?"
Jack asked him a while later.
"Nah,"
he said.
"Having trouble with the cleanup next door?"
Jack asked, obviously trying to pin down the reason for Noah's unusually quiet mood. Noah lifted his eyes to Jack's face.
"I have a situation."
"No kiddin'," Jack said. He nodded to Noah's glass.
"You haven't downed that water yet, and you don't have much to say either, which is a first."
Noah took a breath.
"You know just about everyone around here, right?"
he asked Jack.
"I've been around long enough to know plenty of people. I have an issue to resolve. It's not a confidence, but I really can't talk about it." "Hey, I didn't mean to pry," Jack said. "It's just that it's a custody issue. I'm trying to puzzle it out."
Jack lifted his eyebrows.
"You divorced?" "Nah, it's not my issue. It's a friend's." "Ah, I see. Hard to know how to help, I guess." "That would be it," Noah said. "I feel helpless. That's my least favorite feeling." "You haven't had enough time around here to make your connections. Figure out who's going to be useful to your work," Jack said. "That helping people line of your work, I mean. I'm sure you're good for some mighty powerful praying, but sometimes a man has to know who's going to pass him the ammunition."
Noah had to chuckle.
"You hit that right. A friend of mine had some serious custody concerns a couple of years back. There was a woman he was interested in, and she was running from a dangerous ex. She had a kid with her and nowhere to turn. But my buddy had been fishing with this judge from Grace Valley, and they were tight. That old judge, named Judge, by the way, like his folks knew the day he was born where he was headed. Anyway, that tough old bird, he didn't like domestic violence. Irked him right down to his toes. He helped. So did my little sister Bree. She's a lawyer. She's dealt with more than her share of domestic situations, not to mention her own divorce. She lives right next door to me and Mel. The judge and my sister helped my buddy out."
"Really?
"And is the woman safe now?"
Noah asked.
"I'd say so," Jack smiled. "My buddy married her, had a baby with her. Everything got sorted out." "That's good to know. Maybe I ought to go see this judge, or talk to your sister. Maybe someone has some advice. First off, why don't you go back to the kitchen, have a chat with the other preacher around here while he slices and dices. He might head you in the right direction so you can help Ellie." "Ellie?" "Noah. Everyone seems to like you fine, but you don't have all that many close friends yet. If it isn't Ellie and it isn't me, The person's not from around here." He gave the counter a wipe. "Go talk to Preacher. He's real good at confidences. He'd have his tongue cut out before he'd give up your secrets, but he's candid about his own, and he knows everything. He gets on that computer of his and gets himself an education about every issue under the sun. He's one smart critter, and awful helpful. Think he'd mind, even if I can't really discuss the particulars of this problem? Noah, most folks around here would jump in to help a neighbor, but Preacher is one of a kind. He might be built like a refrigerator and look scary as hell, but he's the sweetest man I know. He'd do anything in the world to help. Go on back. Then I'll give you some dinner."
Chapter 5. Noah didn't see Ellie all day on Sunday and didn't expect to. The way they had left it, he was planning to drive with her to take her kids back to Redway to their stepfather's house. He was hoping that if she had support, it might modify the jerk's behavior. But that wasn't the way it worked out. He walked down to her rented room at 3 that afternoon, but she wasn't there. Her deadline for getting her kids back was 4, and her car was already gone. He waited around a while in case she came back looking for him. Then, at close to 4, he went back to his RV. At 6, he and Lucy grabbed a bite to eat at Jack's, hung around for a while, then walked down the block just to see if her car was back yet. It wasn't. He worried briefly that she hadn't taken them back to her ex-husband's house at all. Frankly, if he were Ellie, he might not have. The temptation to flee must be overwhelming. He went back to his RV, knowing he wouldn't sleep all night without knowing. At 9, he walked down the street again, but this time he left Lucy behind. The summer sun had set, and people turned in early in this little town, but her car wasn't yet parked in front of the Fitch house. There was a single light on inside the big house and an outside light at the top of the garage stairs, but her room was dark. Noah sat on the stairs that led to her rented room and waited. About 30 minutes later, he heard the engine of her PT Cruiser as she came into town. She pulled up in front of the house and parked. He heard the car door slam. Her feet were quiet and slow on the driveway that led to the garage. Deep in thought, she didn't see him until she was about 20 feet away. She stopped. He stood. The light from the top of the stairs illuminated him. Still sheathed in semi-darkness, she approached another 10 feet and stopped again. Finally, in a very soft voice that didn't sound like Ellie, she asked, "What are you doing here?" She took a couple more steps toward him. She looked different. Oh, the clothes were Ellie. Tight jeans, snug top. But her makeup was gone. Her big hair pulled back severely into a ponytail. She looked so young, sweet, and so vulnerable. "I was waiting for you," he said. He came down the steps and stood in front of her. "I wondered how it went, if everything was okay." "It's okay," she said in a voice that sounded weak and beaten. "They'll be all right."
"Was it terrible? Were they very upset?"
He saw her shake her head, and there was only silence for a moment.
"Ellie,"
Noah said.
"did you get them back on time?"
She nodded. She bit her lower lip, looked down, and didn't say anything more.
"Did he give you any trouble?"
She shook her head. Then she said, "Well, there was the usual. He told them to go to their rooms, get ready for bed, and stay there. Ready for bed at 4 o'clock. But I made sure they had eaten before I took them back, so if he doesn't give them dinner, they won't be hungry. Then again, if he does give them dinner and they can't eat it, there could be a different kind of problem. I couldn't tell him, though, that they'd eaten." She sniffed and wiped at her nose with the back of her hand. "He seems to be always looking for ways to get to them, and it would be just like him to give them a big dinner and insist they eat every bite, even though they can't. But there's not much I can do to control that.
He'll do what he'll do. You've been crying.
Some, she admitted.
Since 4 o'clock?
He asked, an ache creeping into his chest.
When she didn't answer him, he said, I was worried about you. About you and your kids.
I never thought about that, she said. That you'd worry. I went to my friend's house. Phyllis, the lady who owns the duplex. I just wanted to talk to someone who understood the whole mess. He gave her a moment.
Where there is despair, let me offer hope, he thought. That probably helped.
He saw her nod.
Would you like to talk about it now?
I'm pretty worn out.
Would it help to pray about it? He asked.
I could... And she laughed a little, shaking her head. If it's all the same to you...
Sometimes it really does help, he said.
Not today, she said.
Then she sniffed.
Look, I'll be fine in the morning. I just need some rest. I'm sorry if you were worried.
I didn't mean to put that on you. I have no business waiting for you to get home. You're an adult. I can't explain. It's just that I felt for them. The kids. And you. I just wanted to know you were okay.
Well, I'm okay, Noah. And the kids will get by. We talked about how we had to accept the way things are for a little while longer. We sang songs all the way to Redway in the car, just to keep their minds off things. I only had to put up with Arnie for 3 or 4 minutes, just long enough for him to tell me I'd better remember who's calling the shots here.
She groaned in the back of her throat.
Maybe I should go back to him. Could I do that? Stay with him for the 90 days so I could watch over the kids? Then leave with them after the time's up? Legally, could that work?
Noah felt a surge of anger rise up in him at the very thought of Arnie touching her, putting his hands on her, telling her what to do. In that instant, he knew he'd lose his mind if she did that. You can't do that, he said. And then he asked himself who he thought he was to tell her what she could do. Arnie might trip you up somehow, make it worse. You're doing what the court asked. Listen. I did some checking this afternoon. There's a woman lawyer in town. Jack, the guy who owns the bar, his sister is a lawyer and she lives here.
She sighed heavily. I can't afford a lawyer.
She might be willing to talk to you for free. If you explained, if you told her the cheapskate preacher doesn't pay worth a damn. I mean, maybe she can't build a case or go to court on your behalf without a fee, but...
Noah, stop. I've talked to lawyers.
I could give you a loan. Long-term, interest-free.
She tilted her head. Don't do this, she barely whispered. Leave me some pride. I got us into this. I'll get us out.
Ellie, there's no shame in a helping hand.
I just need some rest. I didn't sleep at all last night. Once I have some sleep, things will look better in the morning. I'll be able to think straight.
Noah pulled a rumpled piece of paper out of his pocket and held it toward her. We'll sleep on this. Her name is Bree Valenzuela. I just met her. Very nice woman.
He shrugged.
According to Preacher, the cook, she's been known to help neighbors. She helped him once.
But they all know each other.
Just take it. It's Mel's sister-in-law, Ellie. She took the paper and said,
You didn't tell them all about...
I didn't tell anyone anything. I just said I had a friend with a difficult custody situation that, as far as I could tell, was diabolical. I said I knew someone who could use some help.
They'll all figure it out, she said, her voice tired.
That's not the most important thing, he argued.
I have to go to bed now, so I can work in the morning.
Helplessly, he said, Is there anything I can do to help? Right now?
Yeah, boss,
You can let me get up the stairs and shake this off. This isn't your problem." Oh, but it was, he thought. It wasn't that he took on pain and suffering like an addict. He barely knew her, and yet he was completely enmeshed in this crisis. His throat ached from remembering the sound of the children's voices when they were in his back seat. "You're right," he said. "I'm sorry to get in your business. Sleep well." He walked around her and down the driveway. "That's nice, though," she said to his back. "Nice to have someone care. Thanks for that." Noah found himself wondering why Ellie hadn't slept last night. He would have imagined having her kids with her, so close, all in one big bed, would have given her comfort, peace of mind. Was she completely wigged out with stress? Fear? Confusion? Where there is sadness, let me bring joy. Noah realized with some embarrassment that he wanted to hold her and comfort her, whisper all the right words that would bring her peace of mind. He wanted to be the one to get her through this, to rescue her, to put his arms around her, protect her, and bring contentment where there was fear and pain. Hope. He would show her hope where there was hopelessness. For it is in giving that we receive. But this was not his job. He was not her minister. He was her boss. He shook his head, trying to shake away the impulse that was all wrong for the circumstances. It was just that he'd been too alone for too long. It wasn't just since Mary had passed. It was before and after that. There had been women, but nothing lasting. No one to whom he could really give himself except for that all too brief time he had his wife. He needed to get beyond that. Ellie would probably be happier with a $100 bill than an offer to pray with him. Why didn't he know that? He'd always known things like that. Anyone who could go to Skid Row with a Bible in one hand and a grocery sack full of peanut butter sandwiches in the other knew when it was appropriate to offer spiritual assistance and when it was time to just be a friend. He'd gotten himself in deep, and fast. Well, that happened to counselors. He knew that. It was a hazard of the profession. But he'd fallen into her problems like a drunk into a shot glass. He took them on, worried them to death, worked at finding a solution. He liked happily ever after, even if he didn't exactly have an acquaintance with it right now. He would have to separate himself from the situation, be objective, remember his job, his particular skills, his role. He'd better back off before he did more harm than good. Come Monday morning, Noah had a headache. He'd tossed and turned, suffering through deep thoughts that ranged from his spiritual commitment and his job here to Ellie and her problems to missing Mary. He wished he had a woman in his life, he thought. Talk about hopelessness. Nothing can keep you up all night like worry and self-pity. But when he finally made it to the church office at 8 a.m, he heard movement and soft humming. When he went to the upstairs bathroom, he found Ellie painting away, the little bathroom almost done. She wasn't wearing makeup this morning. Her hair was clipped in the back, but fell in a shiny curtain down her back. She'd straightened it somehow. Instead of her tight jeans, she wore some khaki things that tied right below the knees, and his painting shirt. She looked about 15. She turned and smiled at him. "Morning," she said. "Sleep in?" "This is my usual time," he said. She laughed. "Yeah, I know. Just giving you crap. I slept like a dead woman last night and thought I'd get an early start." "You did?" he asked, rather stunned. When last he'd seen her, she was a crying wreck. He hadn't slept, and she'd been part of the reason. "I did. I was worn out. But then I woke up early and thought, why not just go for it? I didn't bother fixing up at all. I figured no one would see me but you and the paint." Then she smiled again. "You seem in a very good mood," he observed. "So much better. Really, you can't let yourself get tired out. It's bad all around. What kept you from sleeping the night before? Worry? Upset?
No, she said, laying her roller in the pan.
Oh, I'm worried.
I try not to let that take over, since worry isn't going to help anything. But I had my kids with me. Her eyes lit up. I snuggled them all night, listened to all their sleeping noises, smelled them fresh out of the shower, and just couldn't shut my eyes no matter how hard I tried. Knowing I wouldn't see them for a week and probably wouldn't get another overnight, She shook her head. Like a stupid ninny, I was up all night just holding them and watching them sleep. No wonder I wasn't any good at taking them back on Sunday. And he thought, wait a minute.
You have all the same problems. Nothing has improved just by sleeping.
What the hell? Are you all right?
I have a slight headache,
he said.
Did you take something? She asked. No, it'll probably pass.
Then you must want to have a headache, right? She asked, lifting her pretty eyebrows.
You actually look better without makeup, without the big hair. And you're not 6 feet tall after all.
Please, she admonished. Nothing you say is going to make me look like some Amish woman. Besides, all that curly hair is mine. I'm stuck with it. Sometimes I straighten it, but it's way too much trouble. And I know it would make your life easier if I was really butt ugly and asexual, but I'm here to work, not make your life easier. He tilted his head.
Excuse me, but isn't the job of a pastor's assistant designed to make the pastor's life easier?
No, your worship. It's to assist. And I am, and I will. And I will look good if I can, thank you very much. So why the headache? Drink too much last night?
Think too much, more likely. Listen, you don't have to tell me if it's none of my business, but how are you so well adjusted after just a little sleep? You were kind of
messed up over the kids last night, she finished for him. Yeah, I know. I admit it gets to me, and no matter how well I sleep, I hate it. This shouldn't be happening to them. I mean, it shouldn't be happening to me either, but I can take about anything. It's them hurting that tears me up. I think people who hurt children are going to burn in hell.
Ah, you believe in hell?
She tilted her head and smirked at him. Why wouldn't I? I'm closely acquainted. Take that, he thought. But instead of following his own advice and staying out of it, which kept him awake all night, he crossed the line again.
You gonna talk to that woman lawyer? Bree?
She shrugged. If the time seems right. Really, my biggest worry is that if I get in Arnie's face anymore, try to upset his temporary win here, he'll get worse.
Maybe that would be a good thing to talk to the lawyer about, he suggested. Because while you're painting and leaving him alone with his temporary win, he could be plotting his next move.
Like I said, I'm not ruling it out. And believe me, she said, stooping to pick up her paint roller, the first thing I'll tell her is I can't afford her because my boss is a hopeless tightwad. She winked at him. Then her grin faded and she said, Jesus, you look miserable. You have bags under your eyes. You might want to drop the Macho Man deal and pop a couple of aspirin.
You're not the only one with worries, you know,
he said defensively. Baby, everyone has worries. The rich have as many as the poor. The healthy as many as the sick. It's a worrisome deal, this life business. You have to learn to mellow, not stay up all night feeding it.
Well, you sure shook off your funk pretty well. Maybe I'm just not as good at it as you are.
Hanging on to it a little, are ya?
Not because I like being worried, he said. And it was damn tempting to point out to her that she and her problems started the whole thing.
Ah, she said. She rolled more paint onto the wall.
Then, without looking at him, she said, "Must be a payoff in there for you, bud." "Knock it off, Ellie." "There's a trick to letting it go, in case you're interested." He took a deep breath, an impatient breath. "Lay it on me." "You can't try. Trying is a struggle and doing is an act. You can't witness the act of trying, but you can see the results of doing. Trying brings on stress because not only do you have the problem, but now you have all this frustration with it not going away just because you want it to. It's kind of like being told not to think of pink elephants. Impossible. What you have to do is stop. You say to yourself, this is over for now. I'm done for now. Take your mind to another place and concentrate on that peaceful place. Deep breaths. Go limp. Put your mind in another state. It takes practice, but it gets easier over time. "Thanks, Scarlett," he said with a laugh, not believing a word. He tried to imagine counseling a completely stressed-out person by telling them that all they had to do was not try to let it go, and it would go. Although he did admit to himself that he had used that technique, or something similar, in the past with some of his clients. My grandma used to say, you can only feel one feeling at a time. For example, you can't feel trust and fear together. If you want to trust, but you're afraid, fear is still in charge. If you trusted, there wouldn't be fear. She also used to say, you have to listen to what you feel. Feeling fear could be a warning, right? He knew this theory. Fear and faith cannot coexist. He'd used that 100 times too. But he'd never counseled her. Her grandmother had. "Well, I guess I'm not as good at it as you are. If I have a problem, it tends to haunt me for a while." She looked at him, lifted one thin, light brown brow, and said, "Oh, sure. So, how's that working out for you?" Enough, he thought. No 25-year-old stripper was going to counsel him. But he said, "What else did your grandmother say?" She got a very happy look and turned to him, rolled her at her side. "Don't make love to your problems. They'll never give you back the satisfaction you give them. And troubles aren't worth the paper they're written on, but that doesn't mean writing them down won't help you get a fix on them. And God respects you when you work, but He loves you when you dance." That last one might have gotten me into some trouble. Good God, he thought. This was like listening to Grandma Pyle's wisdom on the Andy Griffith Show. "I won't be around until later today," he said briskly. "I have errands. I'll be gone most of the day." She also used to say, if Jesus walked the earth today, he wouldn't be hanging out with Billy Graham. He'd be found with drug addicts and prostitutes and the like. That one stunned Noah still for a moment. He'd always thought that himself. "Need anything before I go?" he finally asked. "I'm good," she said, rolling away. "I'm sure I'll get started on the downstairs John while you're gone." "Take aspirin, Noah. Don't be stupid." "If I don't see you when I get back, I'll assume you worked as long as you could." "Okie dokie." "Will you please give Lucy a spin over the grass for her potty break and leave her in the RV when you quit for the day?" "Of course. Want me to get her dinner at the bar before I leave?" "Nah, I'll be back for that. That's almost the best part of my day." With that, Noah left the church and got into his truck. It really pissed him off that she was doing so well this morning. Not that he wanted her to be in pain. Of course not. But he was the professional. He was supposed to be telling her how to cope, not the other way around. Her grandmother had some very sage advice, and he wasn't doing as well as she was, even with her problems. So one of them was not a particularly good role model, and he feared it was him. And that really pissed him off. As Noah pulled around to the front of the church, he saw Mel Sheridan loading a box into the back of the Humvee with another one sitting on the clinic porch. She lifted a hand and gave him a wave, so he pulled up alongside. "Need a hand there?" he asked. "Thanks, but it's not heavy. Where are you headed?" "I thought I'd run over to Grace Valley and visit with Harry Shipton, the pastor there." "I know Harry. We always called Harry when we needed a minister. Now I guess we won't have to do that anymore." "I hope not," he said. "Are you in a hurry? I mean, do you have an appointment with Harry?" "No," he said. He shrugged. "I called him and said I'd drop by this week, and he said that'd be great." "Why?" She walked over to his open window. "How would you like a private tour of some interesting and little-known parts of the area?" "Cool. I'd like that." "You'd have to keep some secrets. Are you any good at secrets?" "Give me a break," he said, insulted. "I'm a minister." "Yeah, well, that's not saying you don't have a big mouth," Mel said. "And what if I swear to God?" "Jack's trying to get me to stop swearing, but go ahead, if it floats your boat." "I just have something you might be interested in, but you can't tell. If you tell, my life is going to be too miserable to describe." "You have a problem you'd like to talk about?" he asked hopefully. Right about now, he'd like to feel as good at counseling and giving comfort as Ellie's grandmother. "No, nothing like that. Tell you what, follow me out of town, if you feel like it." Nothing could stop him now. "I'm right behind you." Mel loaded the second box, jumped in the Hummer, and pulled out of town. Noah was right on her bumper. They drove for about 20 minutes, out Highway 36, then turned off on a side road that wound up and down a big mountain. And then Mel pulled over at a wide space in the road. Noah pulled up behind her. She stepped out of the Hummer and beckoned him with a wave of her hand. "Leave your truck here and come with me." He did as she asked, getting in the front seat of the Humvee. "Where the devil are we going?" "When I first got to Virgin River, I was working with old Doc Mullins. He died last year, and Cameron Michaels came down from Oregon to work as the town doctor for at least a year. Mullins was an ornery old coot, but I loved him. Anyway, I came from the city, from L.A., and there were things he tried to tell me about life in the mountains. For that matter, Jack tried too. Some things I just had to learn for myself. You a city boy, Noah?" "Pretty much. I grew up in a suburb of Columbus and went to college and seminary in Seattle." "Where I came from, working in an urban trauma center, when we treated indigents or vagrants, we called social services and just handed them off. I never had to worry about what had become of them after that transfer. The doctors call it buff 'em and turf 'em. Treat the patients as well as you can for your specialty, then hand them off to another service, someone else's turf. And then it's their problem. Things are very different around here. Except for the larger cities, there aren't facilities for dealing with poverty and homeless people. Virgin River doesn't have anything to offer, and neither do the surrounding small mountain towns." "You have homeless here?" he asked. He knew that, except for the successful ranches, farms, and vineyards, most of the community lived a lower middle-class existence. But he hadn't seen any stark poverty or homelessness. "Boy, howdy," she said. "I think you should see for yourself. I doubt there's much you can do about it, Noah. They sure won't cotton up to you Bible-beating them. They might torture you for that, or just plain go to sleep. But you should know about mountain life. There are lots of poor people out in these mountains who aren't homeless, people who homesteaded and once they sold off their quotient of lumber, had nothing left but a mountain full of 40-foot trees and very little income. If they homesteaded, they're probably elderly and often sickly, but they're not real fond of doctors either. I get a little slack being a nurse practitioner. We look in on them when we can." "I guess you have to know the area pretty well," he said. "More than half of our population is rural," she said. She turned off onto what appeared to be a hidden road. Narrow, all dirt and washboard. obviously very seldom used. "It's not all charity work in our practice," she said. "In fact, we're doing better all the time. There are more insured and paying patients every year around here. But there are still people in need who don't have the means. It's all part of the territory, Noah. I get a lot of food at the clinic as patient fees. After Cameron and I go through it and see what we can use, most of the really good stuff goes over to Jack's. Preacher cooks it, bakes it, freezes it, cans it, and they always serve people who serve the town." "He's been real good to me that way," Noah said. "I won't take advantage, but I'll take the occasional piece of pie off his hands." "Well, it all shakes out even in the end. There's always stuff left at the clinic. Milk and juice real close to going bad, cheese with a few moldy spots I can cut off, and depending on the season, there might be some produce. And then there are the casseroles that are half-eaten, stuff that can't be used at Jack's but can fill a belly. The boxes in the back have food in them. There's just one problem." "What's that?" "Jack has absolutely forbidden me to do this, as Doc Mullins did before him. So I'm trusting you." "Oh, great. Secrets between husband and wife." "I don't see it that way," she said. "They are confidences kept by a medical practitioner in this town. You can rest assured that when you come to me with a medical problem that you might find personal and perhaps embarrassing, Jack will never know about it." "Well, there's a comfort," he said. "Like, when would that happen? When he finally had constipation? The drip?" "Well, Jesus, Noah, would you tell about my spiritual struggles?" "You have some?" he asked almost hopefully. "Not that I recall," she said with a shrug. "We're almost there. I'd like you to please stay in the car. You're new around here. They don't know you. It might make them skittish." "Who?" But before Mel answered, she pulled into a clearing, and there was a camp. Surrounding a bald spot within the trees were tents, a couple of old vehicles, one up on bricks without wheels, and one that could be functional. One old dilapidated trailer, some furniture that looked as if it had been pilfered from a dump, some tarps stretched over the furniture to keep the moisture off, and a few men standing around who looked for all the world like hillbillies. They had a pot over a fire, and that was it. Mel jumped out, opened the back of the Humvee, and hauled out a box. She put it onto the hood of the Hummer and waited. An old man with a gray beard that reached down to his chest ambled forward. He was skin and bones and real shaky. He nodded a little as Mel spoke to him. She reached inside the box and pulled out a large white plastic jar and held up one finger. She shook the jar and held up that one finger again, in emphasis, and the man nodded. Noah watched in fascination. And then, although he had been told to wait in the car, he got out. Mel glared at him briefly, but didn't say anything. Noah stayed beside the passenger door, minding his own business. Then, braving her reproach, he went to the back of the Hummer and got the second box, bringing it slowly and cautiously around to the front of the vehicle. "Anyone sick or hurt?" Mel asked the man. He shook his head and she handed him the box. "That's good to hear. You know where I am if you need anything medically." He nodded without speaking and took the box off her hands. By the time he was on his way back to his tent, another man came forward from behind the old trailer. Since Noah was holding the box, he went straight to Noah. "How are you today, brother?" Noah asked pleasantly, and the man merely nodded, not making eye contact. "Can you think of anything you need besides the food in the box?" Noah asked. No response. "Coats? Blankets?" At that, the man lifted his beady gaze and connected with Noah's eyes. "Ah," Noah said. "Coats and blankets. That makes sense. I'll look around, see what I can find." The man broke his gaze and merely accepted the box, taking it back where he'd come from. The entire transaction lasted under 5 minutes. They got back in the Hummer, and Mel backed around carefully, heading down the bumpy road. "Well, you don't follow instructions very well, do you?" she asked.
"I don't know what came over me,"
he lied. He wasn't about to be kept back. He felt right at home.
"How many of them are there?"
"Only a few now. 6 or 7, maybe. The faces change. People wander in and out, stay a while, move on. Sometimes I'll actually spot a woman. One of the men had an adult daughter with him for a while. There were more before, in a camp closer to town, but Jack and his boys ran them off."
"Why?"
"Well, it was complicated. Some drug farmers set up in their camp, and there was a caretaker watching the grow who was a dangerous felon. We had an altercation. He put a knife to my throat and wanted narcotics from the clinic. Jack killed him. I mean, it was totally self-defense, you understand. It was down to me or him, and Jack wasn't at all attracted to him." She turned to Noah and smiled. Then her smile vanished. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't joke. The man was going to kill me." After it was over, Jack rounded up his friends, and they ran off all the old boys. He said if they couldn't keep the dangerous element out, they had to move farther away, so the town wouldn't be at risk. Turns out they didn't go that far. If they weren't on restricted land, Jack might have run across them while hunting.
"But you found them."
About a year back, one of them came into the clinic. He had a nasty, infected laceration that needed debriding, antibiotics, and dressing. I told him if I knew where he'd settled, I could bring him some leftovers to eat sometimes.
"What was in that jar you showed the man?"
She laughed. "Expired prenatal vitamins. Might keep him going one more week in his life, but what the heck? The thing is, Noah, I wanted to save them. Get them bottled water at least, if not placement in some facility with clean sheets. But the fact is, this is either what they want or serves what they think they need. There's undoubtedly some addiction or mental illness at root there. Alcoholism, bipolar, ward disability, anything is possible. Although I don't know that any of them have been evaluated. And since nothing will change it, no harm comes from a little decent food. Those old boys exist on fish and squirrel, and in the winter they almost freeze. But they won't go to town, won't go to a shelter. They know they can get help in Eureka, but they're not interested."
"And if Jack finds out?"
"He's gonna make a big stink. He might run them off again, or see if he can get some law enforcement to do it. He has a point. If they're too close to town and open to dangerous types settling in with them, that could be a big problem. But I have a point too. It's not against the law to be homeless. They're not hurting anyone, as far as I know. If they break the law, they'll have to go, I suppose."
"Is that the only group like that you know about?"
he asked. "The only one around here I know about. But June Hudson, the doctor down in Grace Valley, she keeps an eye on an impoverished settlement near that town. She's given medical treatment to some of them. There are several families in her shantytown. Some of them actually keep animals. Mules, goats, chickens, like that."
"Lord,"
he said.
"I've seen some people real hard put, but for some reason, I didn't expect it here. I guess I thought homelessness was only in the inner city and near the docks."
"I can relate. I was likewise naive. There are lots of folks living in isolated cabins out in the hills. If we know about them, Cameron and I try to keep track of them. We'll often go together, but he just became the father of twins and has been a little scarce around town lately."
"Mel,"
he said quietly,
"you're a missionary."
"Nah, just doing the people's work."
"That's what a missionary is."
"It's not all about Bible beating," he said with a grin.
"You have to fill their bellies before you can expect to peek into their hearts." "Are you and Cameron the only ones who know about them?"
"The exact location? Maybe, but probably not. Jack knew about them when they had that old camp near town, and he just ignored them. Until there was trouble. Does he have a problem with you going out to isolated cabins to check on people? Sometimes someone will tell me there's no smoke coming from a neighbor's chimney, or that someone is bedridden and could use medicine, and often Jack will take me and wait in the car. Jack's been known to split logs for an old-timer who can't hoist his axe. Sometimes Cameron and I go together. I have to be real cautious. Some people really don't want to be disturbed. Some could be unstable, even violent. Believe me, I don't venture foolishly. And don't you either. He smiled at her. She knew. There was a reason she had taken him, shown him, and told him. Because his was also the people's work. What she didn't know was that his father was a wealthy, somewhat famous televangelist who made a lot of noise about helping the needy and yet had never managed to get his hands dirty. He consorted mainly with rich people. In his stable of friends were politicians, government honchos, police officials, philanthropists. Anyone who could protect him in the clinches and make him richer. In Noah's stable of friends, so far, there was a bartender, a stripper, a cook, and a midwife. For the first time in a long time, the flavor of his life tasted good in his mouth. Noah's trip with Mel to the vagrants' camp in the forest presented many possibilities to a man whose soul was fed when he could feed people. His visit to Grace Valley to spend some time with Harry Shipton, a heck of a nice fellow, had been likewise illuminating. They spent 2 hours together, and Noah learned Harry was not just a Presbyterian minister, but also divorced and a recovering compulsive gambler. Even though he'd swindled some local friends, the whole town had welcomed him home after his treatment program. Here, in this little burg, Harry had found the truest sense of forgiveness and community. Harry then gave Noah a tour of the town and lunch at the Grace Valley Cafe. Noah met Dr. June Hudson and her partner, Dr. John Stone, and June's father, the former town doctor, Elmer. He had an invitation from Elmer to go fishing and get an education about a few things those Virgin River men didn't know and couldn't learn.
No matter what they say, I've always outfished them. Bunch of liars, that's what they are, Elmer told him.
Grace Valley was a precious little town of quaint clapboard houses and delightful people. But when he'd brought up the subject of rural poverty, June and Harry had been quick to fill him in detail about their special cases. On the surface, some of these mountain towns looked to be thriving and healthy, but there was an underside, hidden in the trees, of both marijuana growers laying low under the law and impoverished families that June, John, Harry, and a few others tried to look after. A few days later, when Mel Sheridan pulled into the vagrants' camp, Noah was seated around a weak fire with the boys, Bible in hand. 4 of them sat on overturned buckets, and there was a stack of army blankets beside one of them. "Well," Mel said, approaching, "didn't take you long to make yourself at home."
"We were just talking about Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane,"
he said, standing.
"These guys aren't the first in history to look for answers in solitude." "So, what's in your pantry today?"
he asked with a smile. Chapter 6. Noah had a couple of phone calls to make that he'd been putting off for more than a week. Mrs. Hatchett and Mrs. Nagel. He had to tell them he'd hired someone and thank them for their interest in the job. Mrs. Hatchett said, "Yes, I know. It's all around that you hired some pretty young thing. As it happens, she is both pretty and young, but she was hired because she has office experience and is capable of helping with the heavy work that has to be done around here. I'm sorry it didn't work out, Mrs. Hatchett, and I'm very glad I got to meet you, and I'll look forward to seeing you again." She merely grunted and hung up.
"Mrs. Nagel,"
he said when he called the next woman.
"Reverend Kincaid here. I just wanted to let you know that I hired that young slut," she snapped into the phone. "Excuse me?"
he said. shocked and affronted. "I'm glad I'm not going to work for you if that's the kind of man you are." "I see," he said calmly. "I'm sorry it didn't work out." She gave a derisive snort before disconnecting without saying goodbye. "Whew, dodged a bullet there," he muttered into a dead phone. Noah spent the next week door-knocking in the more rural areas of Virgin River, introducing himself and inviting people to a church that would be refurbished and open for business in a couple of months. He'd also been to Valley Hospital twice. He was now known among the volunteer women, and before he even asked, he was directed to a patient who had no visitors. While he carried a Bible and introduced himself as Reverend Noah Kincaid, he wasn't there to pray or preach unless asked. All he did was visit. He sympathized, comforted, consoled. He also laughed, shared favorite jokes, straightened linens, fluffed pillows, and even gave assistance to the bathroom. Mary had died at home in his care. During her brief illness and chemotherapy, he'd spent countless hours at the hospital. While she was reading or dozing as the chemo IV or transfusion was running, he'd make the rounds and visit with staff, patients, and gathering families. He hadn't even realized he'd found a mission there. But people welcomed his friendliness, and it filled a place in him. It fulfilled him. On his way back to Virgin River, he visited the nursing home where Salvatore Salentino was living. When he stood in the doorway, the old man said, "Well, here you are again. I guess you won't give up till you convert me." Meanwhile, Ellie and Lucy were making progress on the cleaning and painting. Ellie had finished 2 bathrooms and was getting to work on the kitchen. And Lucy, for all her infirmity, was getting up and down the steps like a pup and following Ellie everywhere. On this particular day, Noah made it back to the church a little before 3 because he had an appointment with Paul Haggerty. He heard the water running downstairs and found Ellie bent over the sink, cleaning her painting gear. "I'm back, Ellie," he announced. She glanced over her shoulder. "Boy, you have a ton of messages. The phone was ringing all day. It's a shock I got anything done around here. Why's that phone ringing all of a sudden? You run an ad for some kind of soul-saving special or something?" "Messages?" he asked with trepidation. "Yeah, I wrote them down and left them on the desk." "You answered the phone?" "What did you expect me to do? Let them all think there wasn't any minister in this town? Besides," she said, turning around to face him, "I'm supposed to assist, right?" He swallowed. I have a meeting with Paul Haggerty, the builder. Off the top of your head, do you remember any... Well, a woman named Shelby McIntyre wondered if you could perform a wedding in a couple of months. She's hoping there will be a church by then. Gloria Tuttle called from Valley Hospital. She's seen you around there visiting people and thought you should call her. She's one of the nurses and can tell you about patients who might want you to visit them. You're gonna want to watch Gloria, Rev. She wants to jump your bones. She asked if you were married, and when I said no, she giggled. Some old woman named Hope, who sounds like a man, called and asked how things were going, and I told her we were doing our best. Then she grinned. And there were others. A lot of them just want to call back. And there were hang-ups. Maybe you got a number that was used too recently. Did you usually get so many calls? I can't remember the phone ringing once last week. What did you say? He asked. To who? Whom? He said, and then he almost kicked himself. To Miss McIntyre, for example. She studied his face for a second, and then, with a hand on her hip, she said, I said, you're damn skippy he'll do a wedding. He needs the work. What do you think I said? I took her number and told her I'd have you call her back. The same to all of them, except the nurse. I told her she was scraping the bottom of the barrel, going after your hot pants. Then she smirked. You're a pain in the butt, he said. Yeah, so says the pot to the kettle. You thought I wasn't smart enough to know how to answer an office phone. I've worked in offices. I know this, he informed her. Ah, you thought I got those jobs because I have... He put up a hand to stop her. I never thought a thing, he said. Boobs, she finished insolently. Then she winked while she chewed vigorously on some gum. She cracked it for good measure. I'm going to get this stuff cleaned and get out of here. I'm totally shot, she said, turning back to the sink. Can you manage now? I'll muddle through. By the way, thank you. For taking messages. I appreciate it. She grinned over her shoulder. No problem, Your Worship. You have a good day? I did, he said. What did you do at the hospital? She asked. Visit. Visit? There are people who don't get company. People waiting around for someone to get out of surgery. People waiting for someone to die. It's the kind of place where a friendly face and a few kind words go a long way. People you know? She asked, turning back toward him. He shook his head. I don't have a congregation. They're complete strangers. But that doesn't matter. Aw, Noah. That's nice. I've been trying to tell you, I am nice. She dried her hands on a towel. Yeah, watch out for Gloria Toots. I think she's looking for more than nice. Ellie walked back down the street from the church to her rented room, feeling that good kind of tired that comes from having worked hard and done well. She was down to $67 until she could pry some church money out of the fierce grip of her cute boss. Oh, how she wished he was ugly, stupid, or gay, she thought for the 100th time. Why couldn't he just be gay? That would make life so much easier. But he was not gay. Rather, he had waves of testosterone rolling off him. There was that build, for one thing. Powerful. And that thick hair that fell over his collar, itching for her to run her fingers through it. And the burning blue eyes. The hands. Oh, God, his hands. When she got up close, and if he had his sleeves rolled up, she noticed a map of tiny white scars that marred the backs of his hands and forearms. When she knew him better, she was going to ask about the scars. Maybe 20 of them. But she suspected he got them when he was doing whatever he'd been doing to make his palms calloused and rough. He'd only touched her a couple of times, just guiding her in a gentlemanly fashion, but she felt his rough hands. You don't get those in a pulpit. Thinking about Noah made it difficult to remember that there would never again be a man in her life. Ever, ever, ever. She'd been hurt by men too often. Okay, there hadn't been many, but the 3 major contenders had been totally horrible. Death, prison, and weirdness. If there had been even one lucky break where love was concerned, she might consider another stab at it down the line a bit, but not likely. She had already proven she didn't know how to pick a man, and it was doubtful she could start now. But he was very attractive. The preacher man. 6 feet, ink-black hair with a lock that fell over his brow sometimes. Expressive dark brows over the most beautiful blue eyes she'd ever seen. And lips that just screamed, "Come to Papa." There was that smile, or all those smiles. The one that indulged, the one that mocked, the one that burst out of him before he could stop it. He couldn't hide the fact that for a devout sort of guy, there was some bad boy in him that he was barely keeping under control. His smile came with dimples that almost brought her to her knees. 6 feet of delicious man with strong shoulders, long legs, and big, hard hands. Yeah, he could get her in trouble. But then, if she was realistic, he was a minister. No matter how he set her on fire, he was puritanical and pure, right? Life was just too short to forego that playful, naughty edge. She didn't want to be in the missionary position for the rest of her life anyway. He'd probably make love with his black socks on, And his t-shirt. Lights out, covers up, in and out real quick. No screaming. Dull and boring. Oh, that's right. She forgot, she thought with a laugh. She was giving up all positions. No men, no sex, no more heartaches or headaches. But it would be easier on her nerves if he were just a little homelier. She wondered if she should be grateful he even inspired thoughts of sex. It had been so long since she'd even been tempted. She had all but forgotten what tempted felt like. Long before Trevor was born, and it was a miracle Arnie hadn't killed it altogether, Ellie stopped her daydreaming and realized she was almost home. When she got to her new address, she found Mrs. Fitch raking leaves and pine needles out of the flower bed in front of her porch. "Hey there, Mrs. Fitch. How's it going?" Joellen looked at her. "Fine, Ellie. Are you off early today?" "Kind of. The Reverend has an appointment, and I've been starting at the crack of dawn all week. I was painting by 5 this morning." "He's got you painting?" Joellen asked. "Mrs. Fitch, there's not a dirty chore in that old trash heap of a church that I'm not doing. While we get it pulled together, anyway." "You must be exhausted." "I feel good," Ellie said with a smile, rolling the ache out of her stiff shoulders. "Nothing like some good old hard work. You should see the bathrooms. They look great." "I can tell Reverend Kincaid can't figure out how he got stuck with me. I am so not a churchy person. But I'll tell you what, it was his lucky day. The stuff that has to be done around there, painting, cleaning, organizing. Heck, I've had to make do so much of my life, that's what I know best. Making something decent out of a mess. Lots easier than computer programs." Joellen leaned on her rake and laughed. "Would you like some iced tea?" Ellie ran the palms of her hands down her pants leg. "Oh, gee, I'm a mess. I probably smell like paint and sweat besides." "Better than me. I smell like compost. Why don't I bring us some tea out here to the front porch? Just for a little break." "That's awful nice of you. Thanks." "Gosh," Ellie secretly mused. "I thought she didn't like me. I thought I had tricked her into renting me that room." Joellen was a plain woman in her 50s, but she had a softness that made her pretty. Her hair was light brown and strung with gray, which gave it a dull appearance, and she pulled it back in a simple catch at the base of her neck. She didn't wear makeup, which made perfect sense while gardening. But then, she hadn't worn it when she first met Ellie either. Her eyebrows had a nice arch, which made her expression pleasant. But what Ellie noticed about her for the first time was that her complexion was clear and her skin tight and smooth. There was a little bit of sun on her cheeks and nose from her afternoon of outdoor work. And her smile, which Ellie hadn't seen much of the first day they met, was lovely. When Joellen returned with 2 glasses of tea on a tray with a few cookies, Ellie said, "My gosh, Mrs. Fitch, this is just so nice of you." "It's nothing, sweetheart. And call me Joellen, or Joe. That's what my friends call me. It occurred to me that I hadn't visited with you at all since you moved into your little apartment. You've been there a couple of weeks already. I didn't want to bother you while you had your children with you, but now that you're on your own again, I want to at least make an effort to get to know you a little bit." "I hope that's okay. About the kids," Ellie said. "Honestly, I didn't think I'd ever get to have them overnight. It's a mess, this custody business." She sipped her tea. "Do you and Mr. Fitch have children?" "I'm afraid not," Joe said. "I'll be honest with you. It's one of the greatest disappointments in my life. I don't have too much else to complain about, but I really wanted children." "Oh, I'm sorry. I wish you had. My kids are the center of my world." "It must be hard for you to be away from them." "It's all a terrible misunderstanding, and I'm going to get it straightened out as quick as I can. When they're back with me where they belong, I'll move. I won't try to keep them here with me. I know you didn't intend that room for more than one person anyway. But don't worry, Joe, I won't leave you owing rent. I promise. I'm not worried, Ellie. That room hasn't been let in a year or more. It's nice to have someone use it again. And I happen to like children. It's a wonderful room, she said. If I'd had a room like that growing up, I would have felt like a princess. I love it. I decorated it myself, Joellen said. Have you lived around here all your life? Since I got married, she said. I met Nick when he was in the Air Force, stationed in Florida, and fell madly in love. Married him, and when he got out of the service, we moved here. He's from these parts. Oh, gee. Is your family back in Florida? Just a sister, her husband, and my nieces. We don't see too much of each other. But I have friends here now. Women friends. This is a good little town. She laughed. Real little. I like it, Ellie said. The only thing that would make it better for me is if I had my kids with me. And where are you from? Eureka. I grew up and went to high school there. And is your family nearby? There's no one except the kids, she said. My grandmother raised me alone, and she died a couple of years ago. That's it. No brothers or sisters. Are your parents dead? Joe asked cautiously. No. My mother is kind of a whack job. Okay, not kind of. She's pretty nuts. She had me when she was real young, never would say who my father was, and just left me with my grandma. She's all over the place, traveling, constantly moving. She visited now and then when I was growing up, sends postcards sometimes. But when my grandma died, I couldn't even find her. I haven't heard from her in a long time, and really, that's okay. The last time she visited, my daughter was totally confused about who she was. They knew my grandma as Grandma, and my mother was horrified to think she was a grandmother. She pretty much ran for her life. Oh, what a shame. I'd love to have a daughter with children. Well, like I said, she's pretty nuts. But I'm not, I swear. Well, I have been known to marry stupidly, but I'm working on that. It's amazing how much we actually have in common, Joe said. Ellie went alert, wondering if Joe was about to tell her how she'd married stupidly. But she said, 2 women transplanted to this little town with no real family. Ellie almost said, but you have Mr. Fitch. But then she'd met Mr. Fitch, so she didn't say it. Instead, she said, tell me about Virgin River, Joe. I hardly know anything about it, but I really like it. An hour later, after talking and laughing and asking each other questions, Ellie headed for a long soak in the tub, and Joe finished raking up her flower beds. Ellie wanted to get to her room before crossing paths with Nick. She thought it best to give that man a wide berth. And if she wasn't totally mistaken, Joe felt the same way. But before they parted, they made a date to have lunch together next week. Joe offered to make them sandwiches to eat on the back patio when Ellie took her break from the church. Ellie felt a rush of unexpected warmth coming from the woman, a feeling she welcomed. Noah met with Paul Haggerty for a couple of hours, discussing what Haggerty Construction could do to help out with the renovation in the church. Noah had a lot of ideas about how he could save money by doing some of the work himself, like installing the basement flooring, refinishing the sanctuary floor, putting new glass in the windows, painting the offices, texturing and painting the basement walls. The first thing you have to do is paint the outside, Noah, Paul said. I thought maybe I could put that off. Concentrate on the interior first. Nope, Paul said. No one will see the inside if you don't spruce up the outside. You can't expect to draw a crowd if it looks like the same old broken-down church. In renovation, even do-it-yourself renovation, you want to start with what people see first. I never thought of that. I guess you're right. I'm right. Here's what I'm going to do for you, Noah, Paul said. I'm going to get some measurements and get an itemized bid ready for you. One that shows the cost of a completed remodel, from ceiling to floor, including the outside. The big issue is going to be time. If you're in this project, we can't get started until you're done sanding in the sanctuary and replacing window glass. We can't have sawdust in the paint or scratch it up during window replacement. If you look at the numbers and decide you still want your own hand in it, I'll be happy to loan you a sander and other equipment. No charge. But if you want us to do the whole remodel, we'll get in and out of here pretty quickly. While we're at it, we'll check all the plumbing and wiring and roof at no extra cost to you. I'll give you my best church price and my best church scheduling. That would be great, he said. That'll give me some good choices. I can deliver the bid next week. Now, I have to measure. So while Paul got about the business of measuring, Noah went to his office and began returning the phone calls he hadn't gotten around to earlier. He spoke first to Shelby McIntyre and set up a time to visit with her and her fiancé Luke to get the details regarding her upcoming marriage. He had a couple of other calls. One woman wondered when he'd be set up for a baptism, or should she take her new grandchild to Harry in Grace Valley. And another wondered if he'd have a position for choir director when the church was functional. And, last of all, he phoned Gloria Tuttle at the hospital. She had left all her numbers: work phone, home phone, and cell phone. "How are you, Reverend Kincaid?" she asked cheerily. "Very well, thanks. So, I understand you're a nurse at Valley Hospital?" "That's right. I saw you on one of your visits, and a volunteer told me you stop by now and then. Your church is in Virgin River?" "It is, but we're still in development. It's an old church and needs a lot of work. I'm trying to get it back in shape while I get to know the town. Meanwhile, I try to make a few calls at the hospital and nursing home." "Oh, that's so thoughtful. Would it help if I could point you toward patients who don't have visitors? Or who seem particularly lonely?" "You don't have many long-term care patients at Valley, do you, Gloria?" "Well, we're small, and critical care patients are sent to larger facilities, but there's almost always someone who could use cheering up. Why don't we meet for coffee at the hospital the next time you're over this way?" "That would be helpful. Thank you," Noah said. "I won't be back over there until at least next week. I have commitments here in town and a lot of work to do on the church. When will you be working?" "It doesn't matter," she said. "I live close to the hospital and can dash over for coffee whenever it's convenient for you. Do you have my cell number and home number?" He repeated the numbers for her. "Then I'll look forward to hearing from you next week," she said. They chatted for about 15 minutes, but Noah had known within 30 seconds that Ellie was absolutely right. Gloria was interested in him. Well, at least in checking him out. He'd seen a number of nurses at the hospital, of course, but he had no idea who she was. He supposed it was too much hope that Gloria would ring all his chimes. Noah liked women, rather more than he probably should. He'd never considered himself indiscriminate. However, it had never taken all that much to get him interested. And dating was a good idea, he knew that. But he had a real healthy libido. He happened to think sex was one of the best things in life. That hadn't gotten in his way when he was throwing fish and studying, but since entering the seminary, women who were attracted to him had their eye on an entirely different thing. They were setting themselves up to be Mrs. Minister, and he had entered a whole new territory. Every word or gesture, every affectionate move was translated into how it would contribute to their future together. He could hardly take a woman out on a first date without her imagining he wanted to get married. He had to use caution, and caution just didn't appeal to him. He talked with his best friend and mentor, George, about this. George was now 70. He was divorced from a first wife, a second had passed on, and he wasn't exactly indulging in lengthy or lonely grief. George had lady friends. Quite a few, in fact. "Even if you have no interest in another marriage, you should be seeing women, at least casually," George frequently told him. "What for?" Noah asked. "Because it rounds you out as a human being," George always answered. "You're a single man, not a hermit. You should have friends of both genders. What for? Noah asked again. I'm not into long platonic courtships. It's painful. George had sighed enviously. God, how I wish I was young again. So he would have coffee with Gloria at the hospital. They would talk, and he would be friendly and kind. And she would offer to cook him dinner, poor lonely bachelor that he was, and he would wiggle out of it to keep from leading her on. And then, although there were other things he could be doing, he fired up the laptop and got online. He had a satellite dish on the RV, but the wireless connection he was using came from the bar. Jack invited him to make use any time, since he installed the satellite for the TV and preacher's computer. Most of the town jumped off their connection. Noah searched for Arnold Gunterson on Google. The only thing he came up with was his position as director of Brightway Private Elementary School. The school had a small website where the bios of the board of directors were posted, but the staff was only listed by name. A further search didn't turn up any Arnold Gunterson in Northern California. A statewide search turned up one other man by that name in La Jolla, and he was 89 years old. Arnie no doubt had degrees that qualified him, prior experience that proved him capable of his position, a resume that he could give to parents of prospective students. But he wasn't likely to give that information to Noah, not after what had passed between them. Noah decided he'd have to find a moment to quiz Ellie on what she knew about her former husband. And then he'd figure out a way to learn about this guy's past. Because if he knew anything, just based on Arnie's behavior, he knew Arnie had a past. When Ellie rented her small room over Joe's garage, the last thing she expected was to make a new friend. Her plan had been to be an invisible tenant. She knew Joe was nervous about her being on the property, and she thought she knew why. Nick Fitch could be a problem for his wife. He had a reputation, and Ellie didn't want to be part of the problem. However, Joe invited her to lunch, then invited her again and again. And Nick was never around for these lunches that were dedicated to women talk. In a little over a week of lunches, Ellie felt closer to Joe than she had to a woman friend since her grandmother's passing. But when Joe pressed her for details about how this ex-husband, this stepfather, could gain temporary custody, Ellie fibbed. I don't have much, she said. I just don't have the means Arnie has. I rented a small place in a so-so neighborhood while Arnie has a house in a nice neighborhood. Plus, I worked nights in a bar while Arnie's trump card was being principal of an elementary school. I sure wish I knew how he managed that job. He's not patient with kids at all. She so hoped Joe wouldn't hate her when she learned the truth, which she inevitably would. Ellie just wasn't ready to reveal it yet, though she already felt great affection and trust for Joe. The bastard, Joe said. Where you work has nothing to do with the kind of mother you are. Well, it worked for Arnie, Ellie said with a nod. But I think we're doing all right at the moment, the kids and me. He's letting them talk to me on the phone every night, and I haven't had another problem on the Saturday visits. He always gets in my face a little bit, but I never let him see me sweat. I did tell him a small lie, though. I wanted him to think he was being watched, so I said that I'd told the court where I was working, and that I'd have letters from real upstanding proper people saying I'm a good person and a decent mother. Oh, my darling, Joe said, running her fingers across Ellie's hand. And you will. We'll all write letters for you if that's what it takes. Ellie laughed. Joe, I don't know many people. I've been scrubbing, painting, hauling trash, and answering the phone. Is working with Noah going well? It's okay. Sometimes he's a pain in the butt, but he's fair and even funny. It's busy every minute, especially when he's away from the church, which is a lot of the time lately. I run from cleaning or painting to the office to grab the phone back and forth. There have been a lot of hang-ups, by the way. I don't know what to make of that. Your ex, possibly? She asked, checking to see if you really work at the church. Ellie shrugged. I suppose it could be. But wouldn't one call do it? Maybe it's that nurse from Valley Hospital who's chasing my boss. Oh, Joe said. Do tell. They talked for a while about the nurse, about the fact that Noah was a pretty good-looking guy, and then moved on to discuss about everything from the price of gas to the fact that soon the leaves would be changing color as August aged and September loomed on the horizon. Ellie, do you think I could meet the kids sometime? Joe asked. Really? You want to? I would love to, she said. I mean, if you'd share your time. I don't want to impose. I know you don't get them often. But, let's see. Saturday? The weather's cooling. We could bake. We could make cookies and decorate them. We could color and finger paint. We could... Joe, you don't have kids. You don't have all that kid stuff. Joe smiled patiently. Just tell me which Saturday. I'll be ready. Ellie was silent for a while. Can I ask you something personal? You can ask me anything, Ellie. Why didn't you have children? You and Mr. Fitch. Nature's mystery, she said with a shrug. We were both healthy and normal, but I didn't conceive. Did you consider adoption? And that's when Joe dropped her chin and her gaze. Nick wouldn't hear of it. He said if he wasn't having a baby of his own, he wouldn't have someone else's, not knowing where it came from. And then she lifted her gaze and met Ellie's. Just that little piece of information changed Joe's eyes, and Ellie knew there was so much more to the story. Ellie frowned and shook her head. But adoption isn't that mysterious or secretive. Oh, there might be one or two hidden things, but that's a risk even when you have your own. That some little-known relative or someone generations back contributed, something you weren't even aware of yourself. I know, she said. But that was the end of it as far as he was concerned. I'm sorry, Ellie said softly. Both of mine were total accidents, and it hasn't been easy, but maybe I'm the lucky one. Of course, I have no husband, no father for them, no partner. Nick made that decision a long time ago, Joe said. Things haven't been the same between us since. Oh, Joe, Ellie said. Oh, the son of a... It was me, she said. And then she was quiet. Look, it's none of my business. You don't have to... I drove him crazy, trying for a baby. Then I was getting into my late 30s. It wasn't happening, and I wanted to adopt a baby. But he wouldn't even talk about it. He was adamant. I've never really understood. Oh, he tried to get me to understand that the whole idea of raising someone else's child just didn't work for him, and he was getting older and ready to give up on the idea. He was happy without kids. At least happy enough. The truth is, I've never forgiven him for that. For depriving me of that one chance to raise children. Ellie reached for her hand and just held it for a minute. Finally, in a very soft voice, she said, Joe, that was a long time ago. Can't you work through that now? I gave working through it a serious try. For a couple of years, I was a foster parent. And it should come as no surprise, within 5 minutes I was attached to the children I kept. And the ones I got weren't easy kids either, which almost proved Nick's point. Then I was depressed when they left. She laughed a little and averted her eyes. When she looked back at Ellie, she said, These things get so complicated. I was angry, he was confused by my anger and maybe hurt by it. I was unforgiving and cold toward him. He didn't treat our marriage with the same respect. It didn't take long for us to fall into a routine where we get along. But there's nothing special between us anymore. There hasn't been for 20 years. We keep separate bedrooms. And he flirts and gropes, Ellie thought. Oh, man. Ellie said. Don't feel sorry for me, Joe said. I couldn't stand it. Now, she said, brightening purposefully, there's still plenty of time in my life to enjoy friends and their children. If you feel like spending a Saturday just hanging around here, playing, having fun, I would absolutely love it. You're sure? Ellie, having you around has been so good for me. When I first saw you, all I could think was that you'd tempt Nick and I'd be embarrassed again, like I've been so many times. But it didn't work that way. Instead, we got close, you and me. Two women with odd pasts and a lot to overcome. I find myself telling you things I haven't talked about in years. It would be a privilege to meet your kids, to have all of you for the day. And Nick? Ellie asked cautiously. If he isn't the most polite person on earth, I will shoot him in the head. Ellie laughed at her. Wow, a little fight looks good on you. Okay then, she said, giving her head a nod. Next Saturday it is. Ellie realized that despite the struggle she'd encountered along the way, wonderful people had always happened into her life. Her grandmother had been her angel. Her first love, Jason, had given her joy, and his loss was her heartache. But Danielle had her father's sweet disposition and bright eyes. And Chip might be a big dumb loser, but Trevor was a gift. Her boss at the club had been a real stand-up guy who watched out for his employees. A couple of old bosses still helped her when they could, like the lawyer she'd worked for. Her neighbor in the duplex had been there for her in ways she could never repay. A trusted babysitter was priceless. Noah, without a doubt, had given her a big break, at some risk to his own reputation. And then, unexpectedly, there was Joe. Saturday came, and while Joe hadn't gone overboard, she had been ready to show Danielle and Trevor a good time. There was chilled cookie dough, ready to roll, cut, bake, and decorate. The kids finger-painted at Joe's big kitchen table, and there were books to read in the hammock strung between two huge trees. Nick was at home, and while he wasn't underfoot, he did make his presence felt between cutting the grass and watching sports on TV in the den. He joined them all for a nice lunch on the patio and joked with the kids in an affable way. To Ellie's surprise, after what Joe had told her, it seemed they actually had a very good rapport. And what a loss that he hadn't tried parenting. He was good with the kids, too. Ellie got to thinking. This couple got derailed in their marriage over an issue major to both of them, and they had lost the ability to compromise. Ellie's children had come while she was so young, and in such a shocking, scary way, she'd never had to endure the frustration that some other women went through. In fact, before now, Ellie had never known any women friends who wanted children passionately, and, for whatever reason, couldn't have them. The closest she came to really understanding the plight was a movie, Steel Magnolias, in which Julia Roberts' character risked her life to have a baby. That bespoke a desire so primal, so desperate, it was small wonder it could mess up an otherwise good relationship. From the way Joe and Nick both interacted with the children, you'd never know they hadn't been parents. And they seemed good together, as well. Positive and even affectionate. It began to fall into place for Ellie. She wasn't sure, but it was possible that Joe and Nick had once enjoyed a strong and loving marriage. Then they had a standoff over adoption and went to separate bedrooms. Whatever their arrangement was, he worked and paid the bills and she managed the home. There was at least some residual fondness there. But now Nick was flirting with other women and, in a very wayward and foolish way, making passes. Could he be lonely? Hungry for both affection and some bolstering of self-esteem? "This has been such a fun day," Joe said to Ellie. "You know, I have friends in this town, plenty of them, but I don't think I'm as close to some women I've known for 20 years as I am to you. There's something different about having you here. If I'd had a daughter when I wanted one, she would probably be about your age." She might have children like Danielle and Trevor. I hope that isn't too presumptuous of me, saying that. Oh, Joe, that's so sweet. If I could choose the kind of mother to have, it would be someone like you. Someone kind and stable and a friend I could depend on. And she thought maybe Joe's eyes had missed it a little when she said that. So there it was. Joe and Nick had parted while staying under the same roof, and the bitterness from their individual wounds had resulted in Nick's bad behavior and sullied reputation. And Joe was lonely and unable to hold her head up in her town. If they wanted to, Ellie wondered, could they unravel their 20-year-old quarrel and rebuild? Was it possible? Chapter 7. When Paul and Vanessa Haggerty decided they wanted to settle in Virgin River rather than Paul's home of Grants Pass, Oregon, he set up a part of his family's construction company in Virgin River. It had proven a positive choice for them, but it did require that Paul visit his father and brothers for a company business meeting about once a month. Vanny and little Matt, now 18 months, were almost always with him. But this time she wasn't free to go. She was helping her cousin Shelby plan her wedding. So Paul decided to drive up on Thursday and come back on Friday afternoon, rather than spend the weekend away from the family. When he arrived at the office, his brother North shook his hand and said, "Hey, perfect timing. I just hung up with some lawyer by the name of Hanson. Does the name Terry Bradford ring a bell?" The past came rushing back to Paul. "It does. Why?" "Seems she died recently. Car accident or something. The lawyer called because there's a will." "Died?" he asked, stunned. "A will? That's what he said. Apparently she left you something. You know, in the will." Paul was stunned and speechless. Dead? Terry was young, pretty, fun. It was just wrong. Her being dead. "I can't imagine why she'd leave me anything," he said. "Did he say what it was? Really, I didn't know her that well." "How did you know her?" North asked. "I mean, you don't have to tell me if it's personal, but it's not personal. I went out with her a few times before I married Vanny. You know, back before Matt died in Iraq and all that. It was pretty casual between us." Except it hadn't been quite that tidy. True, Paul had dated Terry a few times before Matt was killed in Iraq. Also true, it had been casual. She was a real pretty single girl, and Paul had had no one in his life. He'd been carrying a torch for Vanny, but she was married to his best friend, Matt, and pregnant with their child. But then Matt was suddenly gone. The baby was born with Paul's assistance, and Paul was all messed up in grief and guilt and regret, and hopeless love for Vanessa. In just that state, looking for someone to talk to, someone who might understand, he'd spent the night with Terry. Then began a real mess. Terry told him she was pregnant with his child, and Paul had been prepared to take care of her. But ultimately, Terry admitted the baby wasn't his after all. Medical tests proved that to be true, and they parted company amicably. He even offered to help her anyway. He'd liked Terry. She'd been very sweet to him when he was in a bad place in his emotional life. Why would she leave me anything? He thought aloud. "Here's the lawyer's number," North said, handing him a piece of paper. "Give him a call and ask him. Then let's get everyone around the table and look at the company's last month's performance, huh?" "Yeah," Paul said. The lawyer, Scott Hanson, wouldn't reveal anything over the phone. He said he'd prefer to see him in person to explain Terry's will. That was the usual protocol, he explained. Hanson gave him an appointment for the next morning, so there would be plenty of time for Paul to get back to Virgin River before dinner time. When he talked to Vanny that evening, he told her about this unexpected development. "Oh, Paul, That's just awful that she would die so young, Vanny said. What about her child?
Honey, I never spoke to her again after she told me the baby wasn't mine. I don't even know if she kept the baby. And I can't, for the life of me, guess what she would want me to have.
Some memento of time you spent together? Vanny asked. When you dated?
I can't think of a thing,
he said.
I don't feel connected to Terry. Just enough to be sorry she lost her life so young. Whatever she left me, I'll just ask the lawyer to give it to her next of kin.
Paul, you don't have to do that on my account. I wasn't jealous of her before, and I'm certainly not jealous of her now. Just be polite and thank the man. Then get home. We have a baby to make. Vanny had just decided, to Paul's great happiness, now that little Matt was 18 months old, she was ready to get pregnant again. Paul thought of little Matt as his own, but the idea of a baby carrying his own DNA would thrill him. Paul had once been to the law office where Terry worked, but he'd never met her boss. It turned out to be Scott Hansen, also the executor of her will. After the introductions, Paul sat facing Scott's desk.
Let me skip the suspense, Paul. Terry had absolutely no way of predicting she would suffer an accidental premature death. It was a traffic accident. But Terry was savvy when it came to the law, and given her family's situation, she made sure her affairs were in order.
Her family situation? Paul asked.
Her mother has advanced MS, and her parents have been divorced since Terry was a toddler. She had almost no contact with her father. Last time he came up in conversation, she had no idea where he was. And she was the single mother of an infant daughter.
Ah, Paul said.
I knew she was expecting. She wants you to be the child's guardian. She'd like you to adopt her.
Paul's face was frozen in shock. His mouth stood open and his eyes were huge.
But,
he cleared his throat.
But it's not my child.
Scott Hansen took a breath and folded his hands on his desk.
I apologize for the shock, and for the irregularity. When preparing a will and living trust for a client, it's customary to request guardianship from the adult you have in mind for the job. When I asked Terry about your willingness to take this on, she said you were a good man, would be a good father, had offered to help her even though she wasn't carrying your child. And of all the people in her life, you were the only one who came to mind. The fact that she hadn't gotten your consent to be so named was irrelevant to her, as she only set up her will as a far-fetched precaution. Of course, she expected to live to be an old woman. She was in excellent health and of sound mind. She also fully expected to meet the right man one day and give Hannah a stepfather who would always be there for her. And who, of course, would replace you as guardian in the will.
He took a breath.
Obviously, she thought you would never know how highly she regarded you.
Paul scooted forward in his chair.
What do you know about our relationship?
He asked Hansen.
Really? Hardly anything at all. That you were friends, that you were close.
Paul was shaking his head.
That's a stretch. We dated a few times. I mean, a few. She tried to convince me it was my baby, but she knew all along it wasn't, and before that whole thing went too far, she admitted it. What about the father? According to Terry, the father bolted. There's a name on the birth certificate, but Terry collected documentation from him indicating he wasn't interested in any relationship with his child, so that Terry would be free to have that future right man adopt her daughter. We should contact him, Paul said. Because things have changed. She's dead.
Scott Hansen leaned forward.
That's an option. You can certainly do that if you want to.
But it's been my experience that people with that level of disinterest don't make good parents. I urge you to think about the baby. About Hannah. Mr. Hanson, I can't do this. My wife and I have been married just over a year. She was widowed when her husband was killed in Iraq, and I've been a father to her son. He's 1.5 years, and we've just decided it's time for another child, one of my own. I can't do this. I can't take on the child of a woman I hardly knew. I understand, Mr. Haggerty. Believe me, I knew this outcome was a strong possibility. Then what will happen next? Foster care, for now. She'll be available for adoption, and I can handle those details. She's a beautiful, healthy little girl, and there's a trust for her care and education. Liquidation of Terry's personal effects and life insurance money. She'll find a family. A family with an eye on a trust? Paul asked, lifting a cynical brow. It's not a lot, as money goes, Hanson said. Almost $100,000. That's either a good college education, or averages less than $5,000 a year to help defray some of the costs of raising her. As a father, I can tell you, it's a pittance. She'd be better off with no trust, Paul grumbled. How can you tell whether the couple who wants to adopt her has their eye on the money? Lots of ways, actually. She's a beautiful, healthy baby under 1 year old. I imagine a couple who's been in the system looking for such a baby for a long time will apply. Someone who might otherwise find it difficult to adopt. Might otherwise find it difficult rolled over in Paul's mind. Could a couple with health issues find this to be their lucky day? Could a couple with financial problems see it as a windfall? Ah, Terry, he thought in near despair. Well, as much as I'd like to help out, this is an impossible situation for me, Paul said. I understand completely. Frankly, if my wife and I hadn't just put the last of 4 children into college, we'd consider taking little Hannah into our home. We were very fond of Terry and grew close to the baby. In fact, we've kept her since Terry's untimely death, and it'll be hard to part with her. But we've raised 4 kids, are grandparents now, and have worked hard to get to this place in life. I don't think I'm up to another 20 years. Paul judged Scott Hanson to be in his late 50s, maybe early 60s, healthy and strong. Paul was just trying to start a family, and he was sneaking up on 40. Boy, could he relate. I understand, Paul said. Since Terry's death, has anyone come forward asking if they could be considered as her guardian? No one, Scott said. Isn't that odd? I mean, she was a young woman. The night I met her, there were girlfriends. I know she had relationships with young women her age, and... You're right, she did indeed. And one of the reasons she decided you were the person to be named was that you're in a stable marriage and earn a decent living. She talked about your values. She admired you, Mr. Haggerty. Terry's close girlfriends are single women, just getting started in life. Mostly unmarried, trying to get on their feet. I didn't expect any of them to step forward. They're nice girls, but not ready for a family. In point of fact, Terry wasn't ready either. A lot changed in her life when she found out she was expecting a child. She got real serious about her future. Oh, man. Paul was remembering. Back when he wasn't sure whether Terry's baby was his, he asked Vanessa if she could accept him with that baggage. And she said, "Of course. We don't leave our babies out there without our love and protection." When he'd forced Terry to agree to an ultrasound as a means of determining the time of conception, establishing the baby wasn't his, he'd seen that little mass, the fluttering heart, and his first insane reaction had been disappointment. He knew that without his help, she wouldn't be able to do the best possible job of taking care of that little wonder, The results of the test let him off the hook, and he felt sorry for her. Sad. It wasn't his baby after all, but it could have been. He had been intimate with her. He'd used protection, but still, he'd been with her.
"There must be family somewhere," Paul said. "Sure tale relatives back in Missouri," Scott said. "Terry hadn't seen them since she was a little girl. That's it. There's just one more thing I have to do before we close the book on this issue, and I move on to the matter of placing Hannah," Scott said. "What's that?" Paul asked. "I just have to introduce you to her." "Nah, come on now. I don't have to see her. That'll just make matters harder. I mean, come on." Scott Hansen touched a button on his phone console. "We can't let it come back on either one of us, Mr. Haggerty. We have to go through the steps. Right now, the idea of taking custody of an anonymous child is complicated and inconvenient. You have to see Hannah so that the human factor is involved, so that your decision is based on all the facts. I wish you wouldn't. It's required, Mr. Haggerty," he said as he stood. At precisely that moment, the door to his office opened. A smiling young woman, presumably an administrative assistant or social worker, entered carrying a simply beautiful baby of about 10 months. She had Terry's dark hair, but in large curls that circled her head. Her eyes were so big they dominated her face. Her round cheeks were pink. She had a little rosy heart-shaped mouth, and she lifted her hand in the air and grinned hugely, showing 2 brand-new front teeth. And she said, "Ma," before her hand dropped. But her smile continued, and she clutched her fat little hands together and giggled. "Mr. Haggerty, meet Hannah Bradford," the young woman said. "Oh, God," Paul said.
And little Hannah said, "Ha!" And then she giggled again. Paul did the dumbest thing. He put out his big hands toward her, and she fell right into them. She put her chubby arms around his neck and buried her face there, blubbering into his neck.
"Think about it, Paul. I can't complete an adoption for a couple the mother didn't know and didn't name in her will very quickly. There will be red tape. It'll take weeks," Scott said. "Will you take her home with you?" Paul asked. Scott shook his head. "I'm afraid my wife and I have family commitments. We could squeeze Hannah in, but it would be complicated with the kids, grandkids. But I'll make sure Hannah gets quality foster care." Paul nuzzled her. She smelled heavenly. Then he lifted his head and looked at Scott. "Can I foster her until my wife and I have had a chance to make a final decision?" The lawyer shrugged. "I don't see why not. Terry had you in mind anyway." Paul held little Hannah close. "Vanessa is going to string me up by my balls and take strips of flesh off me with a dull blade." Scott laughed in spite of himself. "That would be Mrs. Haggerty?" "Today she is," Paul answered. "Should you call her first, before taking Hannah home?" "That would make sense," Paul said. "But I'm the one who owes Terry. I probably don't owe her this much, but Terry tried to trick him into believing he was this child's father, and it almost cost him the woman he loved. Why he thought he owed her was, "Terry was very kind to me when I was having a real hard time." But it wasn't so much that as this precious child in his arms. Hannah. It wasn't her fault her mother was suddenly gone, and the only person Terry had been able to think of was Paul. "Let me ask you something. Does Mrs. Haggerty like children? She wants a house full. I was really looking forward to starting on that.
Did you ever discuss a possible adoption? No. And we sure never talked about adopting an ex-girlfriend's offspring. Paul sighed heavily. She's gonna kill me, he muttered. Then he said to Scott, I'm gonna need a car seat, and all her stuff. Paul was all checked out on the car seat installation because of little Maddie. He rigged up the mirror so he could see her from the driver's seat. The truck bed was filled with her gear, from crib to high chair. He was a little rusty on changing and cleaning up a little girl baby, but he had nieces and had been roped into babysitting a few times when they were small, so it all came back to him. He could have called Vanessa before heading out of Grant's Pass to say, she left me a child. But frankly, the whole thing scared him to death. He just made sure Hannah was dry and clean, gave her a bottle to drink as they started the trip, and headed for home. I should have called her, he told Hannah. That was stupid, not calling. It would have given her a good 4 hours to think. But see, when I thought about taking you home, it was obviously a bad idea. Just didn't fit into our family plan. All that made sense until I saw you. Until you blew raspberries on my neck. Hannah took the bottle out of her mouth and belched loudly. Good one, Paul said, praising her. Drink the rest of that bottle and close your eyes. It's a long drive. Ma, she said loudly. Unfortunately, you're stuck with me. But hey, you might try that ma thing out on Vanessa when you meet her. You're gonna need all the help you can get. He drove in silence for a while, barely hearing the soft suckling sound of Hannah finishing her bottle. In a voice quiet enough that the little girl might not have heard, he said, Your mother was a good person. She was beautiful like you, and very funny. That's why I called her the first time. She was fun. I think you got her sense of humor. And obviously she wanted the best for you. Not that I'm the best, but the way she looked out for you, in case something happened, that's what a mother who cares does. Make sure you're gonna be okay. He cleared his throat. And I'll make sure. Me and Scott Hansen will make sure. He thought he should probably rehearse what he was gonna say to Vanessa, but nothing came to mind. It wasn't exactly that he took one look at the beautiful little girl and completely reversed his position. Not at all. It still didn't work into his plans for the future. But he did take one look and decide you don't just turn your back on a human being, a helpless child, and leave her to a system that may not serve her best interests. Someone had to be her advocate. And while Paul didn't think it should be him, he really couldn't think of anyone better for the job. Certainly not a biological father who'd abandoned her when she was a mere seedling. Paul pulled into a parking lot before heading into Virgin River to change and freshen Hannah, smear a little lotion on her, and make sure she looked and smelled extra sweet. God, but she was beautiful. And while he carried her on his hip to walk to the trash can to pitch the dirty diaper, she put her arms around his neck and pressed her mouth against his cheek 4 straight times. A baby kiss that didn't quite pucker. And then she giggled. And Paul cried. He pulled her close, and tears ran silently down his cheeks. He gulped a few times. His voice was a whisper. See, I wasn't in love with her, but she was a very good person. She wanted you very much, even if she'd had to go it alone. I was almost sorry it turned out I wasn't your dad. That would have given you one more person to protect you. And she put her lips against his cheek again. This shouldn't have happened to you, he said, smoothing her curls with his big, calloused hand. You shouldn't have been left with no one. Ma! She put her head down on his shoulder. Come on, Lollipop. We gotta take you to meet the family. He took a deep breath. Brace yourself. When he pulled up to his house, he gave the horn a toot. He pulled Hannah out of the car seat and held her on his hip. Vanessa came out onto the porch, Maddie toddling behind her. Guess what Terry left me, he said. Vanessa was stunned into total silence, staring at Paul with a baby on his hip. Maddie clung to her leg. Don't panic, Paul said. Let's just talk for a few minutes. Oh, God, she said, her eyes as round as donuts. Paul, what have you done? He took a breath. The only thing I could think of at the time, he said lamely. Vanessa turned and, taking Maddie by the hand, walked back into the house. Paul followed without even grabbing Hannah's diaper bag. They sat in the great room opposite each other, Maddie on Vanny's lap and Hannah on Paul's. Paul thought this was what a family counseling session must look like when the family is at odds, separated by space, watching each other warily. Why? Vanessa asked with a desperate sound. Why what? Paul returned. Why would she leave you her child? Paul shrugged. The lawyer said she thought I was a good person. In a stable marriage. You call this stable? Vanessa asked, trying to control her voice, trying not to cry. Oh, Paul, is this really your child and you lied to me? No, Vanny. I've never lied to you about anything. She's not mine. But I told you a long time ago I offered to help Terry. I told her if she ever needed anything, she could get in touch with me through the Grants Pass company, through my family. I did that because I felt bad for her. And we did have a relationship. Not one I'm real proud of, but we did. It turns out she died without anybody able or willing to take on this child. The grandmother's sick, the grandfather's absent, and there's no family. And you told her you'd be there for her? Vanny asked. Yeah, well, I really expected her to call if she was a little short of cash or something. Why did you bring her home, Paul? Without talking to me first? Paul stiffened a little and firmed his jaw. Because I didn't know what else to do. The lawyer who Terry worked for, who did her will and trust, he and his wife are fond of her and have been taking care of her. But they're grandparents, and they've already raised 4 kids. Honest to God, if he'd asked to keep her, I would have walked away, knowing she was in good hands. But he's not up to it, Vanny. And she's not a stray puppy. She's a living, breathing person. Vanny scooted forward on the sofa. What about her biological father? He doesn't want her, Paul said, instinctively pulling Hannah protectively closer. We should talk about this. Think about it. And if it's not possible for us, if it's not the best thing all around, Mr. Hanson will help us find a loving home for her. But I think we should at least try. We can talk about it and try it out a little bit. Why? Did you maybe care about that woman a lot more than you told me? He took a breath. I don't care if this makes sense or not. But Terry entrusted this child to me, to my care. And she was a friend. And she's dead. And this little girl has no one. No one, Vanessa. He stared at his wife. As a favor to me, will you at least think about the possibility? What about a child of our own? What about that? Is that out of the question? Because you said you wanted a house full. You're wonderful at it. Paul, are you clueless? She's what, about 9 months? 10? Maddie's 18 months. I had my IUD removed. I could have another one in 9 months. You don't just bring home a baby under a year old and say, here, add one more in diapers. How wonderful do you think any woman can be at this? Right on cue, Hannah lifted her little hand in the air toward Vanessa and said, "Ma, ma, ma, ma." "Oh, God," Vanessa said, and tears rolled down her cheeks because she didn't want to turn her back on this little girl any more than Paul did. But the enormity of the task was overwhelming, and the fact that the baby was Terry's didn't make it easier. "I couldn't just walk away without even trying," Paul said. Vanessa shook her head. "How can you love and hate the same thing about a man?" she asked quietly. "Huh?" "I love that you're so sensitive, so giving," she said just above a whisper. "But do you have any idea what you've done? I don't want your ex-girlfriend's child to raise, and I still can't let you take her away now. I'll help. I'll get you some help. We're not doing that well financially. Building in Virgin River is barely getting off the ground." "There's a little money for her care," Paul said. "But I don't want to touch that while you're still thinking about it." "While I'm still thinking about it?" she asked, sitting forward a little. "Paul, you've made up your mind, haven't you?" He hated that. How she could read him before he even had a chance to open his stupid mouth and put his foot in it. He shrugged and said, "I've gotten to know her a little bit, and I don't want her to be all alone." He bounced her on his knee. "I'll work out the money thing. It's not critical yet. We'll be all right. Business is fine." "Oh, Paul," she said, and tears fell from her eyes. She blinked her eyes closed and shook her head. "Why couldn't you have at least talked to me first?" He looked down at Hannah. "You would have said the sensible thing," he said. "The thing I should have been strong enough and smart enough to say. That this was a bad idea." "And what would you have done then, Paul? What would you do if I said that while we talk about this and think about this, she can't stay here?" "As God is my witness, Vanessa, I don't have the first idea." Paul unloaded the back of his truck while Hannah sat in the playpen with Maddie. At least there was no problem there. Maddie was a real easygoing kid, and he took to her instantly. Vanessa stood guard in case there were any bad manners. Paul set up the crib, but left everything else to put away later. Then he put Hannah back in the car seat and drove into town, hoping to catch Mel and Cameron at the clinic before they left for the day. It wasn't yet 4 o'clock, but when he walked into the clinic, he found Mel talking with Cameron while Cameron was loading what looked like files into his satchel. "Hey," Paul said. "Well now, who do we have here?" Mel asked, coming out from behind the reception counter. "Remember that situation I had up in Grants Pass? Before Vanny agreed to marry me? The woman who said she was pregnant?" As it happened, he'd gotten advice from both Mel and Cameron at the time. "But I thought—" Mel shook her head, confused. "Yeah, I escaped that one," Paul said. "Meet Hannah, Terry Bradford's baby. Terry was killed in a car accident a couple of weeks ago, and it turns out she named me as Hannah's guardian, though I'm not her biological father. I just found out this morning, and brought her home." "Whoa," Cameron said. "Good God," Mel added. "I have her medical records, and she seems perfectly healthy," Paul said. "Cam, would you mind taking a look to be sure? For our peace of mind? We don't want to suddenly find her sick or put Maddie at any kind of risk." "Of course." "I feel like a freak," Paul said. "I feel like a monster, like I'm taking a puppy to the vet to make sure the pedigree is all right." Cam came around the counter and reached for the baby. She gave her hands a clap, grinned at him, and went to him willingly. "Don't feel that way. It's for her safety and yours. I'll make sure she's up to date on shots, checkups, all that stuff." Paul just shook his head. I've never been around a child so sweet-natured. I'm afraid the other shoe's gonna drop and she's gonna start screaming her head off. Since I first met her this morning, she's done nothing but smile and coo. Isn't that nice? How's Vanny doing with the news? Mel asked. I kind of dumped this on her. I was afraid to call her, so I just brought Hannah home. Vanny's in shock. We just barely started trying for one of our own. Oh boy, Cam said. Speaking as one who hasn't slept through the night since Julia and Justin were born in June, I can imagine her hesitancy. Yeah, she pretty much wants me dead right now. He rubbed a hand across the back of his neck. But what was I gonna do? Do you say, no thank you, to a living, breathing, beautiful human being who needs a home? Do you say, shove her in a foster home while I think it over? He shook his head. This might not be the most convenient thing, but I couldn't do that. Thank God it was you and not me, Cameron said. If I brought another child home to Abby, and newborn twins, I would be dead. He jiggled the baby. Come on, little girl, let's look you over. He reached for the envelope that held her medical records. I won't be long. He took Hannah to an exam room. When Cam wasn't in the room, Mel took a chance. It's none of my business, but have you been in touch with the mother all this time? Not a word, Paul said, shaking his head. Last time I saw her, she was 4 months pregnant and crying. She tried to trip me up, and Cameron set us up with a doctor in Grant's Pass to do an ultrasound that showed she was about a month more pregnant than I was around for. She was miserable, so sorry she'd done that to me. You know, I thought about checking on her to make sure she was okay. I thought that would be the kind thing to do, but I didn't want to set up any kind of expectations. I guess you didn't need to, Mel said. I told her to get in touch if she ever needed anything. I didn't exactly mean something like this. Are you planning to keep her, Paul? What am I gonna do? Give her away? Vanny's thinking about it. I guess if it just won't work for us, I'll get the lawyer's help to find a loving family for her. But Mel, when someone has enough faith in you to entrust you with their child, do you do that? Maybe the larger question is, does anyone have the right to leave you a child to raise without talking to you about it first? She didn't think it would happen, he said. It was a car accident. She was just being cautious, getting her legal ducks in a row. You gotta give her some credit for that. But still, don't be too hard on Vanessa. I'm assuming she never even met the woman. Paul shook his head. Lord, what a huge undertaking. And then again, just one more. One that actually needs us right now. Can I give you some advice? Mel asked. Shoot, I'm wide open. This is your marriage, your family. Be absolutely sure you're both of like mind. Kids put a strain on the happiest of marriages, and if it's one that came to you in a real unconventional way, you don't want any bitterness about the whole affair. I mean, you could be unhappy if Vanessa just can't take her on. She could be bitter if she takes her on because you want it so much. Think about some counseling before you make a final decision. That's probably a good idea, he agreed. I'll bring that up with Vanny. It wouldn't hurt to show her a lot of appreciation for even considering taking in an old girlfriend's child. Sure, of course. And Mel? This is awkward, but there being no drugstore in Virgin River, would you happen to have condoms on hand? She frowned and tilted her head. Condoms? His face took on a red stain. You pulled Vanny's IUD, right? She told me if I get her pregnant on top of all this, she can't be responsible for her actions. Oh, Mel laughed. Sure, I'll fix you up. But for future reference, Connie keeps some under the counter at the corner store. Mel went to the cabinet where she kept supplies like prenatal vitamins and brought out a box of a dozen. She handed them to Paul. "May the force be with you." "The odds are pretty good. I'm not going to be invited to use these for a while." Chapter 8. Paul delivered his bids, and Noah was impressed with the detail. Noah thought about it for a while and then conceded that Paul was right about having his crews do the bulk of the heavy work in the church. Noah's job was to pick out the flooring and type of ceiling he wanted for the basement, plus paint for all the remaining walls. There was still plenty that needed his hand. Painting the 2 offices, buying appliances for the church kitchen, arranging for the delivery and installation of pews. Not to mention receiving and moving in his personal shipment, which included books and an old piano. Before Paul left the bids with him, he said, "Noah, you're actually a counselor, aren't you? Like a real one?" "A real one?" Noah asked. "I mean, you're not just a minister, but, hell. What I mean is, we're not religious people, you know? I pray all the time, but I'm looking for something practical. Like marriage counseling. You know what I mean?" Noah smiled. "I can manage that, Paul. Need a little help?" "I do," he said. And then he explained, from the beginning, the situation with himself, Terry Bradford, his wife, and the will. "Whoa," Noah said. "Things a little upside down at your house?" he asked. Paul shook his head dismally. "We should have some help. There's some PhD over in Grace Valley who does counseling. There's always Mel, who isn't a real counselor, but she sure is smart and helpful. And maybe there's you. But Noah, meaning no disrespect, I don't want to pray my way through this. I want to get Vanny and me what we need." "No offense taken," Noah said. "I'm all purpose. Let's set up a time." In order to be prepared for when Paul had his work done, Noah had to go about the business of choosing additional items for the church. He admitted his obvious limitations and asked Ellie to help him with the selections. They spent days driving from Fortuna to Eureka and even to Reading, shopping and buying. There was a lot of time for talk while driving and over lunch. He was relieved to learn that Arnie hadn't given her any more trouble over the Saturday visits, but was disappointed that she had so little concrete information about Arnie. He said he grew up in Southern California, went to high school and college there, that his parents are dead, and that he came here from a big private school in Arizona. I saw his framed diplomas, but I can't remember the names of the schools. I'm suspicious of him, Ellie. Of his past. I looked him up on the computer, but I can't find anything on him. I'll have to think about where to look next. Ellie did have news that brought him great peace of mind. She had called Bree Valenzuela. She's going to look into this custody thing and see if anything can be done. I love that woman. When I told her what had happened, she was really pissed off. I told her I'd pay her somehow, but she said I could take my good old time about it. She believed I was good for it. And she promised to discount her time for me because I'm struggling right now. She said going against judges' decisions is dicey. I guess it makes them pissy. Noah laughed. Does it now? She's going to call Child Welfare Services and have them visit Arnie. She knows a couple of people there she's worked with before. They'll take a closer look at the way Arnie's taking care of the kids. But on paper, it might not look like he's a bad parent. You know, taking away privileges when they misbehave, giving them chores, that kind of thing. The thing they won't understand is that the kids don't really misbehave. I know I sound real biased, but they're awful good kids. Noah knew all about this sort of thing. His father looked good on paper. How can a report show the contempt in a parent's features? The narrowness of the eyes when he calls you stupid. The sheer glee on his face when he can cancel something like summer camp because you didn't curl the garden hose up right. And his father was one of the greatest men of God known in the Midwest. Kindness, humility, and devotion should have been starched into his bones. But he was arrogant and cruel. How does that happen? And how did he know Ellie was such a great mother? He didn't know how he knew, but he was sure. There was something about the way she touched the children and talked to them. They craved safety and comfort in her arms, and she enfolded them so bravely, so selflessly. Their need for her, their love. It was unmistakable in their voices, on their faces. Anyone who stayed awake all night to watch them sleep, to hold them because it would be so long before she could do so again. Oh, God help him. He didn't care if she did lap dances to keep them as well as she could. At least it mattered to her that they be safe and well-fed. And then something occurred to him. Ellie, can I ask you a very personal question? He asked. Knock yourself out, she said. It's not like I have anything private left. I've told you pretty much everything. Still, it took him a moment. Your job. Your dancing job. Did you like it? She looked across the front seat at him while he kept his eyes focused on the road. Yeah, she said. It was an okay job. Then she took a breath and decided to cut him some slack. Okay, it wasn't the taking off your clothes part I was crazy about. That's something you do in private for a husband or lover. I was doing it for money, and getting leered at by strange men doesn't turn me on. In fact, if you don't fight it real hard, it can be humiliating. But there was stuff to like, she went on. First of all, there were some real nice girls there. They weren't all great, some were a pain in the butt, but I got kind of close to a couple of girls. And I liked the bouncer and his wife, and the owner. The owner's a good guy, always watching out for everyone. He kept a clean club. He didn't want a big hassle from the cops, so it was drug-free. If he caught anyone using or turning tricks on the side, they were gone. And the customers were careful because Clint, the bouncer, was a bulldog. All I had to do was wiggle around a lot and get down to a thong. And for that, I had money, protection, and friends. To a girl like me, that's living large. A girl like me? He thought. How long did you work there? Not quite 3 months. And before you ask, it's the only job like that I ever had. I did secretary work, waitressed, cleaned houses and offices, worked nights at the convenience store, worked on a shipping dock at a big retailer's for a while. But that club job paid the best, and the hours were good for a mother. And get this, it came with benefits. I hated letting go of the benefits. But didn't you ever have to do things you didn't like? I didn't like taking my clothes off, she stressed. But that was the job, and I needed that job. What about things like, lap dances? He asked. Oh, my goodness, Your Reverence. You know about lap dances? Don't screw with me, he said. It wasn't easy to ask. Isn't screw a swear word? She taunted. It's on the cusp. So? It was her turn to be quiet for a second. You really want to know? He turned and met her eyes briefly. If you don't mind telling me, I'd like to know how it affected you. That's all. Well, Noah, it was like this, she said. He'd already learned that when she called him by his name, she was about to be both serious and candid. That was also part of the job. I didn't take off the thong, and they weren't allowed to put hands on me. But it was awful. I hated it. That's another thing you do for a husband or lover, a man you've given your heart and commitment to, not for a paying customer. So what I had to do was turn off my brain, send my mind to another place. I learned to think about jets and ocean liners and hot air balloons rather than what I was doing. And when it was over, I totally forgot about it. I scrubbed the details from my mind. The face, the smile, the smell of him, everything. And I never remember again. I don't ever once think about a lap dance. He didn't say anything. Anything else about my life there that you want to know? Why jets and ocean liners and hot air balloons? Because I've never been anywhere. I've never been on a trip. I've never been high up except in a building or on a bridge. I've never traveled or had adventures. Whenever I'm in a bad place, I take a little trip in my head. My grandma used to say, "You don't need a lot of money to live a full life. All you need is a fertile mind, some books, and a good attitude. Books are free at the library, but a fertile mind takes practice." He chuckled. "Ellie, your grandmother must have been incredible. I wish I could have met her." She sighed. "She totally rocked. I miss her so much sometimes." She swallowed. "Seems unfair sometimes. Jason, my grandma, two people I loved so much are already gone." Noah did an uncharacteristic thing. He reached across the front seat and grabbed her hand, giving it a squeeze. Because he understood that. Noah had several appointments the following week. One was sheer fun, meeting with Shelby McIntyre and Luke Reardon to discuss their wedding. The second meeting was a bigger challenge for him. Paul and Vanessa needed some counseling while they tried to make a decision about Hannah. And the third meeting was a coffee date with a nurse named Gloria. He'd been putting off that last one as long as he could. When Noah met Shelby and Luke, he felt as if the smile was permanently frozen on his face. They were so delightful. One look told him they weren't a perfect match. Luke was considerably older than Shelby, and their personalities were very different. 2 minutes with them proved his first impression wrong. "The most important thing about this wedding is Luke's family," Shelby said. "My family is already here. They're not going anywhere. But Luke's mother is a widow who's been waiting forever for her boys to settle down, and 2 of Luke's 4 brothers have been serving in the Middle East. There's a weekend in early October when we can get everyone together. If the church is going to be ready, we'd like to do it here, where we're going to make our home. And then we'll have a fancy catered dinner in a big tent in Uncle Walt's pasture beside the river, at the foot of the mountains. It sounds casual, but dinner will be served on china. There will be flowers everywhere and a wooden floor for dancing. I was for something small, but Vanny wants the wedding to be spectacular." "I think your cousin's husband Paul and I can provide the church," Noah said. "There will have to be a priest as well. I'm not going to become a Catholic, but Luke's whole family is Catholic, and it's important to his mother." "That's very doable," Noah said. "I've done it before. An ecumenical marriage ceremony. The priest and I will share the honor of uniting you." "Perfect," Shelby said. "It sounds wonderful," Noah said. "Want to talk about your vows?" "We talked about making up our own, but we're kind of stuck. Turns out we're not so good at that." Noah laughed. "But I am. So I take this to mean you don't want the customary vows, but something unique. And you're having trouble getting there?" "That's it exactly," Shelby said. "I'm okay with any vows," Luke said. "Just get it done. I'm ready for Shelby to get off the pill." "Luke," she admonished. Noah laughed again. "I guess you'll want a cheap baptism next." "I'm thinking 9 months from the wedding," Luke said. "Shelby's just starting nursing college. She has summers off. We should have our first in summer if possible. Could be a push. We'll have to get rolling on that." Shelby peered at Luke. "Our first?" she asked. A few months ago, you were never getting married, and now you're having more than one child? You can have input on the number, he said. But now that you've talked me into this, I'm in no mood to wait. And it'll make my mother happy if we get going on it. Shelby looked at Noah. I guess we'd better make it a quick ceremony, Noah, she said. My services are being requested. Absolutely, he said with a happy laugh. Quick, unique, and legal. Does that sum it up? Sure, she said. When you come up with something, can we talk about it? I don't want to commit to anything that you think is totally hot and I think is really sappy. You got it. I'll get right to work on it. I have 2 church offices to paint. I come up with great ideas while I paint. Noah's meeting with Vanessa and Paul at their home presented more of a challenge. He'd requested that the children be included, even though they wouldn't understand any of the dialogue. Even if they were napping, that was all right. He wanted to meet with the couple while the little ones were close at hand and on their minds, rather than removed from the home. When he arrived, he shook Paul's hand and hugged Vanny. He met Hannah and Maddie, who were together in a playpen in the great room. He remarked on what beautiful children they were. It immediately struck Noah that they seemed to have such great rapport for babies who had only just met, rolling around and giggling, cooing and laughing at each other. Maddie pushing toys on Hannah, and Hannah knocking him down with hugs. Look at them, Noah said. You'd think they were brother and sister. They even look alike. Maddie has his father's dark hair and eyes, Vanny said. Paul glanced at Noah. And Hannah has her mother's. Wow, Noah said. How amazing is that? They're getting along so well. How are you 2 getting along? They seemed to look at each other cautiously. We're struggling, Paul said. This is very hard for Vanny. 2 small children are a lot of work. Is it also very hard for you? Noah asked Paul. Very hard. His elbows rested on his knees, hands clasped, and he looked down. The man was worried sick. Can I hear about your struggles first? If that's okay with you, Vanny. It's okay, she said. But if Paul's honest, he'll tell you his struggle is with me. Noah shifted gears. Go ahead, Vanny. Talk to me. I butted in, she said a bit regretfully. Noah chuckled. Give me a break here. I'm very good at this. Everyone is going to get a fair chance. Hit me. Tell me what your biggest burden is. Then we'll get to Paul's. She took a breath. I resent it. And because I resent it, I haven't bonded with Hannah. And there's no reason not to. She's perfect. She's sweet and easy and delightful. Describe the resentment. How and why does this woman I've never met give me her child to raise? She might have named Paul in her will, but I've never met her. And it's not Paul who's going to take care of Hannah. At least not most of the time. But that's part of the problem, according to what I understand, Noah said. She didn't ask. She's dead, Vanny, Paul said. Doesn't she get a pass? And what are you going to tell Hannah, Paul? Vanny asked. That you slept with her mother but didn't love her? And she's not yours, but her own father didn't want her? There was silence while Paul and Vanny stared at each other. Noah cleared his throat. Honestly, I don't think Hannah's going to care who Paul slept with. I don't think she's going to care who you slept with either, Vanny. Since you never met Hannah's mother, she's going to want to know from Paul what he remembers about her. Paul will probably remember some nice things. Won't you, Paul? Sure, yeah, of course. She might be interested in how this came to happen, Noah said. How she came to land in your family. Can one of you describe that to me? They were both quiet for a moment. Then Paul said, "Terry wanted me to be the father of her child from the first minute she realized she was pregnant. Well, maybe not the first minute, because we hadn't talked in months. She went to Hannah's biological father first, and he told her she'd have to sue him to get any kind of support. But then I happened to call her, spent the evening with her, and she made up her mind. She was going to try to convince me I was the father. She wanted to get married. In the end, when she admitted she'd lied about the whole thing, she said she did it because she thought I'd be a good father. She said she thought I was a good man." He shook his head. "I don't know how she figured that. I wasn't good to her. I told her I was in love with Vanny, that I couldn't marry her because I'd always be in love with Vanny." "And then the lawyer told you Terry had named you as Hannah's guardian? How did you respond?" "I said I couldn't do it, that Vanny and I were just starting our lives together. We wanted to have a baby together. Now that's on hold." "You've made a decision then?" Noah asked. "You'll keep her? Adopt her?" "Not until we get more comfortable with the idea. But even though Vanny doesn't really want another child now, she doesn't want to let Hannah go." "Is that right, Vanny?" he asked. "I don't know," she said softly. Her voice took on some emotion. "Look at them together," she said, glancing at the kids in the playpen. "They're perfect together. And Paul adores her. But I'm scared to death. When I hold her, it's as if I'm holding someone else's baby, a stranger's baby. What if I never bond with her? What if I never think of her as my daughter? What if I'm always a little angry that her mother, Paul's old girlfriend, just gave her to Paul without checking with me first?" "Paul, you obviously changed your mind," Noah said. "You told the lawyer no, but then you brought her home. What changed your mind?" "I don't know," he said sincerely. "Honest to God, I don't know. Before I saw her, I knew it was a bad idea, that it would complicate our marriage, our family, and my wife and little Matt are everything to me. And here comes this little chubby, rosy-cheeked kid who has no idea her mother's dead. Has no idea she's being given to a family she doesn't know. A family that doesn't want her, that considers her a total inconvenience." And she looked at me and smiled so big I thought her face was going to crack. It just shot me in the heart. I thought I was going to die on the spot. I just couldn't let any more bad stuff happen to her. He inhaled for control. On the way home, for hours in the truck, she was so good, so sweet and quiet. I stopped to give her a change, and she grabbed me around the neck and gave me sloppy kisses. Before I knew it, I was crying like a girl. She didn't even know all she'd been through. She had no idea how precarious her future was. "See how good he is?" Vanny said. "Oh, Noah, that's why I fell in love with Paul, because he's that kind of man. What's the matter with me?" "Don't be too hard on yourself, Vanny. It's a shock. It's an intrusion. And not a baby abandoned on your doorstep, but the child of a woman your husband had a relationship with. Add to that, Paul took one look at her and was hooked. Your adjustment is more difficult. You have to cope with the bite of jealousy, which is a burden you shouldn't be embarrassed about. I think it's pretty natural." Paul scooted forward anxiously. "But I've told Vanny over and over there was no reason to be jealous of Terry. Even if Matt hadn't been killed in Iraq, even if Vanny and I never got together, even if Hannah had been my daughter, I don't think I would have ended up with Terry. She was a good person, had lots of nice qualities, but I just wasn't in love with her. I'd have taken care of them, but I knew the way I felt wasn't enough to make a good marriage. And Noah, it probably wasn't right for me to be seeing her, knowing that. But I never let her on, I swear. Easy, easy, Noah said. Vanny's not jealous of Terry. She's jealous of Hannah. You could have heard a pin drop. The silence stretched out. That can't be, Vanny finally said. That's impossible. Jealous of a defenseless baby? I'll go to hell for that. No, Noah said, smiling, shaking his head. Not in a million years. But that's irrational. I'm not mean enough to be jealous of an innocent child. A child who needs me. A lot of emotions are irrational, but that's not really the case here, if you think about it. You wanted to have a child with your husband. You planned, waited until your son was a good age to space the children so you could manage, and you were looking forward to it. Paul told me you love children, want a bunch of them. And before you even had your chance, the little babe of an ex-girlfriend needs Paul, and Paul was immediately hooked. Your husband fell in love with another woman's child. The thing is, this could have worked out differently. For example, if you'd been present for the reading of the will, it might have been you who was pulled in by her rosy cheeks and pretty smile, her need for a loving family. But the way it went down, I told him he should have called me from Oregon rather than just bringing her home like he did, she said. Noah was shaking his head again. That might have been even harder, because Paul couldn't stop himself. He had to try. And if you'd told him no, don't accept that baby, then he would have defied you. No, I think this worked out the way it was supposed to. But now what am I to do? She said, tears leaking out of her eyes. How can I ever bond with her if I resent her, if I'm jealous of her? Noah smiled patiently. It's not going to be this way forever, Vanny.
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
He said gently. Your feelings aren't shameful or sinful, but predictable. They're human. You'll need a lot of reassurance from your husband, and we'll work on the issues. Anger, jealousy, remorse, guilt. Paul will learn to let himself off the hook for bringing this challenge to the family, and you will learn to forgive yourself for responding in a completely understandable way. It's going to be all right. We're going to walk through this, nice and easy, and reach a conclusion that works for your marriage, your family, and for Hannah. You have a wonderful, deep, committed love for each other. In the end, this is going to be all right. After an hour with Vanny and Paul, Noah called Gloria and pushed his coffee date at Valley Hospital off to the next day. He called her and said he'd had a rough afternoon. Instead, he went to the nursing home in Eureka to watch Andy Griffith with Sal Salentino. An hour with Sal was like sandpaper on his emotions, smoothing down the bumps. He bought 6 large cans of soup at the grocery store and drove out to the transients camp on his way home. Those old boys were starting to like him. He could tell by the way they drew near when he showed up. He thought he'd done a decent job of reassuring Vanessa and Paul that things would work out for them. But it left him tired and feeling sorry for himself. Vanessa and Paul grappled with adjustments to a new marriage and growing family, but at the core they had health, love, and passion. Noah missed passion. The next day, Noah met the nurse, Gloria, during her dinner break at the hospital. She was a nice lady, but then he'd expected nothing less. She was short and cute, kind of round, but pleasantly so, around 30 years old. She had a heart-shaped face, lots of yellow curls that she had pulled back into a tie to keep out of her face and her work. Big, luminous blue eyes, rosy cheeks, and full lips. Of course, she was wearing scrubs to work in, but he imagined she looked quite pretty in her regular clothes. And she was very excited to meet with Noah. They had a pleasant conversation in which it was established that she was completely available and he admitted to being widowed. Within 30 minutes, she was offering to cook him dinner. And he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Gloria. I didn't mean to mislead you. I'm seeing someone." He had absolutely no idea why he'd said that and was enormously grateful she didn't respond with, "Who?" It was just that he knew, almost instantly, that he didn't want to have dinner with her, didn't want to date her, didn't feel that lustful tug that accompanied attraction. People probably assumed that a man of the cloth didn't experience all the usual emotions. Maybe just the tidy and manageable ones. Noah was eternally grateful such was not the case, especially when it came to things like desire for a woman. He was so glad it didn't feel like a warm bath to want a woman, but rather like a firestorm. For Noah, when it was the right woman, it was not quite yearning, but a desperate and hot wanting that threatened his control. That was definitely the best part, that it was bigger than him, that it had a life of its own, that it was more like a fire-breathing dragon than an angel of comfort. When that feeling came over him, it was so good, it was scary. He didn't have that feeling for a nurse named Gloria. Chapter 9. After meeting with Gloria, Noah was heading back into town when he drove by the Fitch's house. He pulled up in front, parked, got out, and went up the garage stairs to the apartment Ellie rented. He knocked on the door, and momentarily he heard, "Who is it?" "Noah," he answered. She opened the door wearing loose shorts, a big t-shirt, bare feet, and was towel drying her hair. "Hi," she said. "Is something wrong?" "No, I was just wondering. You're having the kids on Saturday, right?" "If nothing goes haywire. Why? What will you do with them?" She shrugged. "A park, maybe. I thought about packing up some PB&J, chips, sodas, and heading to a playground for the day. Or Joe would love us to spend the day here with her, but I don't want to take advantage. We'll play it by ear." "How about a kid movie?" he asked. "Could I tag along? If I treat and promise not to get in the way too much?" She tilted her head and frowned as she looked at him. "What's the matter, Noah? You look like something's wrong." No, nothing's wrong. I'm just kind of looking for something to do. And I like your kids. They're nice." She made a face of disbelief. "Something's wrong. Why don't you just cut to the chase here and you tell me? That'll save badgering time." "I had dinner with that nurse," he admitted. "At the hospital. Not a date. I meant it to be coffee, but it was her dinner break." "Oh, and she's after you." "Yep. Sort of," he said. "She'd like to make me dinner. It wasn't easy to stop her. She was almost quicker than me, and I thought I was ready for her.
Ellie laughed. Come in. I have popcorn. You can tell me all about it.
I shouldn't. I'm imposing.
Yeah, you are, but you're also in the clutches of a horny nurse, and I want to hear about it. Come on.
Horny is stretching it,
he told her, entering. Uh-huh. And let me guess, Ellie said as she closed the door behind Noah. She hung her towel over the sink. She's kind of pretty, aggressive, works the conversation around to the next time you'll be together, and has a totally futuristic tone. It goes something like, and when would you like to do that?
My God, are you psychic?
For Pete's sake, have you no experience at all? She sat cross-legged on her bed and offered up her bowl of popcorn. He perched on the end of the bed.
Actually, I do have experience. I'm just not interested in Gloria.
Why not? She asked. Is she ugly?
She's pretty,
he said.
And nice. But she just doesn't start my engine, if you get my drift.
Noah, be careful here. Don't tell me more than I want to know.
She's boring,
he said.
Nice, pretty, real determined, and boring. She's exactly the kind of woman people try to fix me up with. Proper and polite. I don't know what it is about being a minister. It's like people don't want me to get too excited. And also, like they think it's good resume material for a woman to land a preacher. Or something. I don't get it.
Good night, Nellie. She rolled her eyes. Noah, I'm not sure it's the minister thing that makes you attractive. You're actually kind of cute. His eyes widened briefly.
I am?
He asked. Though kinda cute wasn't exactly what a man was looking for by way of praise. Mm-hmm. You kind of make a girl want to shave above the knees. That was a compliment, by the way.
Is that a big deal? Shaving above the knees?
He stupidly asked. She laughed. Partner, for my last job, I had to shave above the...
Stop,
he ordered. And she laughed some more. He helped himself to a handful of popcorn. 1 minute you want to hear all about it, then it offends your little sensibilities, she teased.
They're not little,
he said, opening his mouth and dropping popcorn inside.
Good popcorn,
he said.
Is this microwave stuff?
Yep, but not bad. I love popcorn. Sometimes my grandma and I had popcorn for dinner.
Really?
He asked.
Not real nutritious. I mean, as a meal.
Noah, we were poor. There were times we ran a little low. But we were happy. If my grandma was worried, it didn't show. We used to giggle about ketchup sandwiches, pickle and peanut butter sandwiches, popcorn or rice and tomatoes.
Rice and tomatoes?
A couple cups of rice, a can of stewed tomatoes. Voila. Another favorite for the end of the month was soft-boiled eggs on fried potatoes. Didn't you ever have things like that when you were a kid? Not while growing up, he hadn't.
There were times we had pretty simple dinners, but...
His voice trailed off. Ellie grabbed a handful of popcorn and shoved it into her mouth. What was your growing up like? He took a deep breath.
Ellie, I didn't grow up poor. I grew up in a big house, practically a mansion. My father was a pretty famous preacher. He was on television. He still is, famous and on television. He was 10 years younger than my mother. She inherited money, so before my father made his in the ministry, she had hers. I think it's fair to say she made him what he is.
No shit, she said, wide-eyed, fascinated. Oops.
Don't worry about it. I'm getting used to it. I'm an only child. My mother is dead, and my father and I don't get along. but there was always plenty of money while I was growing up.
Well, there you go, she said. Money isn't the answer.
No shit, Noah said.
Ellie might have grinned if Noah didn't look so serious. So, did you always know you were going to be a minister? She asked.
Absolutely not. I was going to be anything but a minister. I wasn't about to follow in my father's footsteps. For a religious man, he sure had his failings. But while I was looking for some answers to questions I'd had since I was about 5 years old, I ended up studying religion, among other things. Go figure. I discovered parts of the ministry that had nothing to do with being on television or being famous that appealed to me in a very personal way. It took me a really long time to get there, though.
How long?
I was a student forever, Ellie. I have 2 undergrad degrees and 2 masters.
Wow. And I didn't even finish high school. Well, I got my GED later. So, when did you get there, as you put it?
He chewed thoughtfully. This really is good popcorn. I could eat this for dinner.
Don't get distracted, Noah, she said. When did you discover you were going to be a minister?
Oh, that. I was going to teach and counsel and study. Maybe get a PhD in clinical psychology. I like counseling, at least some kinds. But all along, I'd been doing some community service, and I realized I was happiest when I was just being a good neighbor. When I was helping out, lending a hand, you know? And a minister's role is complicated, but a lot of it is helping out, acting as spiritual support. It's like a relay race, Ellie. The baton is filled with faith and knowledge and good works, like community service, food for the hungry, food for the soul. And as it's passed to me, I can run with it to the next person, who can run with it to... He stopped to laugh and shake his head. That's the part I gravitated to. I have a mentor professor, George. I landed in the seminary because he couldn't stay out of my business and convinced me it would make me happy.
So, you just went along with his idea? She asked.
Not really. It was more than that.
Well, for Pete's sake, she said, annoyed. What more? He thought for a minute, chewing his popcorn.
It was about God, he said. Whenever I called out to him, he answered. Wasn't always the answer I wanted, but there was always an answer. I ignored that as long as I could.
She tilted her head in thought. Now, that's a good enough reason, she said. Then she took one of his hands and pulled it toward her. But these are not the hands of a preacher. She ran her fingers over the calluses on his palms and fingers, then a long fingernail over a couple of thin scars on his forearm. How did you get so rough? So messed up?
I worked on the docks and on fishing boats and markets in Seattle from the time I was 18 till I went into the seminary a few years ago. I worked my way through college that way. I wanted to get as far away from my father and his lifestyle as I could. I got most of these scars the first year or two. It was tough, physical work. He grinned. I loved it. But I wasn't born into it like a lot of the men I worked with. It took me a while to learn, and I got hooked, grappled, cut, and scraped a lot.
Then why aren't you still there?
He shrugged. It was time to move on. Past time. I'm 35.
She ate more popcorn. Then she thoughtfully said, You can stop being ashamed of growing up rich now. When he looked at her in shocked surprise, she said, If I'm not ashamed of growing up poor, why should you be ashamed of growing up rich? I think it's kind of cool. You shouldn't let that hold you back. And then she smiled at him.
Let me ask you something,
he said.
Were you lonely growing up?
Growing up? Oh, hell no.
I probably had too many friends. Of course, they were mostly friends in the same boat as me, not a dime to spare, not going anyplace, couldn't even stay in school. But between my grandma and friends, I got by fine. Later, after I was a single mom with 2 jobs and my grandma gone, I was lonely all the time. But I was almost never alone. Growing up, I had friends. I always envied the girls who had good grades, cool clothes, went to lots of parties and stuff. But I wasn't ever lonely.
Didn't all those friends of yours have parties?
She smiled blandly. No, Noah. We hung out, usually around a convenience store with a big parking lot.
You couldn't get good grades? He asked.
Well, sometimes I did okay, but I've had at least one job at a time since I was 14. Full-time babysitting, house cleaning, waitressing, you name it. I worked when I was pregnant, and I worked when the babies were small and my grandma watched them. Until she died. But I've always worked, from right after school till late at night and then on weekends. There wasn't a lot of time to hit the books, know what I mean? He did know. But the difference was, he hadn't been the mother of 2 children when he'd been working and studying.
Ellie, you're smart, he said. You're intuitive. You have common sense. I think you could do anything.
She laughed at him. I have done anything, remember?
Yeah, that's right, he said, grinning back. And now you're working for a church. God must be shaking in his boots.
No doubt.
Listen, I'd better get going. I'll see you in the morning.
He stood up.
So, can I come with you and the kids on Saturday?
I'll think about it. But you have to promise to behave.
Thanks. That'll give me something to look forward to.
He stood in the open door and she held it a moment. Noah, when did you stop having a relationship with your father?
Oh, geez,
he said, dropping his chin.
We haven't gotten along since I was a kid. He was continually disappointed in me.
But when, Noah? When did you give up? He looked at her steadily, peering into her large eyes. How did she know the things she knew? Could her grandmother have taught her so much about instinct? Or was she just plain an old soul?
When he didn't come to my wife's funeral,
he said. And before she could respond, he walked down the stairs and away into the night. As Noah walked away from Ellie's apartment, he thought, that was wrong, the way that happened. That's not the way you tell a friend about your past. And he realized, suddenly, Ellie had become his friend. When you ask someone if you can join them for their very limited time with their children, that's about friendship. Yes, she was a friend now. She trusted him with her personal challenges, even if they might be embarrassing. But that was what was odd and admirable about Ellie. She might not want the town to know the details of her past, but she had no shame. She didn't waste her energy on it. For such a young woman, she was comfortable in her own skin. And then he realized with a shock of sudden clarity, she didn't treat him like a minister. She treated him like a friend, a regular man. Too often, people approached him as someone whose approval they needed, and that was so far from his role. It not only made him uncomfortable, it created a barrier between him and friendship. And he didn't want only friends in the clergy. Ellie? She didn't much care if he approved of her. He loved that about her. The only thing that seemed to rattle her were issues with her kids, their welfare and safety. Noah, however, had enough shame for both of them. What kind of fool laments his sad childhood to someone who ate popcorn for dinner and slept beside her grandmother on a sofa bed her entire life? Or how about the way he dropped that bomb about Mary's death?
Ellie lost her boyfriend in an accident when she was a kid herself, a poor kid who was expecting a baby. She must have been devastated and terrified. But she somehow kept on trucking, determined. Hercules Baldwin. He would have to apologize to her in the morning. He was behind his desk in his office the next morning when he heard the back door open. Lucy bolted for the door to greet Ellie. When he saw her in the doorway, he said, "I'm sorry, Ellie." But she said, "I'm sorry, Noah," at the same moment. And then in unison, they both asked, "What are you sorry for?" You first," she said. "Go on. My list might be longer." "I'm sorry I told you my wife had passed away like that. That was cold. You deserved a more thoughtful explanation. She died of cancer about 5 years ago. She was very young and her illness was sudden. She went fast. I shouldn't have told you the way I did." "What are you sorry for?" "I'm sorry your wife died. I'm sorry your father let you down, and sorry I ask such personal questions. And sorry I confront you and push the point so much. And I know I tease you and torture you, and I'm very sorry that I have way too much fun doing that. I think I need to work on boundaries. First of all, it's not my business. And second, you'll tell me what you want me to know when you feel like it. And I should show more respect for your position. That you're a minister and everything." He laughed and shook his head. "What's funny?" she asked. "I ask you about lap dances, but you're apologizing to me about boundaries?" "I have an idea. Let's just go back to being ourselves and not be sorry about any of it." "Okay. Except that one thing. I'm sorry your wife died." "Thank you. I'm not trying to keep it a secret, that I was married, that I'm widowed. No one asked. And then someone did. That nurse, Gloria." "Well, I guess she had to be sure you weren't gay," she said, and grinned largely. He grinned back. She was impossible. And wonderful. "I'm gonna get some work done," she said. "You have flooring coming real soon, and there's a storage closet under the stairs that's full of dusty old boxes. I thought I'd get in there." "You can if you want to, but I'm not gonna have the flooring extended into the closet. It's a big storage area. It makes no sense to spend the money there. The boxes won't care." "It should be cleared out anyway," she said. "Unless there's something else?" He was shaking his head. "Go for it. I only opened the first 2 boxes and found them full of rotting sheet music. Whatever is in there is probably destined for the dumpster. After you look through it, I'll haul it over behind Jack's." She gave him a salute and off she went. And Lucy, the traitor, followed Ellie downstairs. Noah was supposed to be dreaming up a wedding script, paying bills, catching up on some emails. But he was thinking. Mary would have liked Ellie. While most wives wanted their husbands to hire unappealing women to work for them, Mary was never that way. Ellie's bold sexiness wouldn't have intimidated Mary. She was a confident woman. Of course, Noah's total devotion might have had something to do with that as well. And Mary wasn't one of those proper boring types either. She'd been born and raised in Seattle and was a dangerous liberal feminist. Before they were married, she belonged to an organization working toward the decriminalization of prostitution. She'd been arrested a couple of times. Once for chaining herself to a tree to protect the forest from decimation, once for picketing a federal building. She was also very involved with an AIDS hospice program, and she did volunteer work for Habitat for Humanity. She said holding a hammer made her feel strong. She'd coveted breasts like Ellie's. She'd often talked about buying herself a pair. And one night she said to Noah, "I'm thinking of getting a tattoo."
So he drew one on her belly with a felt-tip pen, and they laughed themselves stupid. What he liked best about her was her wicked and irreverent sense of humor, and her lack of inhibition with him. He never had to coax her to let go in their bed. She was a free spirit. She believed everything that happened between a man and woman who loved each other was virtuous, and also believed what took place between husband and wife was sacred, no matter how wild and daring. And while Mary wasn't shy about voicing her opinion when she sensed an injustice, she seemed to be able to find the inherent goodness in the most unlikely characters. Noah hiring a stripper? Mary probably would have liked that. "I have to come up with vows," he muttered to himself. "Unique, but not sappy vows." He pushed back from his desk and wandered into the sanctuary, gazing up at the stained glass window. It came to him suddenly, something he would try out on Shelby and Luke. And then he heard a loud shriek from downstairs, a bark from the usually quiet Lucy, and Noah clambered down the stairs at top speed. He found Ellie on the floor, clear across the hall, her back up against the wall, hugging her knees. She looked up at him. "A rat," she said, breathless. "Behind that box. It's 4 feet long." Lucy wasn't trying to get anything in the closet. "I think you scared my dog," he said. "The rat scared her, I bet." Noah entered the closet cautiously, kicked the box, and when nothing rustled, he pulled it out a bit. Ah. Behind the box was a dead mouse, probably 4 inches long at best. It was very dead, dried out, kaput. He lifted it by the tail and held it toward her. "Is this the rat?" "No, my rat is much bigger. That must be its baby." "Maybe you just got scared and it looked much bigger." "No," she said. "There's a rat the size of a Volkswagen in there." "Was it a dead rat, Ellie?" "Possibly. It wasn't moving." He went into the downstairs bathroom and dropped the thing in the trash. "Why did you do that?" she yelled, getting to her feet. "What if he gets out of there and attacks me?" "He's petrified." "It's over," Noah said. Then he smiled at her. "I'll protect you." "Right," she said. "So far, you don't even have the real rat. What good are you?" She stomped away from him in the direction of the kitchen and came back wearing work gloves. "I hate rats," she said, pulling the box out of the closet into the hallway. She opened it slowly, cautiously pulling out what looked like wrapped bundles. She folded back some plastic, some towels, and said, "Oh my God." She lifted and turned an elaborate gold candelabrum toward Noah. "Oh my God," he echoed, taking it. He was lifting it, weighing it. It was heavy. And while he was doing this, Ellie was opening another towel-wrapped package for its mate. "This is valuable," he said. "It's Christmas," she said, holding up the second one, beaming. They got busy opening boxes and found things Noah hadn't bothered to look for. Even though the church building and contents were part of the sale, they weren't listed as inventory of the property. He'd assumed everything of value was gone. Yet here were valuable altar accoutrements, from candelabra to chalices to communion trees. Everything was packed carefully in plastic and linens, clerics' vestments and choir robes, neither dusty nor moth-eaten. Dishes for the kitchen, for community gatherings. Over 100 sets of plates, cups, saucers, bowls, flatware, punch bowls, and glass cups. More crosses, some wooden, some gold. Hymnals, Bibles, altar linens, tablecloths, and napkins. There were boxes of candles that, thanks to the cool mountain temperatures, hadn't melted in God knew how many years. Boxes and boxes of things the church could use. They unearthed a 30-year-old IBM electric typewriter that actually still worked. Except there will be no replacement ribbons on this earth, Noah said. The space under the stairs was a good 8 feet long and 4 feet wide, and Noah had virtually ignored it because the first boxes contained useless paper and the rest looked water-damaged, dirty, and crushed. He couldn't imagine there was anything of value there. "But this is incredible," she said, dragging a big box of dishes out of the hall and across the basement floor. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to put these in the kitchen so I can wash them and put them away," she said, all excited. Rather than paying bills or writing wedding vows, Noah and Ellie worked all day at emptying boxes. Noah took a big load of vestments, robes, altar, and table linens to the dry cleaners in Fortuna and picked up tarnish remover for the candelabra and cross. They shook dust off Bibles and hymnals and put them in clean boxes, washed dishes and put them away. And the sun began to set, the eyes of the stained glass image of Christ shining into the sanctuary. Noah looked at his watch. "We've been at it all day without stopping for lunch." "I got into it," she said. "You know what we're going to do? We're going to have a big meal at Jack's. It's time for Lucy's dinner anyway." She looked down at herself. "Oh, no," she said. "I'm dusty and falling apart and probably look like a vagrant. I'll just go home and—" "No one over there cares, Ellie. And for heaven's sake, you're not eating popcorn tonight. Come on." "I care, Noah. I'm just getting to know these people. I'm at least going to be put together when I go there." "Fine," he said in a pout. "Fine, okay. Tell you what. Figure out what we're going to eat, and I'll take Lucy over for dinner and get takeout. I mean, we have dishes and stuff, right?" The smile on her face said she liked that idea. Right. When he got back from Jack's with 3 bags of takeout, he found Ellie had spread a tablecloth on the clean basement floor, set 2 candelabra with lit tapers on the cloth, and had put out plates. A picnic. Lucy plunked right down next to the tablecloth. Noah looked at it and said, "Nice." "Is this floor going to be too hard for you?" she asked. "Your desk is covered with stuff, and there's no table in the place. We could go to the RV or picnic on my bed at the apartment." "I like this." He put down the sacks and settled himself on the floor. He opened the first bag and pulled out 2 bottles of beer. From the second bag, he removed cartons of brisket, mashed potatoes, creamed spinach, warm bread, and mostly melted butter. He put the third bag to the side and said, "Pie." "Were you starving?" she asked him. "Aren't you? Because unless you're hiding the evidence, neither of us has eaten." He twisted the cap off a bottle of beer and handed it to her. "I haven't had a beer in ages. At least a couple of years. I never drink." "You'll probably get all loopy on me." "Probably," she said, tipping the bottle up. "What kind of stripper doesn't even have a beer?" "A sober one," she informed him. "But I have to admit, this tastes very good." "What kind of minister drinks?" "Jesus turned water into wine for a wedding. He was hip. I bet they all got trashed." He lifted his bottle toward her. "To your incredible find today. Good for you, Ellie." "And you thought I wouldn't work out," she said, toasting him. "I bet I'm the best assistant you've ever had." "And also the only one. Want me to dish us up?" "Good idea. Now that I smell it, I think I'm going to stuff myself." She watched him serve up 2 plates, and it came to her he was very well trained. And she asked, "Did you ever get in trouble as a kid, Noah?" "Depends on who you ask," he said, passing her a plate. "My mother thought I walked on water. My father was never satisfied." "There's that father thing again," she muttered. "The rule is, if I open the subject, you can ask questions," he told her. "My father is a lot like Arnold Gunterson. Arbitrary, low tolerance, rigid and unemotional. He used to ground me all the time for little stuff. The punishment never fit the crime. I'd have to give up football because I was a half hour late on my curfew. And I had the earliest curfew in town. I lost summer camp when I was about 10 because I didn't curl the garden hose right. Holy moly, she said. She ate a forkful of mashed potatoes. That's a little over the top. Well, he did trip on the hose, Noah said. But still, that's kind of a no TV punishment, not 4 weeks of summer camp. I mean, it didn't kill him or even break any bones. She grinned at him. Like you wished. He's a bastard, Ellie. My mother was a plain, sweet woman on her way to being an old maid when a poor young minister married her for her money and made her life miserable from that moment on. She told you that? She didn't have to tell me. I have no evidence, but I'm pretty sure he screwed around on her their whole marriage. He was frequently in the company of pretty young women, and it tore her heart out. That's awful, Noah, she said. She reclined on the floor, her long legs out to the side, her hair falling over her shoulder while she ate. Anyone who doesn't go to his daughter-in-law's funeral would be a bastard in my book. Noah looked down uncomfortably. Damn it. I can't lie. That was my fault. He wasn't invited to my wedding, which was small and private, and I made sure he found out about Mary's death, but he didn't hear it from me. I had a secret agenda. If he came and was kind, I'd give him another chance. He didn't, and I didn't. Ellie's fork was hovering in midair, her mouth slightly open. Wow, she finally said. Are there a lot of people you have these kind of secret deals with? Only him. And only once. Well, that's a relief, she said. So, were you in trouble as a kid? When I was young, I tried my hardest to be the best kid in the universe and could still never do anything right. So when I hit about 16, I gave up trying to be good and started being as bad as possible. I really regret that. I hurt my mother. What kind of bad things did you do? Oh, you don't really want to know. She smiled. Oh, I really do. I lied. I hustled girls, and not with pure thoughts. I drank too much. Had a couple of fender benders because I was driving too fast. Skipped school to go out to the lake with friends. That kind of thing. Steal any cars? Get anyone pregnant? Do hard drugs? Nah. Then you weren't really trying, she said with a laugh. So if you got punished for little stuff, what did the old man do to you for getting drunk and wrecking cars? He smiled as if this was one of his few happy memories. He almost lost his mind. He threatened to send me to boarding school, but I think we both knew no one would keep me for a long while I was on that particular course. I was pretty incorrigible. Plus, I remember it was one of the few times my mother really stood up to him. She said, "Over my dead body, Jasper." It was fantastic. But eventually, he packed me off to seminary. It didn't work. I quit and went to Seattle, where I tried to stay away from Bible studies. He took a drink of beer. So, were you in trouble a lot? She shook her head. Never. Well, I missed some classes from oversleeping, but I worked late. My one big screw-up was getting pregnant. I felt just terrible about that. My grandma was so sweet, but I really felt like I'd let her down. And then when Jason was killed, even though my life was a disaster, I was glad for the baby. Jason was sweet, a good boy. We dated since I was about 14. I guess in the end, there were just too many hormones between us. You must have thought you were in love, Noah said. You're damn skippy, she said. I sure haven't felt that way since. We had it bad. We had big plans, too. Well, probably they wouldn't seem big to you,